Namaskar. Welcome everyone. We are in a very important time today. This is for the first time we are holding our special event called Generation Next Festival Uttorsuri globally in the virtual platform. Our journey started in 2014. Before we move on, let's watch Essex Indians' journey since then. We started in 2010, Uttorsuri started in 2014. So stay with us. We have got huge number of children, young adults, teenagers who will be sharing their thoughts with us. It's different. What we see in social media, we see adults talking, adults making decisions. We watch in the newspaper how adults are deciding the fate of the world. But today, it's different. So stay with us. They will be all joining across the world. As we have seen the journey, I'm going to bring someone who is very special for Essex Indians because he is the person who represents our generation next, and he was part of our first Uttoshuri as the lead role. So let me introduce Shrey Bishar, and then we will watch our journey in a collective video, and we will also hear from Shrey about his experience starting from 2014, when he was quite young, but took a huge big role as a lead actor in Tagore's post office. হ্যাঁ, ডাকঘর ছোটরা করেছিল এক লকডাউন এক্সপিরিয়েন্স, যেটা আজ আমরা সবাই পাচ্ছি। ছোট্ট অমলের চোখ দিয়ে আমরা সবাই তখন দেখেছিলাম বাইরের পৃথিবীটাকে। আমরা ভেবেছিলাম অমলের কথা শুধু গল্পেই পড়া যায়, কিন্তু আজকে আমরা সবাই জানলা দিয়ে পৃথিবীটাকে দেখতে পাচ্ছি। তো let me bring Shrey as a guest in the show. Hello.
Hi. Hello.
Hi, can you hear me? It's
Hi.
a bit different, isn't it, this year?
Yeah, now we've had to do things completely differently for Uttorsuri. So
Right.
yeah.
So should we watch the video?
Okay.
Yeah. Let's watch the video. Then I will come back to you to share your experience from 2014 to 2020.
All right.
See you soon. What a wonderful memory. And we will be talking about this memory through the eyes of Shrey. So, yes, Shrey. It sounds very odd to me calling you Shrey. Can I call you Neil, please?
Yeah. Okay.
So, okay, Neil, tell me about your reflection, about your thoughts about Uttorsuri, Generation Next.
Well, I've been a part of Uttorsuri since 2014, which was the first time we did it. And back then, that was our performance of Post Office, which was the English version of Gakko by Rabindranath Tagore. And in that one, I was Omol, the main character. and I was a young, deathly ill boy who yearned to see the world, but trapped by his illness could never go outside. And talking to people passing by his window, he could see the world through their eyes and share in their experiences. He made them appreciate their own lives. Inspired by the post office visible from his window, he dreamt that one day he'd get a letter from the king. And playing Omol was my first experience with acting. It's what made me want to go further with it. And the next year, when we did 1,000 Cranes, which was the story of a girl with cancer, she wished upon her paper cranes that she'd get better. I was her best friend, Kenji, trying to keep her spirits up and fulfilling her wish of folding 1,000 paper cranes. It was a touching story. It's based on the fallout of the nuclear bombing of Japan. And then the year after that, we did Bibat, following the evolution of India from its Vedic origins through Mughal and British times to India as it is today, a melting pot of cultures. And then we did Showers of Peace, speaking about the horrors the world has been through, all its wars, hate, and destruction. It tried to show how love and peace could prevail. I had many roles, from a traumatized soldier showing his grief to Martin Luther King's famous speech. I saw how, no matter the time, no matter the place, hate would always affect everyone. And in our next performance, we honoured Rabindranath Tagore with a Chaturanga performance, which was 4 short stories from his books. My story was The Homecoming. A young, rowdy boy called Fatik gets sent away from his village home to live with his uncle. But living in the city, separated from his mother, leaves him sad and alone. And our final piece was Heal the World, a story about the elements of the earth. Air, water, forest, and land are suffering from humanity. They grow angry and strike back, destroying mankind, but leaving its children, allowing them to try and restore the world. For the first time, children like me were given a chance to help out with writing the script. When we sent it off to Orphatamashi, we could just hope that ours was good enough to be in the final version. And now, we're here, ready for Uttorsuri 2020. It's a bit different from the rest, but hopefully just as amazing. Hope you enjoy it.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Neil. It sounds better that I can call you Neil now, and you are still there with me, supporting your own Orpitamashi. So I will see you later. But now I'm going to call another person who will share her experience with Uttorsuri, who came to watch the Uttorsuri as an audience, and then she became part and parcel of that. Do you know, Shrey, who I'm talking about?
Is it here?
Aha! Yes, we will keep it secret and keep watching, and we will see her shortly. All right? Stay safe. I will see you later. So, as you have heard Shrey's story, let's watch another video where we can see what we have done so far with Uttorsuri, how the kids have interacted with that, and then I'm going to bring my special guest as well. And then we will be going to India, from UK to India, and it's being only possible because of the coronavirus, because we are in lockdown, because we cannot do public events, we cannot do gathering, and that's why we are meeting more friends across the world to make it happening. Yes, I'm back and I will be inviting one of my very best friends, Gargi Gupta. Hello,
Hello.
can you hear me?
Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm not sure I understood that.
Sir, sorry, my Siri has started talking suddenly. Sorry. So, welcome here, Bihu. Again, I can't call you Gargi because Bihu is very close to me, and this Gargi I don't know. So, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm very well because I'm very excited with the Uttorsuri today. You know, I have never thought that I will be doing it and I will be talking to you guys through a virtual media. So tell
Yeah.
me, Bihu, what is your experience in this journey?
So, নমস্কার আমার নাম গার্গী সেনগুপ্ত আর আমি থাকি কলচেস্টার ইউকেতে কিন্তু আমার শিকড় কলকাতা থেকে আজকে আমি উত্তরসূরির বিষয়ে কথা বলবো Uttorsuri started in 2014 and it was a unique and eye-opening initiative created by Essex Indians to showcase a project to raise money for different causes, locally and globally. I came as an audience and was moved immensely by the passionate performance of all the children. This was the first production in Uttorsuri called Post Office, the story of a child who was trapped inside but was still watching the world with curiosity and desire to learn. It really inspired me because of the amazing acting and how well the entire show was brought to life in the children's performances. So I too wanted to be part of their next performance and contribute to a noble cause. Since then, I became a part of Essex Indians and have been working on raising awareness about different problems in the world that we are determined to solve by working together and educating ourselves, while focusing on the values of life as well. The second production of Uttorsuri, which I was a part of, was based on the novel A Thousand Cranes. A Thousand Cranes was about the bombing of Hiroshima, a city in Japan. Performing in the show was an amazing experience, as I got to explore and act out the emotions of Sadako, the main character, and how she felt while battling leukemia, an after effect of the bombing. This production was followed by Bivorton, which showed the evolution of culture and music. House of Peace was the next production, and it was a musical journey about people who wanted peace for the world and their struggles finding it. It also depicted the massive number of conflicts that have resulted in war and bloodshed throughout history, but how through all these tragic events, humanity has still carried on, with hope for a better place, with art to inspire the world. Afterwards, we showcased the production of Heal the World. This was a particularly important and informative musical about global warming and its massive impact on our planet. When participating in this, I learnt so much about pollution and other environmental issues. Our most recent performance was Chotorongo. This featured 4 short stories which we performed. I played Minnie in Kabuliwala. Written by Rabindranath Tagore, it was full of morals and messages regarding family, relationships, loneliness, and more. All these amazing performances have one goal in common: to inspire the next generation and encourage them to be their best selves. Work together, change the world for the better, while also inspiring others to do the same. সবাই ভালো থাকবেন। আশা করি আপনাদের বাকি অনুষ্ঠানটা ভালো লাগবে। ধন্যবাদ। Thank you.
Now, keep watching. You have said quite a few important things that we need to change the world. We need to see this world through your eyes. So thank you very much. Keep watching. We have got approximately 60 friends across the world who are joining with us. So stay with us, keep watching, stay safe, and I will see you shortly. So, friends, you have heard the stories from 2 next generation and their reflection how they have enjoyed the show. So this year, we are doing a global Generation Next program. And I remember when we did Generation Next Festival last year, we just talked that for last 5 years, we have done Generation Next concert. Then we made it a Generation Next Festival. Why don't we make it a Generation Next movement from next year? It was a dream. But at the same time, little we knew that we will be facing this situation. And actually, আমরা উত্তরসূরি পাবলিকলি করতেই পারবো না। আমরা সবাই খুব মন খারাপ করে বসেছিলাম, কিন্তু এই ভার্চুয়াল প্ল্যাটফর্ম has given us a new opportunity to create a Generation Next movement where we need to listen to the Generation Next. So with this, I am going to invite my little friend from India. So, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together to welcome Uttorsuri Bhawal from Kolkata. Hello!
Hello!
কেমন আছো? আচ্ছা, তোমার তো এখন স্কুল বন্ধ, তাই তো? আচ্ছা, বাড়িতেই পড়াশোনা সব হচ্ছে, তাই তো? আচ্ছা, তা তুমি তো আমাকে একটা খুব সুন্দর নাচের ভিডিও পাঠিয়েছো, সেটা আমরা দেখবো? আচ্ছা, ঠিক আছে, তাহলে তোমাকে আমি একটু রিমুভ করছি, আমি নিজেও চলে যাব, তারপরে স্টেজেতে সবাই শুধু তোমাকে দেখতে পাবে, তাই তো? তুমি কিন্তু ভীষণ সুন্দর নেচেছো, ঠিক আছে? আমি তোমাকে আচ্ছা, থ্যাংক ইউ। আবার তোমার নাচটা দেখে আমি তোমায় থ্যাংক ইউ বলবো। ভীষণ ভালো হয়েছে। তোমাকে ওই নাচটা তোমার মামিমা শিখিয়েছে, অনাস্মিতা? আচ্ছা, তাহলে তোমার মামিমাকে আমি যখন দেখবো, আমি তাহলে একটা বিশাল বিশাল থ্যাংক ইউ বলে দেবো। এই রে, মাথার হাত পড়ে গেল তো। ঠিক আছে, আমি তোমাকে আগে থ্যাংক ইউ বলি, তারপরে আমি মামিমাকে বলে দেবো, ঠিক আছে? সাবধানে থেকো, ভালো থেকো, কলকাতা গেলে তোমার সাথে আমার দেখা হবে, ঠিক তো? দেখা করবে তো? আচ্ছা, থ্যাংক ইউ, বাই বাই। অভিশ্রীর নাচ দেখার পরে এরপরে আমরা চলে যাব দিল্লিতে, বিকজ we have got another brilliant performer who is waiting to join us. So let's welcome Manushi Saha from Delhi. Hello Manushi, কেমন আছো? How are you? তোমার বোধহয় মাইকটা না মিউট করা আছে, I cannot hear you. Okay, আমি শুনতে পাচ্ছি না, but let's play your video first. Okay, so we will watch your dance first and then we will come back. Okay? Wonderful performance, Manushi. ভীষণ ভালো লাগলো. Can you hear me now? I cannot hear you. We cannot hear you talking. কথা শুনতে পাচ্ছি না. একটা কথা বলবো? Can you hear me? So I think I will bring you back later on for your talk. Okay, because obviously people won't be able to hear what you are saying, and you will be talking about quite important things, what you feel strongly about. So I think you come back later on into the studio, and then we will talk about it. Okay? And it does happen in the virtual world. It's streaming problem probably. All right? So I will see you soon. Whenever your problem is sorted, just come back and join us. Okay? Okay. So, yes, virtual world has brought us together. We have got so many friends together, but at the same time, it does have its own problem. But anyway, we move on, and we shall meet Manoshi very soon once her problem in the connection and with the talk and everything is sorted. But at the same time, let me introduce a new friend from Kolkata. Let's welcome Shudiksha Basu Thakur. Hello.
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 Hi, Shilpa. Hello.
Okay. So
Hello,
how are
my
you?
name is- I'm fine. Everything's like going on, lockdown, no school, and everything's at home, online school and everything. So it's
Right.
a bit of a change, but it's kind of getting used to it because it's been over 3 months or 3 to 4 months since school has been off, and it's my final year also, and so that's why.
Right. So it's a new normal. I think we are all getting used to it. It's so Shudiksha, I know you as Tindi. I don't know you as Shudiksha. So
Yeah.
tell me about this young lady Shudiksha.
So I was born in Delhi, but I moved to Kolkata somewhere around in 2008. Here I started my, schooling like from class 2, and I'm currently in Kolkata right now. Um, I'm also a swimmer. I was a swimmer, and I've currently left it due to some problems. So nothing much interesting about me. I'm actually very fond of public speaking and you know recitation, debates, and everything. So I'm a huge you know I'm I like to interact with people, and I like interaction and social interaction very well. And that's why.
Right.
So.
Yes. So
Uh,
I think everything is virtual these days. So there are a lot of issues are coming up. We are seeing in the virtual media, in the television, and also the world is changing very quickly in a different pace. And there are a lot of issues we are watching these days. Is there anything which is bothering you quite a lot?
So the issue which I think is being overlooked at this point is basically, which is happening in a large scale, is domestic violence and child abuse during this lockdown period. It's a common issue, but during this lockdown period, it's entirely different. The sole reason being, whenever a domestic violence case occurs, the victim has the option to flee, to go somewhere, or take help and resort to any other family member or any other friend, to take help or report to the police and reach the hospital. But during this lockdown, it's very difficult because the victim is cut off from all types of social interaction and social gatherings. So he or she is confined in the house, and the worst part is that the victim and the abuser are sharing the same space, and the space can be as small as a single room. So the intensity of abuse, the frequency of abuse is very has increased during this lockdown, and also psychological pressures due to economic crisis, things happening around the world. Other everything is putting an external burden on the victim as well. So
That's very true.
that and one thing which surprised me is, in India, there is the Women and Child Helpline number 1092. In the first phase of lockdown, like within 11 days, 92,000 calls have been received. 92,000 calls have been received of domestic violence and child abuse. women and child abuse. 92,000 calls in 11 days in every first half from a government helpline. And this is just like even like 5% or like 1% of what's happening. There are so many victims who cannot even contact government helplines or reach out, because there have been cases reported that the victim has been cut off from all social interaction, all means of communication with the outside world. And this lockdown has aggravated the situation more, and
That's true.
especially in the rural areas. I won't say rural areas in India, also urban areas. Some of the victims have experienced this so frequently that they have taken it to be normal and they have started to accept it. They have thought that reaching out for help won't benefit me or won't give me any solution. So they have slowly started to accept that, and they are starting to living with that. And honestly, the abuser takes this advantage, and as I say, the intensity and the frequency increases more and more in this lockdown.
Absolutely. And do you think, is there anything like, yes, obviously there is government help is there, and but there is a limitation, because obviously all this helpline, they are capable of coping situation when it's normal. I mean the old normal, but the new normal is so different. Do you think, is there anything or any suggestion you would think of that how we can improve the situations for accessing support for this abused people or the children, those who are the victim of domestic violence? It's just because obviously for the lockdown or for the social distancing and everything, people will be a bit reluctant to go for a support, or there will be lack of support because people are self-isolating and all those things. Is there any suggestion, any ideas you can give to the adults that what we can kind of might help to improve the situation?
First thing that we can do, probably from our comfort of our homes, is keeping in contact with our relatives, with our friends more. Since we are all at home, and our schools and offices and work is basically work from home. So since we have a bit more time in our hands, just call up a relative, any relative, and ask how he or she is, and just talk with them. This minimum interaction actually helps them in an emotional way also. Even if they're facing abuse, this minimal interaction with someone will help them distract themselves, and help them in a way. And the other part is, for those who are living in India, we all have domestic helps in our house, and so there are high chances that these domestic helps in their households, um, the domestic violence occurs more in these households. So just if you have time, call up we all have numbers of our domestic helps and our other people, and call them up and ask them that if everything is fine or not, and whether you are doing well. Just a single call and a single interaction will actually will help these victims a lot more. They will feel comfortable that there is someone I can resort to, or I can call up someone who can help me during this time. Since everyone has a phone these days, and you can call up, like, I won't say social media, but you can call up someone and you just ask them whether they are okay. Call up your friends. Since I won't say this to our means people of my age group, that call up your school friends more often and ask them that if they are okay, if they are doing fine, because this lockdown may be easy for some of us, it may not be easy for everyone. Because there is one line which I wanted to quote. It was from an article. Although home can be considered a safe place, we must realize that it is not the safest place for everyone. It may not be the
Absolutely.
safest place for everyone. So we need to increase our interaction more with our friends, relatives, and anyone. Call up your domestic help, call up your driver, and ask him whether they are doing fine, and if they're facing any inconvenience. This is like the first
Yeah, no,
solution.
absolutely spot on. Absolutely spot on, Shrudiksha. I think here during this lockdown period, because we are, all of us are so well connected, we had to make use of that, isn't it? because a simple phone call can save someone's life or give them support. Thank you very much for bringing it on. And I think we all, as an adult, sometimes we do get stressed. We shout at our domestic help, or if someone's driver hasn't come, then we shout, "Why did you not come?" We just don't look into the matter that yes, they may be doing this work, but there is a human behind that. They are what kind of job they are doing, and they do have a family, they do have problem. But sometimes as a middle class people, we are so engrossed with our own problem that we forget to look into that. And I think it's high time we, as an adult, as people, those who are leading the family, we look into that. Thank you so much, and I look forward to meeting you all when I get the chance to go back to Kolkata. Okay, bye bye, and keep watching.
Bye.
Stay safe. Right. So it's quite an important thing. I think I have seen so many social media webinars, so many talks, so many newses, and all this video stuff where they are talking about domestic violence, but listening it from a 16, 17 years old makes lot of difference, because they are watching what is happening in the world and they are our future leaders. So with that, I'm going to call another lovely lady who has got his exam, but despite that, she has agreed to join us. So let me introduce Anushree Gupta. Hello. Hi, Anushree.
Hello, Auntie. How are you?
I'm fine. And you are getting ready for your exam. Sorry that it's still a bit late in India, and yesterday as well you joined for the promo, despite it was late at night. And thank you so much. So tell me about you, and let's hear.
I am Anushree Gupta, and I'm from Kolkata, India. I study in La Martiniere for Girls, Kolkata, and I'm on the verge of passing out from school. I'm just waiting for my final year board marks to come out this year, hopefully. And then I'll join some college, and I want to do something with biology. And my hobbies list is quite very long, but the highlighted ones include singing, drawing, playing my guitar, cooking to some extent, and I also like to dance, although I have never taken any professional training. And then, yeah, that's all.
Right. That's quite a big list. you are a multifaceted person, as I know you in that way. I have heard you singing as well. So tell me, there are a lot of things happening. You are seeing your dad is a doctor, and you are seeing a lot of things happening in the hospital, and we are going through a different time. So tell me, what is bothering you most?
Firstly, I would like to thank the Essex Indian teams for giving me this opportunity to talk on this global platform. And that also, they have given me the privilege of choosing anything which describes my world, which describes the world around me. And I would especially like to thank Orpita Aunty for answering to my endless list of questions regarding today's program, and also the panelists and Deepankar uncle or Nirvan uncle, among the people I know, for having me here. And today we are having people from my generation who are from different parts of the world, and even from they also have different nationalities, many of them. So we all have come here together today to talk about a particular topic, which is the world around us, how we perceive the world around us. So since we have been given that privilege, I would like to say that from my own perspective, I have chosen the topic for today to be superiority and inferiority. Whenever I think of the world or life, I automatically tend to segregate it into two distinct parts, which is the superiors and the inferiors. Now, who are the superiors? they are the ones who tend to impose difficulties on other people. Superiority is shown on the basis of, unfortunately, caste, skin color, political status, then ranks, social status, gender, and whatnot. Now, the strong ones go to the extent of killing other people. But I still don't know the answer to that. Like, why kill people? Because we all should know that life is very precious, and it takes 9 difficult months to nurture a life before it can be brought to earth. And it's not just about those 9 months. It's about after you're born, you have to face so many hardships, so many difficulties in your life before you can finally achieve your dream. So why kill people, or why impose those difficulties on other people? Because they too have a dream. They also want to live freely, just like you do. Why? So why? Just to show you that you're superior, just to show that you're strong? I don't think that's an answer. So like that brings me to my next point, where I'm going to say that what do the inferiors, or what are the inferiors expected to do when they are facing the superiors, when they are facing the stronger ones? They are expected to fight back. And superiority and inferiority is not just a topic between two species. It is seen in mankind, between two men, between mankind itself. And it's something very unfortunate, because like, since we are of the same type, we have the same characteristics, we have blood flowing through our veins, every one of us, we have equal rights. We have equal rights to live, we have equal rights to achieve our dreams. And so the inferiors right now are supposed to fight back. And if they win, they are then called the superiors. And that is what we call natural selection. That is what we call the survival of the fittest. You win, you survive, you lose, you stay inferior, you stay weak. And if you don't choose to fight at all, you just stay where you are. So like, coming to my next point, which is the current situation of the world, stepping out of the mankind, this new virus, it is superior to us right now. It is stronger to us right now, because we cannot handle it right now. We cannot fight. We are trying to fight back, but we haven't won as yet. Until the day we win, we will be inferiors to that virus. So what we are expected to do is to fight back. So that, and my personal dream is that everyone in the world should be as one. Like, no discrimination, no ranks, no political status, nothing. It might be, I don't know, not more than just a dream, but that's my personal dream. And you may say that I am a dreamer, but I can definitely tell you that I'm not the only one. There are full of dreamers, like, even in today's show, there are full of dreamers. Even they're out in the world. We are just a handful of them. Even out there in the world, there are so many dreamers who wish to be one, who just wish to be equal to everyone else. So I'm not the only one, and all I can hope is that you will join us one day, so that the world can finally live as one once again.
That's absolutely very, very basic point you are saying. And lot of time we forget about that. And with that, I know you are a fantastic singer. Should we listen to your song? Is that okay?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So I'm going to remove both of us from the stream, and then we will listen to the song. All right. So stay with us. See you soon.
Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us. Above us only sky. Imagine all the people nothing to kill or die for, no religion too. Imagine all the people living life in peace. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us, and the world will be as one. Imagine no possessions. I wonder if you can. No need for greed or hunger, a brotherhood of man. Imagine all the people sharing all the world. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us, and the world will live as one.
What a soulful singing.
Thank you.
Thank you. For this
Thank you.
present for next global festival. So until I see you all back in Kolkata, stay safe, prepare well for your exam, and I'm sure.
And also,
one
I would like to wish on this platform my father a very happy Father's Day, and to all the
Oh,
fathers in the world,
yes,
and
yes.
also a very happy Music Day to everyone.
Oh, thank you so much. All the best for everything. And you know, I strongly believe unless you dream, the dreams never come true. So yes, keep dreaming. All right.
That's the
See you
foundation
soon.
to everything.
Yes. See you soon. Bye.
See you.
With this, we have heard quite a few issues what these young adults, teenagers, or children they are observing. I am going to bring one of our panelists to discuss how essentially they are seeing the problems within the children or young adults or with the generation next, and how our own behavior have an impact on that. So please welcome Rupanjana Datta. She is a very known journalist in UK and in India. So we are very lucky to have her here with us as our first panelist. Hello, Rupanjana. Welcome.
Rita, thank you very much.
Can you hear me clearly?
I can hear you clearly. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much for being with us, despite having a very tight schedule. So I know about you. We always read your article in Asian Voice. We read your article in Bortoman. So just tell me, instead of I am reading out about you, tell me what are the points you would like people to know about you?
Oh, there is very little that people should know about me, honestly speaking. But I would say that I'm a journalist. I'm basically Bortoman's foreign correspondent. And I'm sort of self-employed. So I also write for other newspapers in the UK. And as well as I kind of come as a guest appearance for BBC or radio, TV. If there's a particular issue that they're talking about for the Asian community, they would kind of invite me over to give my opinion on that particular subject. Not very frequently, but quite a bit. So that's what I do. But my focus is actually diversity, race, ethnicity. That's what I mostly write about. But as a foreign correspondent, it's much wider. As the subjects are quite varied. It's mostly UK-India relationship or anything to do with the Indian community here that I write about. But otherwise, my actual focus is race, ethnicity, and diversity. That's what I write about.
Fantastic, because we know you as our Asian voice. If
Yeah.
I put it in a small wall. So, Rupanjana, tell me, while you kind of report things, yes, as you said, you talk about the diversity and the problems related to the Asian community in UK and Europe. What do you think that children or the young adults, the challenge-wise, what they're facing? What do you observe as a journalist?
I think I'm a millennial. I mean, an early millennial, if I may say. So I think within the millennials as well, or the generation now, I think that the problems are changing, and with this pandemic, I think a lot of things have changed. The first thing I would talk about is that there is an unconscious bias. That is always there. It's always there within any community, whichever community it is, and with the pandemic, we can see that unconscious bias increasing, or affecting our judgment, our thoughts, and for very simple examples, like we grew up reading newspapers and magazines, and looking at the television news, what we would see. But nowadays, social media is so important, and journalists on social media or otherwise can impact lives of children quite a bit, because youngsters think Instagram and Twitter is so cool, and they're always on it, watching whatever happening on Facebook, and kind of forming information or forming their decisions on certain things that are happening on social media. And it is very, very important, and I think there is a sort of a duty for journalists to be or behave in a certain way on social media. That's one thing. The other thing I would say is, the kind of stories that we write definitely affect how youngsters perceive of the world. So, for example, when the royals, and I'm saying this because it's Prince William's birthday today, and when Prince William and Kate were having their third child, it is how the media reacted. Oh my God, they're having another child. It is not anybody's business whether they have 3 children, 4 children, 5 children. It's up to them. Obviously, people started criticizing, saying, "Oh, they live on our taxpayers' money, etc." But no, again, there is a fine border, which as journalists we should not cross. That's one thing. Then, for example, now everybody's talking about Black Lives Matter. We're talking about the BAME community, and the labeling of the community as BAME. That's something we journalists always do, and unfortunately, our youngsters fall under that bracket. But that they shouldn't, because the problems of the Black community is very different from the problems of the Asian community, and we should not be bracketed under the label BAME. That's one thing. And if you look at then talking about that, but if you look at video of Lily Singh, the Canadian influencer, you will see that she talks about how the Asian community or their parents would react to certain situations. So there is again a sort of a preconceived notion, and that we journalists do add on to that. And talking about the Black Lives Matter, I must say that's because that's very, very important for this generation of children who are growing up through this revolution, I may say so. It's how we journalists write about it. Like when we're talking about taking the knee, or rather sitting on the knee, and kind of conveying that we are with the community that is suffering so much. We must know that it is important to have our own decisions. It's also very important to form those decisions on the knowledge we gather, whether it's through news media, journalistic articles, whatever it is. But it's important just not to go by what your peers are doing. You should have a choice.
Absolutely, because I think these days there are things happening in the social media or the news then what we are seeing is that some news is coming. Obviously, the children or the young adults, they are exposed to it. There is no validation point like, okay, this is the news, we know this is truth and only truth, but that's not the case. There is always a layers of things that it may be truth, it may be untruth, it may be completely false information. So what you think that as an adult, our behavior, how does it impact on the challenges we put these children through or the young adults through? Because obviously they sometimes some of them may be confident enough to make their own choice, some may get confused, some may feel I cannot cope with this. So what do you think about our behavior? It does make an impact on the generation next.
I think I would talk about two things here. First, my mum, she passed on in October, but my mum was a teacher before she became, she got involved with Bortoman as a newspaper and eventually became the editor. And when she wrote this story in her school magazine as an alumni, and she wrote this and said that when she was a teacher, or when they were young, when teachers would discipline their children, the children in the school, and parents would accept that, say, oh, okay, their children are getting disciplined because of certain things. I'm not saying that slapping them or, physically hurting them, but discipline as it should be. And parents were acceptant of it. But now parents would challenge that. If you're disciplining your children in the school, I mean, again, I'm saying not physical violence. I mean, I'm absolutely against it. But parents, it has happened, parents would challenge it. And I think that is where the first foundation for the children lies, because they are, I'm not a parent, I don't have children yet. So I shouldn't say how parents should discipline their children on, what should parents do towards their children. But that is where children learn. But my point is, again, in this country, I mean, because I deal with the diaspora quite a bit, I have seen that something that we never grew up learning. We were never compartmentalized into, oh, you're a Hindu or you're a Muslim or you're a Christian. That was never there. But now here, you have British Hindus, you have British Muslims, and even within the the Hindu community or whatever they would say, oh, you're not a pure Hindu because you have non-vegetarian food. So this again comes from parents to their children, and then they pass it on to their peers, and they start kind of having judgment. So I think it's very important that children should learn about communities, should learn about the wider society. They should form their own decisions. But of course, parents are there. They should teach them what is right or wrong, and it's very important. But children need not have these kind of barriers in their minds, if I may say so. The other thing is mental health. Very briefly, I would touch upon this. A lot of children and youngsters, even here, they're quite affected by Sushant Singh Rajput's suicide, and people have been talking about mental health, and I have written articles on youngsters, men's mental health, and a lot about it. But that's one thing that I would take away from there is that children who've been in the locked in the house because of coronavirus, they obviously feel certain things that we as adults probably won't be able to understand because we are so far removed from that generation currently. But it is important that they can go back to school, and if there are doctors would be able to say that better. Children are probably not that much, they shouldn't have that much of trouble in going back to school because they are not coronavirus is not contagious as much or doesn't affect children as much. So I think they should go back to their nurturing environment where they're with their friends, etc., where they can probably kind of talk about their mental health easier. It's easier with friends than anyone. So I think there are certain things as adults that we should facilitate for children.
Absolutely, because I think we do have a role to play because we do give advice to the children, but quite a lot of time when they're observing our own behavior in the time of stress or time of where we are actually challenged with different problems, we quite a lot of time behave completely differently from the advice we give. Correct. So I think that is something we have to reflect on, and all of us, I think we need, I consider myself a work in progress, and I think most of the adults will consider that that they are all still a work in progress. Thank you very much, Rupanjana, for being with us. I know you have a meeting from 5:30 onwards. I will not keep you any longer, but see you soon. I'm sure we shall see you soon in real life when the situation changes. And until then, stay safe. Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye. Right. As we talked about these issues which is being faced by the younger generation, let me call back Manushi from Delhi. I'm sure her problem with sound is sorted. And hello, Manushi.
Hello.
Okay, fine. Okay. So tell me about Delhi. I have seen your dance. Everyone has seen dance. Delhi is currently, we are reading all the news that there is a lot of COVID.
Lot of COVID cases.
Yes, lot of COVID cases. But at the same time, there are other problems in Delhi which we cannot essentially just ignore because of the issue of COVID. And I'm sure that staying and being brought up in Delhi, you will talk us about that. So let's hear from you. Which bothers you most in Delhi?
Nowadays, if I talk about the COVID-19, the biggest problem is the rising cases. But it's reassuring that there are many recoveries also. People are recovering also from COVID-19. And another thing is that the government is trying to cope up with patients and their needs, and the beds. But I think that we will run out of it probably by next month.
Hope for the best. Hope for the best. Hopefully, India will go through this peak of pandemic very soon. But at the same time, I think Delhi, we always see news because I have a lot of doctor friends in Delhi. The Delhi does have really very bad issues with the pollution during winter months. I think you all face the problem of smog, which is smoke plus fog. So how it is now? Is it better because obviously there is less number of cars and vehicles is restricted? Is it better?
Yes, it's better a lot. If you see 6 months ago, at night the stars weren't visible at all, and at morning the sky was like we could not see the blue sky. But now if we see the brighter side of this pandemic, it has caused us some good. Nowadays, if you see that, we can see at night stars are quite visible, and at morning we can see clear blue sky.
Absolutely. So I think there is a lot of negatives because we are losing huge amount of lives, but at the same time we're seeing some good effects of this lockdown and people slowing down. And yes, the pollution in Delhi is a huge, big problem because we read about water pollution in Yamuna and all this. And I think as an adult, we do have a lot to learn, isn't it? So if I have to tell you, you give one message to the adults as a student, what will be your message? What we all should be careful and what we should all improve with our behavior about controlling pollution?
I think that the stubble burning, because of stubble burning also it creates a lot of pollution, so the stubble burning should be banned because it's not quite that necessary. And the public buses should be strengthened, because if we strengthen the public buses, then people would not use their vehicles that much and they would start using the public buses. And now the problem comes of that overcrowding. If we take enough buses for public transport, then there wouldn't be any problem for overcrowding.
Absolutely. I think where we can manage, we should be walking, which will make us fitter. If you can cycle, use cycle, and those kind of simple things essentially.
If we ride the cycle, we'll have our exercise also. It's a kind of activity.
Yeah, absolutely, Manushi. Thank you so much for being with us. It's, I think, 9:30 in Delhi. Stay safe. And thank you very much to you and your auntie Anashmita for introducing you to us.
She's a great
Is
dancer.
there anything else you would like to tell us?
Yes, I really want to apologize for earlier disturbance.
No, don't say sorry, because we have seen your wonderful dancing and these things happen, but these things get corrected as well. All right, so stay safe.
Thank you. You too. And another thing, I'm really grateful that you gave me this big opportunity.
Not at all. It's you who has joined us.
And another thing, I know that the world is full of talented people, but this now, here, I've seen the people who were before me, I've seen they're so talented. I haven't seen so much talented people.
Don't worry. The important thing is how we are as human beings. Talent can be there, but it's the human emotion, human qualities that matters most. So I think that's my thought process for everyone. Someone could be extremely talented, but at the same time, that person could be a very rude person.
Yes.
And he or she will not be of any use to anybody, isn't it? So I think keep doing the good work. All the best for everything. Stay safe. Stay well.
Thank you.
Take care. Take care.
Thank you. You too.
Bye. Right. With that, I think before I call anybody else, we have got a little video sent by a group of children from Calcutta. And these children, they work with a team called Calcutta Rescue. And when I was watching those videos, then I was just feeling how much work has been done and how positive these kids are in this trying time. So let's watch that.
আমরা চাষ করি আনন্দে, রৌদ্র ওঠে বৃষ্টি পড়ে, বাঁশের বনে পাতা নড়ে, বাতাস ওঠে ভোরে ভোরে, চষা মাটির গন্ধে আমরা চাষ করি আনন্দে। বাংলা মাটি, বাংলা জল, বাংলার বায়ু, বাংলার ফল, পূর্ণব এ ভগবান।
আমরা সবাই রাজা, আমাদের রাজার রাজত্বে, নইলে মোদের রাজার সাথে মিলব কি সাথে, আমরা সবাই রাজা।
বাংলা মাটি, বাংলা জল, বাংলা বায়ু, বাংলা ফল, उन्न हो ए भगवान ठाकुर। देश का माटी, देश का जल, हवा देश का फल, सरस बने सरस बने
देश के घर और देश का घाट, देश के धन और देश को मान, और देश के भाई बहन विमल बने, प्रभु विमल बने।
আমলকি বন কাপের জনতা বুক করে দূর দূরে, পেয়েছে খবর কাটা কাটা নোট, সময় হয়েছে শুরু। শিউলির ডালে কুড়ি ভরে এলো, টগর ফুটিল মেলা, মালতী লতায় খোঁজ নিয়ে যায় মৌমাছি দুই বেলা।
তোমার সুখে কিংসুখী অলক্ষরণ লাগলো আমার কারণের সুখে, তোমার সুখে কিংসুখী অলক্ষরণ লাগলো আমার কারণের সুখে, তোমার জয়ের দোলে মন ভরিয়া ওঠে আমার দুঃখ রাতের গান,
झर जल झरता है, झर 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 जल झरता है। आज बादलों से आकुल धारा फूट पड़ी है नपी द्वारों से। বহুদিন ধরে বহু ক্রোশ দূরে বহু ব্যয় করি বহু দেশ ঘুরে দেখিতে গিয়েছি পর্বতমালা দেখিতে গিয়েছি সিন্ধু দেখা হয় নাই চক্ষু মেলিয়া ঘর হতে শুধু দুই পা ফেলিয়া একটি ধানের শীষের ওপর একটি শিশির বিন্দু।
জনগণ মন অতি নায়ক জয় হে ভারত ভাগ্য বিধাতা पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगाल विंध्य हिमाचल जमुना गंगा उच्चल चल तरंगा तब शुभ नामे गाये तब शुभ आशीष मागे गाये तब जय गाता जनगण मंगल नायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
আমরা যে বাচ্চাগুলিকে দেখলাম তারা কিন্তু একটা অসম্ভব কঠিন পরিস্থিতির মধ্যে আজ রয়েছে, কিন্তু the positivity in their dance, in their music is inspiring. আর সেই সঙ্গে আমি ডেকে নেব একজনকে কলকাতা থেকে, কলকাতা ঠিক নয়, কলকাতার কাছাকাছি একটা মফস্বল শহর, তার খুব কাছে আমি বড় হয়েছি, আমি ব্যারাকপুরের মেয়ে, আর তার খুব কাছেই একটা ছোট্ট লোকালিটি শ্যামনগর, যেখানে আমি নিজেও ছোটবেলায় বহুবার গেছি, কারণ শ্যামনগরের কালীবাড়ি খুব বিখ্যাত। সেখানে বহু সময় আমি যেতাম আমার মা বাবার সাথে, আর শুধু তাই নয়, আমার অনেক বন্ধু, স্কুলের বন্ধুরা আছে শ্যামনগর থেকে। আর সেই শ্যামনগর থেকে আমি ডেকে নিচ্ছি সন্দীপনকে। এই সন্দীপনের সাথে আমাদের আলাপ খুব অল্প দিনে, কিন্তু সন্দীপনের কথা শুনে, তার লেখা পড়ে একটা জিনিসই মনে হয়েছে, they are future of India. So with that, I'm going to call সন্দীপন। আর সন্দীপনের এক টুইন সিস্টার আছে যাকে আমরা একটু পরে ডাকবো, সন্দীপন and রনিতা। So please welcome সন্দীপন। হ্যালো সন্দীপন, কেমন আছো?
হ্যাঁ, এখন ভালো আছি।
বাহ, তাহলে সন্দীপন, এটা খুব ভালো হলো যে তুমি ভিডিও পাঠিয়েছিলে। আমরা ভাবছিলাম যে তোমার কোনো লিংক যদি কাজ না করে, কিন্তু তোমার পুরো সিস্টেম কাজ করছে, এটা ভীষণ ভালো। তো তুমি আমাদের তোমার কথা বলো।
আমি হচ্ছে শ্যামনগরে থাকি, আমার নাম সন্দীপন দাস, আমি শ্যামনগর কান্তিচন্দ্র হাই স্কুলে পড়ি। এবার আমি মাধ্যমিক দিলাম, এবার আমি 11-এর জন্য প্রিপারেশন নিচ্ছি। কিন্তু আমার জীবনে বলতে কি, আমার এই 16 বছর বয়সে করোনাতে আমি অনেক কিছু দেখলাম, অনেক কিছু শিক্ষা পেলাম। প্রথমত হচ্ছে আমার যে পড়াশোনা যেটা ছিল, আমি ভেবেছিলাম যে বাবা যা সামর্থ্য বাবা চালিয়ে নিতে পারবে, কিন্তু করোনা হওয়ার পর দেখলাম যে বাবার যা সামর্থ্য সেটা আমাদের খাওয়াও ঠিক মতো জুটছিল না। তারপর দেখলাম যে পড়াশোনা কি করে চালাবো। এর জন্য আমি বাবা বলতো ঠিক আছে এবার পড়াশোনাটা তো করতে হবে, কিছু একটা কর। তা বাবা বললো যে আমি ফুচকা বিক্রি করতে বেরাই। তা দেখলাম বাবা রোদ জলে অনেক কষ্ট করছে। বাবাকে দেখে আমার কষ্ট লাগতো যে বাবার সাথে আমার কিছু করতে হবে। সেখানে যা ইনকাম, মানে যেখানে যা লাভ হয় সেই লাভ দিয়ে তো আর পড়াশোনা হয় না, খাওয়াটাও ঠিক মতো হয় না। তারপর দেখলাম যে না, বাবার সাথে আমার কিছু করতে হবে। তা আমি বাবার সাথে ফুচকা বিক্রি করতে বেরালাম যে না, আমাকে পড়াশোনা তো করতেই হবে, পড়াশোনা তো কোনোদিন বন্ধ করা যায় না, তাহলে আমার ভবিষ্যৎটা নষ্ট হয়ে যাবে। এজন্য আমি আবার বাবার সাথে ফুচকা বিক্রি করতে বেরালাম। আমারও কষ্ট হতো, পড়াশোনাটা নষ্ট হতো। বাবা বলতো যে যে তুই পড়াশোনার ছেলে, তুই ফুচকা বিক্রি করতে বেরাস না। আমি তখন বাবাকে বলতাম যে বাবা কিছু তো করার নেই, এখন তো পরিস্থিতি এটাই, পড়াশোনা তো আমাকে চালাতে হবে। তা তুমি তো এখন আর চালাতে পারবা না, এই পরিস্থিতি স্বাভাবিক হতে 2 বছর লাগবে। তা আমি তখন বাবাকে বললাম,
ভীষণ ভালো কাজ করেছো, কারণ তুমি কিছু জিনিস যে জিনিসগুলো খুব মূল্যবান সেগুলোকে কিন্তু তুমি তোমার কাজের মধ্যে দিয়ে প্রমাণ করেছো। যে বাবা মার সঙ্গে থাকা যখন বিপদ হয়েছে, তুমি তো অনেক ছোট, কিন্তু তার মধ্যেও তুমি যে এই সাহস দেখিয়ে, কখনো মনে হয়নি তোমার যে আমরা যেটা সবসময় ধরো আমরা এসে লিখি, রচনা লিখি, যেটাতে বলে ডিগনিটি অফ লেবার, সেটা তো খুব সত্যি কথা। তুমি তোমার এত ছোট্ট জীবনে তুমি কিন্তু সেটা আমাদের সবাইকে শিখিয়েছো যে হ্যাঁ, মানে যখন দরকার পড়বে যে কোনো কাজ করবো, এবং শুধু তাই নয়, তার সঙ্গে পড়াশুনোটাও আমরা ভীষণভাবে চালিয়ে যাব। এই যে তোমার মধ্যে যে এই সাংঘাতিক পজিটিভিটি, সেটা কিন্তু প্রচুর ছেলে মেয়েকে তোমার মতো পরিস্থিতিতে যারা রয়েছে বা যারা ভাবছে যে সমস্যার জন্য আমাদের অনেক কিছু বন্ধ হয়ে যাবে, তোমার এই যে কাজ বা যেভাবে তুমি সবাইকে জানিয়েছো যে হ্যাঁ আমার এখন এই সমস্যা হচ্ছে, কিন্তু উই উইল ওভারকাম, কাজেই আমি এই স্টেপ নিয়েছি, কাজেই আমি চাই আমার চারপাশে যে বড়রা আছে তারাও আমার সঙ্গে একসাথে কাজ করুক। তো তোমার কি মনে হয় যে যখন ধরো এই যে করোনার যে পরিস্থিতি হয়েছে সেই নিয়ে তুমি কি ভাবছো? কারণ আমি তোমার ভিডিওটা দেখেছি এবং সেটাতে তুমি অনেক কথাই বলেছো, সেই কথাগুলোই আমি লাইভেও শুনতে চাই। তা তুমি সবাইয়ের জন্য, যে বন্ধুরা যারা রয়েছে, যারা সবাই দেখছে এখন এই যে উত্তরসূরি জেনারেশন নেক্সট ফেস্টিভ্যাল, যেটা আমরা সারা পৃথিবী জুড়ে করছি, এবং সেটা কিন্তু সত্যি কথা বলতে করোনা ভাইরাসের জন্য কিন্তু আমরা সবাই মিলে এক হয়ে এই জিনিসটা সারা পৃথিবী জুড়ে করতে চাইছি। তো তোমার কি মনে হয় এই বড়দের বিহেভিয়ার, যে করোনা নিয়ে তুমি তো দেখছো চারিদিকে, তো তুমি বলো একটু, আমরা সেটা শুনতে চাই।
আমার মনে হয় যে আমাদের প্রথম কাজ হচ্ছে আমাদের মাইন্ডটাকে এবং আমাদের মনটাকে দৃঢ় করতে হবে এবং স্ট্রং করতে হবে, যাতে আমরা যে কোনো কঠিন পরিস্থিতি আসুক না কেন আমরা সেখানে যাতে টিকে থাকতে পারি। আমরা পৃথিবীতে আসি কিন্তু সেখানে টিকে থাকাটাই হচ্ছে মেন। এবার আমরা করোনাটাকে নিয়ে যেটা করছি, বেশি প্যানিক করে দিচ্ছি। আমার অনুরোধ একটাই, যে বেশি প্যানিক করতে না। আর আমাদের পশ্চিমবঙ্গে একটা ঝড় হয়েছিল, সেটার নাম হচ্ছে আমফান। তা আমি ওখান দিয়ে একটা শিক্ষা পেয়েছিলাম যে সেই সমস্ত গাছগুলো পড়ে গেছিল যেগুলোর সাথে মাটির সঙ্গে শিকড়ের গভীর সংযোগ ছিল না, কিন্তু সেই সমস্ত গাছগুলোই পড়েনি, সেগুলোর সাথে মাটির গভীর সংযোগ ছিল। সেই সূত্র দিয়ে ধরে আমরা বলতে পারি যে আমাদের মনটাকে দৃঢ় রাখতে হবে। যদি আমরা মনটাকে দৃঢ় রাখি, যে আমরা মনে করি যে হ্যাঁ করোনা যেমন আছে তেমন আমরা পৃথিবীতে টিকে থাকবো, আমরা যেভাবেই হোক আমাদের সবকিছু, আমাদের পড়াশোনা হোক যাই হোক সবকিছুই আমরা চালাবো, ঠিক আমরা সেভাবেই চালাতে পারি। তৃতীয়ত হচ্ছে করোনাটা নিয়ে বেশি প্যানিক করতে না, কারণ আমরা যেটা না সেটাও বলে ফেলি। এখন আমাদের কাছে হচ্ছে মাস্ক, স্যানিটাইজার, করোনা এখন যেহেতু ওষুধ বেরায়নি তাই জন্য মাস্ক, স্যানিটাইজার হচ্ছে আমাদের কাছে এখন ওষুধ হিসাবে। হ্যাঁ, সেটাকে মেনটেন করবো আমরা, কিন্তু আমরা বেশি প্যানিক করে ফেলছি যে এইটা হলে আমরা নিশ্চয়ই ডেথ হয়ে যাব, কিন্তু না, ব্যাপারটা এরকম না। এই জন্য আমাদের এটাই অনুরোধ যে বেশি প্যানিক হওয়ার ফলে কিন্তু এত রোগটা হচ্ছে, আর আমি দেখেছি প্যানিক করলে বেশি রোগটা হয়। তারপর হচ্ছে আমাদের আর্থিক বাধা। আমি তো নিজে এই আর্থিক বাধার সম্মুখীন হয়েছি, যে আর্থিক বাধাটা কোনো বাধা নয়, তার জন্য ঠিক একটা ভগবান রাস্তা করে দেয়। আমি তো খুব ওপরওয়ালা বিশ্বাস করি, আমি খুব ঠাকুর ভগবানের ভক্ত। তা আমি বলছি যে যে কোনো সমস্যা হলে তুমি তোমার গড, সেই গডকে তুমি ডাকবে, নিশ্চয়ই কোনো একটা সমস্যার সমাধান হবে। যখন আমি ফুচকা বিক্রি করতে বেরিয়েছিলাম, তা আমি তখন ভগবানকে ডাকতাম যে ঠাকুর আমি পড়াশোনাটা করবো কি করে, আমার বাবার তো এই অবস্থা, আমি পড়বো কি করে। তখন দেখলাম যে না, একটা কিছু আমার উপায় বের হয়ে গেল, আর আমি আমার পড়াশোনা এখন ঠিক মতোই চালিয়ে যেতে পারছি। তাই এখন এটাই আমার উদ্দেশ্য, যে স্টাডিটাকে বন্ধ করতে না, কারণ স্টাডি হচ্ছে কোনোদিন বন্ধ হয় না। আর স্টাডিটাকে যেন তারা বন্ধ না করে, যারা যেন মনটাকে দৃঢ় করে পড়াশোনা চালিয়ে যায়। হ্যাঁ, অনেক জায়গায় এরকম আছে যে বিভিন্ন সুন্দরবনে বিভিন্ন প্রত্যন্ত গ্রামের জায়গা, আমাদের এখানেও আছে, যেখানে ইন্টারনেটে স্টুডেন্টরা ভরতে পারছে না পয়সার জন্য। হ্যাঁ, ইন্টারনেট ভরতে পারছে না, কিন্তু তাদের কি করতে হবে, তখন তাদের একটা করতে হবে, কারুর কাছ থেকে ইন্টারনেট সংগ্রহ করতে হবে। আমি ওর ইন্টারনেট ভরতে পারছি না ওরকম আহ্লাদ দিয়ে আমি পড়াশোনা বন্ধ করে রাখবো না। আমার উদ্দেশ্য হচ্ছে ইন্টারনেট ভরতে পারছি না সেটা ঠিক আছে, কিন্তু কারুর কাছ থেকে আমি ইন্টারনেট সংগ্রহ করে নেবো, নিয়ে পড়াশোনা করবো। আর আমি এইভাবেই চলেছিলাম।
খুব
আমার প্রথম কয়েক মাস
জরুরি কথা তুমি বলছো সন্দীপন, এবং শুনে খুব আমাদের ভালো লাগছে, যেহেতু আমাদের এখন খুব ভালো যোগাযোগ রয়েছে। এটা সব সময় মনে রাখবে, সারা পৃথিবীতে তোমার প্রচুর কাকু, মাসি, মামিমা সবাই আছে, এবং সবাই আমরা তোমার সাথে আছি। একটু পরে আমি রনিতাকে ডাকছি, সেই পর্যন্ত তুমি এখন সাবধানে থেকো এবং ভালো করে পড়াশুনো করো।
আচ্ছা,
ঠিক আছে, ভালো থেকো।
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ।
আপনারা সবাই সন্দীপনের কথা শুনলেন এবং হাউ পজিটিভ, হাউ ডেফিনিট হি ইজ, অ্যান্ড দ্যাটস ইন্সপায়ারিং, অ্যান্ড দ্যাটস আওয়ার নেক্সট জেনারেশন। তার সঙ্গে আমি আপনাদের একটা ছোট্ট ভিডিও দেখাবো। আমি আমাদের আগের এর পরে যে জেনারেশন নেক্সটের রিপ্রেজেন্টেটিভ আছে তাকে ডেকে নেওয়ার আগে আমরা সবাই কথা বলছি মেন্টাল হেলথ নিয়ে, উই আর টকিং অ্যাবাউট হাউ উই ক্যান রিল্যাক্স। অ্যাট দ্য সেম টাইম আবার ক্যালকাটা রেস্কিউ একটা খুব সুন্দর কাজ করেছে এবং তারা একটা ভিডিও আমাদের সাথে শেয়ার করেছে যেখানে বাচ্চারা কিভাবে বিভিন্ন প্রক্রিয়া অনুসরণ করে দে আর রিল্যাক্সিং দেমসেলফ, দে আর কিপিং দেম কনসেন্ট্রেটেড অ্যান্ড ফোকাসড অন দ্য জব দে আর ডুইং। আজকে আমরা দেখলাম কি সুন্দরভাবে ছোট ছোট বাচ্চাগুলো তারা বিভিন্ন যোগাসনের মাধ্যমে নিজেদেরকে এনগেজ করে রাখছে। এরা কিন্তু অনেক ঝড়ঝঞ্ঝার মধ্যে দিয়ে গেছে। একদিকে করোনা, খুব ছোট জায়গায় মানুষরা থাকছে, তার সঙ্গে আমফানে বাড়ির চাল উড়ে গেছে, বাবা মার কাজ চলে গেছে, আর সেই জিনিসগুলোর মধ্যেও তারা যে লেখাপড়াটা চালিয়ে যাচ্ছে, তারা যে বিভিন্ন ভাবে নাচ গান এবং যোগাসনের মাধ্যমে নিজেদেরকে ফোকাস রাখছে, দ্যাট ইজ দ্য মোস্ট ইম্পর্টেন্ট মেসেজ আই থিঙ্ক উই অ্যাডাল্টস নিড টু টেক হোম। আর তার সঙ্গে আমি আবার ডেকে নিচ্ছি রনিতাকে, যে হচ্ছে সন্দীপনের যমজ বোন। আর আমি ওদেরকে খুব তাড়াতাড়ি ডাকছি, তার কারণ হচ্ছে there may be an internet problem from their end, and that's why it's important to listen to Ronita live.
নমস্কার, আমার নাম রনিতা দাস। আমি ইন্ডিয়াতে থাকি। ওয়েস্ট বেঙ্গল সামনাগর সাউথপুরের আমি বাসিন্দা। আমি মাধ্যমিক দিয়েছি। বর্তমানে আমি এখন 11-এ পড়ছি। সরি রনিতা, আসলে তোমাদের ভিডিওটা আগে ছিল তো আমি ভুল করে তোমাকে অ্যাড করতে গিয়ে ভিডিওটা চালিয়ে দিয়েছিলাম। তা একটু আগে সন্দীপন কি তোমার বড় দাদা না তুমি বড়? কে বড়? না, আমার দাদা।
আচ্ছা সন্দীপ, দাদার কথা তো শুনলাম, দাদার কথা শুনলাম, এবার তোমার কথা শুনো। কারণ তুমি তো শ্যামনগর গার্লসে পড়ো, তাই না? আমি যখন ক্লাস 10-এ পড়তাম, মাধ্যমিক পাশ করার পরে 11-12-এ শ্যামনগর গার্লস থেকে আমাদের বেশ কিছু বন্ধু এসেছিল এবং তারাও আজকে দেখছে। তা তুমি তোমার কথা বলো। দাদা তো দাদার কথা বললো এবং হোয়াট আই ক্যান সি যে সন্দীপন ভীষণ পজিটিভ এবং আমার মনে হয় অ্যাজ এ টুইন তুমিও খুব পজিটিভ, এবং আমি যেটা শুনেছি তুমি মেডিকেল নিয়ে পড়তে চাও এবং সেই হিসেবেই তোমার মানসিক প্রিপারেশন করছো। তো তুমি বলো তোমার কথা।
আমি শ্যামনগরে থাকি। আমি রনিতা দাস। আমি শ্যামনগর বালিকা বিদ্যালয়ে পড়ি। আমাদের এমন একটা দিন গেছিল যে অনলাইনে আমাদের পড়ার মতো পয়সাটা ছিল না। তা আমার মামা সেই পয়সাটা দিয়েছে।
তো এখন তুমি এই যে চারিদিকে যে পরিস্থিতি চলছে সেটা নিয়ে কি তুমি কিছু বলতে চাও? নিশ্চয়ই, আমি তো বুঝতে পারছি মানে দেখো তুমি এবং তোমার দাদা দুজনেই পড়াশোনায় খুবই ভালো এবং সেটার জন্য তোমার আশেপাশে সবাই খুব পাশে দাঁড়িয়েছেন এবং সেটাই স্বাভাবিক। আমরা যখন একটা কমিউনিটির মধ্যে থাকি এটা খুব দরকার যে আমরা সবাই সবাইকে বিভিন্ন ভাবে তাদের অসুবিধার সময় সাহায্য করি। তো তো তোমার কি মনে হয় চারিদিকের বর্তমান যে পরিস্থিতি চলছে সেটা নিয়ে তোমার কি মনে হয়?
মাস্ক এবং স্যানিটাইজার তো করতেই হবে, এটা তো বাধ্যতামূলক। কোথাও গেলে ডিস্টেন্সটা মেনটেন করতে হবে। তো অনেকে আছে এটা নিয়ে প্যানিক করে, এর ফলে আর্থিক মন্দাটা চলে আসে। তবে অনেকে আছে যে মাস্ক অনেকে পড়ছে না, তার মানে আমিও পড়বো, এরকম করলে হবে, এরকম সবাইকে পড়তে হবে।
মানে তো আমাদের সবাইকে নিয়মটা মেনে চলতে হবে, এবং শুধু তাই নয়, সেটা দিয়েই আমরা এই বর্তমান সচেতনতাটা খুব দরকার আছে। আর আমি তো শুনেছি যে তুমি ডাক্তারি পড়তে চাও, তো কাজেই তোমার কথার মধ্যে দিয়েও সেটা বোঝা যাচ্ছে। তাহলে খুব ভালো থেকো, খুব ভালোভাবে সবকিছু হবে, এবং সেটা নিয়ে আমরা সবাই রয়েছি এবং আমরা সবাই একসাথে একটা কাজের জন্য এক হব। কাজেই ভালো থেকো, সাবধানে থেকো।
আমরা ছোটবেলা থেকেই পুরোনো বই পড়ে আসছি, এখন আমাদের সবাই দিচ্ছে বলে আমরা নতুন বই এখন পড়তে পারছি।
বাহ, খুব ভালো কথা। তোমাদের রেজাল্ট বেরোবে তো, মাধ্যমিকের রেজাল্ট তো বেরোবে কিছুদিন বাদে। হ্যাঁ, অল দ্য বেস্ট। আমরা নিশ্চয়ই সবাই খবর পাবো এবং সবাই মিলে আমরা খুব আনন্দ করব, খুব ভালো রেজাল্ট হবে। ঠিক আছে, রাখছি এখন। ভালো থেকো, অনুষ্ঠানটা দেখো, আরো অনেক বন্ধু বান্ধবরা বিভিন্ন কথা হবে। ভালো থেকো। আমরা শুনলাম সন্দীপন আর রনিতার কথা, এবং সেটাই কিন্তু আর আমরা দেখলাম তার সঙ্গে ক্যালকাটা রেস্কিউ এর কিছু বাচ্চাদের বিভিন্ন ধরনের কার্যকলাপ, এবং যেটা দেখে মনে হলো আজকের ভারতবর্ষ খুব ভালো এবং উজ্জ্বল ভবিষ্যতের দিকে এগিয়ে চলবে। তার কারণ আমাদের নেক্সট জেনারেশন ইজ সো পজিটিভ। এবং সেই সঙ্গে আমি ডাকবো আমাদের আরেকজন প্যানেলিস্ট, যে আজকে এত রাত থাকা সত্ত্বেও, অন্য কাজ কর্মের মধ্যে জড়িত থাকা সত্ত্বেও আমাদের সঙ্গে জয়েন করতে রাজি হয়েছেন, এবং তিনি হচ্ছেন ক্যালকাটার রেস্কিউ এর সঙ্গে ওতপ্রোতভাবে জড়িত সুচন্দ্রা চ্যাটার্জি। So please welcome Suchandra. Suchanda by profession is a psychologist and she works with these children. এবং সুচন্দ্রা এবং পম্পাদি এরা দুজনে এই সমস্ত ভিডিওগুলো আমার কাছে পাঠিয়েছেন, এবং এরপরে আমরা আরো একজনের ভিডিও দেখব যেটা শুনলে আমাদের মনে হবে দিস ইজ অ্যাকচুয়ালি জেনারেশন নেক্সট 2020। তো সুচন্দ্রাকে ডেকে নিচ্ছি আজকের এই প্যানেলে। হ্যালো সুচন্দ্রা, কেমন আছো?
হ্যালো,
শুনতে পাচ্ছ? শুনতে পাচ্ছ? আচ্ছা, সুচন্দ্রা তুমি তো সাইকোলজিস্ট, তো তুমি ক্যালকাটা রেস্কিউ এর সাথেও বেশ কিছুদিন জড়িত আছো। আমার সঙ্গে তোমার ডাইরেক্ট দেখা হয়নি যখন আমরা ওখানে কলকাতায় গেছিলাম, বা মানিকতলা আমরা ক্লিনিক বা স্কুলে যখন গেছিলাম। তুমি একটু তোমার অভিজ্ঞতার কথা বলো, যে তুমি কি ফেস করছো এখনকার এই যে একটা অদ্ভুত পরিস্থিতি, তাতে তুমি বাচ্চাদের সাথে কাজ। তো আমরা খুব পজিটিভ ভিডিওগুলো দেখলাম এবং দেখে সত্যিই খুব ভালো লাগলো। আর একটুখানি বাদে আমরা তোমাদের একজন ইয়াং অ্যাডাল্ট স্টুডেন্টেরও কথা শুনবো। তো কাজী তুমি একটু বলো তোমার এক্সপিরিয়েন্স, যে কি চ্যালেঞ্জ তুমি ফেস করছো and how these children are overcoming that.
Okay. So, hello everyone. I am Suchandra Chatterjee. I am from Kolkata, India. I welcome you all in Uttorsuri Next Generation event by Essex Indian charity. So, I would like to introduce myself first before speaking on my topic. I am a counseling psychologist, and I'm working in an organization called Calcutta Rescue, and today I'm speaking on behalf of Calcutta Rescue, and I'll briefly speak about my work experience with Calcutta Rescue students during these COVID-19 pandemic conditions and psychological effects on people because of the nationwide lockdown. Firstly, I would like to inform you briefly about the work Calcutta Rescue is doing. So, Calcutta Rescue, where I work, is a registered charity founded by Dr. Jack Prager, who is working to improve the lives of poorest people around Kolkata since last 4 decades. So, as you know, it's quite old organization, and Calcutta Rescue provides free healthcare, education, vocational training, social and psychological support, sanitation to the families, and as well as whole communities, so that they can have a chance to live themselves up out of poverty. So, speaking about our students, we have two education centers in North Kolkata, which serves the street and slum children. And our educational institute provides facilities in a safe environment, two nutritious meal in a day, medical and dental care, counseling and social work support, as well as recreational facilities. And now we have also included vocational training support as well. So these students, these children, we have around 650 students. So these students are coming from a very vulnerable slum, and they are taken care of by our teachers and by professionals in a very holistic manner. So mostly the parents of our students are daily wage earner, and they are really find difficulty to meet 3 times of meal every day. So due to this pandemic and nationwide lockdown situation, most of these marginalized people have lost their source of income, and as a result of this, their immunity system also gone down, which made them really more vulnerable to get affected by different types of disease, including COVID-19. So as a mental health professional, I would like to share a few experiences which I had during this period. So COVID-19 really overturned our lives, and that this like uh, for the first time I experienced this pandemic-like situation, and it is totally uncalled for. Human beings are social, and we crave to be in a groups, but this sudden social distancing is bound to beget stress and anxiety among everyone. So it can lead to various physical problems as well. Students of Calcutta Rescue Education Centers stuck into their homes, unable to meet their friends and play they used to do so. And the situation has become really challenging to them. So when I had sessions with them, I faced several problems which impacted, I found out several problems which impacted our students a lot, like from difficult interpersonal relationships with family members, sibling rivalry, anxiety and uncertainty about future, like most of them, most of the family members don't have the government ration card, and they have constant fear of getting thrown out from their locality, and food deprivation, anger management issues, substance abuse by family members, and some of the students sadly experienced domestic violence and abuse at home that created tension and stress during this lockdown. So these were the major problem during this lockdown and pandemic situation, which I felt that everything needs to be taken care of by a professional, and our teachers and school administrator, myself, helped children throughout to overcome this situation.
একদম ঠিক কথা বলেছো সুচন্দ্রা। দ্য রিজন ইজ আমি একটু বাদেই তোমাদের স্কুলের যে স্টুডেন্ট সৌরভ সিং, ওর ভিডিওটা আই উইল প্লে, অ্যান্ড দ্য ওয়ে হি টকড অ্যান্ড ওয়ে হি হ্যাজ এক্সপ্রেসড হিমসেলফ ইট ওয়াজ অ্যামেজিং। এবং যেটা আমি বারবার বলছি যে এদের কথাগুলো শুনে আমার এটাই মনে হচ্ছে দিস ইজ ফিউচার ইন্ডিয়া, দে আর ফিউচার জেনারেশন নেক্সট। অ্যান্ড ইট ইজ সো গুড টু সি। আমরা বিদেশে থাকি, অনেক কথা আমরা কাগজে দেখি, কিন্তু তোমরা যে গ্রাসরুট লেভেলে এই যে কাজগুলো করে যাচ্ছ এবং তার যে এভিডেন্স গুলো আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি, এটা মানে রিয়েলি হ্যাটস অফ টু ইউ অ্যান্ড দ্য টিম অফ ক্যালকাটা রেস্কিউ। আর সেই সঙ্গে আমি তোমাকে অসংখ্য ধন্যবাদ জানাচ্ছি আজকে আমাদের সঙ্গে থাকার জন্য। আর সৌরভের ভিডিওটা আমি চালাচ্ছি। অসংখ্য ধন্যবাদ। সাবধানে থেকো, ভালো থেকো।
থ্যাংক ইউ।
Hello everyone, my name is Saurabh Singh. I am studying in class 12 in science stream. I am a senior student of Calcutta Rescue. It's been more than 13 years there. First of all, I am thankful and grateful to Calcutta Rescue for providing me every kind of essentials and facilities. I am sharing my thoughts on these topics. So, as we all know, currently the whole world is suffering from coronavirus pandemic. It's almost after a century we are facing something like this. Last time it was Spanish flu. But the today's world, it's way more advanced than before. We have every kind of facilities, modern technologies, medical services, every resources. But this virus has failed everything. There is no vaccine yet. This virus has broken our backs. So the conclusion is, there is still so many things that we don't know about. We still have to learn so many things. But one problem that always stays with us, that is about our nature. It's about global warming. Everyone is thinking of future world, but only few people are thinking of present world. Most of the people are not aware of global warming. But we should understand this. There will be no future without the present. Now these days, we all are proceeding towards digital world. Now everything is digitally available. We all are active on social media. We spend a lot of time there, and we also have a lot of friends there. But most of the people are getting away from their family. They don't have time for them. These things supposed to make our life easier and better. But the question is, are these things really making our life better or easier? The world is rapidly growing. It's really fast. It's developing, evolving. But we all should never forget who we are and from where we all have started. My opinion is on facing problems or issues by the adults. I think whenever one falls in problems or gets in trouble, as a natural reaction, they find someone who will help them out. But we should never afraid of difficulties, failures, sufferings or problems. Whenever troubles comes in our life, we should understand the relevance of sufferings. Everyone should know this, that adversity always presents opportunities for introspection. Whenever we fail, we should keep trying and trying and trying. We should never give up. We should keep trying until we success, because everybody knows failure is the key to success. Thank you.
What an amazing speech. তাই না? I can see আমাদের অন্য future generation, those who are waiting in the backstage, in the studio, they are clapping. And I really take a bow to all of you, because you deserve a huge amount of respect from all of us. The way all of you are describing and you are trying to find out the solution for the problem we have created, we adult generation has created. And quite a lot of time we become very arrogant, we become very annoyed, and we do not behave the way we should be, and we create problem for you guys. And with that, আমি একজনকে ডেকে নেব যাকে আমি খুব ছোট্টবেলা থেকে দেখেছি এবং এখন আমি দেখছি as a young lady, a budding engineer and a passionate singer. তো আমি ডেকে নিচ্ছি উজান মুখার্জিকে। হ্যালো।
হাই হাই।
শুনতে পাচ্ছিস?
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ, তুমি শুনতে পাচ্ছ তো?
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ, আমি শুনতে পাচ্ছি, খুব সুন্দর লাগছে। আমি সেই জন্য
থ্যাংক ইউ, তোমাকেও।
আচ্ছা, তো আমি তো তোর সম্বন্ধে অনেক কিছু জানি, and I still treat you as a kid. আমি এখনো ঠিক মানতে পারি না, যখন প্রথম দেখেছিলাম খুব ছোট্ট, আর তারপর থেকে তুই এখন এত সুন্দর গান করিস ফেসবুক, ইউটিউব। তো tell us about you.
আমি এখন ইঞ্জিনিয়ারিং কমপ্লিট করছি। প্যান্ডেমিকটার জন্য থার্ড ইয়ারে যেতে পারিনি, আশা করছি যাব। তাছাড়াও আমি মিউজিক নিয়ে প্যাশনেট, এবং কলেজে আমি নাটকও করি। আমাদের নাটকের দল আছে, অ্যাক্টিং করি, ডিরেকশন করি। এটা চলছে। এরপর ইচ্ছে আছে প্রফেশনালি মিউজিক নিয়ে এগোনো, সো হোপফুলি।
নিশ্চয়ই নিশ্চয়ই, সব সময় খুব ভালো হবে। তো তুই আমায় একটা জিনিস বল উজান, অবভিয়াসলি তোরা বিভিন্ন সমস্যা দেখছিস, যে সমস্যাগুলো যখন আমরা ছোট ছিলাম, আমরা যখন কলেজে পড়তাম, we used to see different problems, we used to make noises, we used to do drama. And what problem actually you feel that you would like to talk about?
Today I would like to talk about mental health. তার আগে একটা প্রশ্ন, আমি কি বাংলায় বলবো না ইংরেজিতে বলবো?
যা খুশি।
I think speaking in English. Yes, today I would like to talk about mental health. All the other youngsters are talking about a lot of topics which have really influenced me. Everybody is on point. So I think I would like to talk about mental health. Mental health is something which I think our previous generations don't really get. They understand when someone has a hole in their heart, or they have a broken leg, or there is some other kind of medical issue. But when it comes to mental health and mental problems, people don't really get that. People feel that maybe somebody is saying that I have depression, okay, that person must be seeking attention. No, that is not true. I mean, mental health is just as important as physical health. What I would like to say is, I feel right now in the world we have capitalist economy. And capitalist economy, I think, in a way, always treats human beings as in the way that they have to produce products. I mean, their value depends on their productivity, not on their existence. Therefore, there is always a pressure to achieve something, to succeed. If someone is sitting alone and just sitting idly and maybe relaxing, people would be like, oh my God, you're so unproductive. That is definitely wrong, because we definitely need relaxation, and why does it always have to be a rat race? That is something. Thirdly, I feel a lot of people, especially in India, since I know the social structure in India, they see the fact that going to a psychiatrist or talking to a psychologist as a taboo. People will think, oh my God, what a pagal bhabbe. I mean, why do people harbor this kind of a mentality? I mean, I think this is absolutely wrong. I mean, if you need help for mental issues, then why should you be classified as someone pagal? And moreover, a lot of people say bodmaishi korche. I mean, what do you mean? What is bodmaishi korche? If you have a problem, you should definitely address that. Recently, when I was on Facebook during this pandemic, a lot of juniors and seniors from my school, they started calling out their teachers, and many of them addressed problems of how they suffered, how maybe a particular teacher had like said rude things and the person got some mental pressure. Maybe the teacher had treated them badly and the child did not want to come to school after a long period. Now, then again, there were some people who said, "Oh my God, how can you say that about teachers? They are like they guide us, they love us so much." But I think people fail to realize that role models can sometimes break you as well. They can break your confidence, they can make you feel little. This is something which people don't understand. But in schools, sometimes students do get bullied. First benchers are always preferred by the teachers, whereas the last benchers, many a times I've seen this. The teachers ignore them and pass comments at them. Now, what will you do in life? You're not going to do anything. These things are really wrong. And the fact that our generation is uh, talking about these issues, I think this is really important that they are coming out and they are understanding, so that maybe when we become teachers, we won't repeat the same mistakes and make the students feel so low about themselves, crush their self confidence. And another thing which I feel about the present society right now in the world, especially in India, previously people used to live in joint families. So their lives were intertwined and people used to think for the other. There was, just hold on a minute. Yes. Uh, People were a lot dependent on each other since the family structure was like that, it was a joint family. Now that the nuclear families have come up, what has happened is people are now focusing on individuality. I think previously it was about I have to abide by the social norms. But now, I mean, for our generation, it's more about individuality rather than staying up to the expectations of the society. So I think mental health issues should be addressed, and all of us might at some point in life have had or will have mental health issues, and those definitely must be addressed. And I'm happy I belong in this generation where we can talk freely about these things, and this is considered as an issue.
Absolutely, absolutely. খুব সুন্দর বলেছি সুজান, and there is lot to learn for our generation, because we are probably the generation which started the nuclear family. We are the generation who moved out of the so-called suburb to the cities, and then cities and abroad. This is our generation. So therefore, quite a lot of time we feel that achieving something is the ultimate in life, which is actually not. And when we realize and when we reflect, by that time, probably we have gone through quite a long number of years in our life. Very well said. একটু কি গান শুনতে পাবো?
হ্যাঁ, একদম একদম একদম। আজকে পথে এবার নমর সাথী গাইছি সলিল চৌধুরীর কম্পোজিশন এবং মান্নাদের গলায়। আমাদের প্রেজেন্টলি ইন্ডিয়াতে এখন এনআরসিসিএ নিয়ে প্রচুর মুভমেন্টস হলো, স্টুডেন্ট মুভমেন্টস। এই গানটা সেটারই একটা রিফ্লেকশন, একটা রিপ্রেজেন্টেশন। তো গাইছি গানটা।
পথে এবার নামো সাথী, পথে হবে পথ চেনা। পথে এবার নামো সাথী, পথে হবে পথ চেনা। জনস্রোতের মতে মনোরথের ঠিকানা হবে চেনা, হবে জানা। পথে এবার নামো সাথী, পথে হবে পথ চেনা। অনিত্য দিন গেল বৃথায় সংশয়ে, এসো এবার বিধার বাধা পার হয়ে। অনিত্য দিন গেল বৃথায় সংশয়ে, এসো এবার বিধার বাধা পার হয়ে। তোমার আমার সমান স্বপন মিলায় প্রাণের মোহনায়, কিসের মানা হবে চেনা, হবে জানা। পথে এবার নামো সাথী, পথে হবে পথ চেনা। তখন গান তুলে তুফান নদী প্রাণের প্লাবনানে দিকে দিকে। কিসের বাধা বিপদ বরণ মরণ হরণ চরণ ফেলে এসে যায় ভিকে কখন এ গান তুলে তুফান নদীন প্রাণের প্লাবন আনে দিকে দিকে কিসের বাধা বিপদ বরণ মরণ হরণ চরণ ফেলে এসে যায় ভিকে তখন তো আর শোষণ বাঁধন মানব না সবার দেশ সবার ছাড়া তো জানবো না তখন তো আর শোষণ বাঁধন মানব না সবার দেশ সবার ছাড়া তো জানবো না পরোয়ারি আকাশ বাতাস হবে আশার পরোয়ানা কিসের মানা হবে চেনা হবে জানা পথে এবার নামো সাথী পথে হবে পথ চেনা জনস্রোতের মতে মনোরথে রুচি হবে চেনা হবে জানা পথে এবার নামো সাথে নামো
ভীষণ ভালো লাগলো, ভীষণ সুন্দর লাগলো। আর এরম করেই এগিয়ে যা, মনে এই বিশ্বাসটাই রাখিস, and it's always good to be a dreamer.
থ্যাংক ইউ
ভালো থাকিস, খুব ভালো লাগলো। ওকে, and we shall meet again. ভালো থাকিস।
হ্যাঁ
এই ছোট ছোট ছেলে মেয়েদের যাদেরকে খুব ছোটবেলায় দেখেছি, তারা যখন এত সুন্দর সুন্দর কথাগুলো বলে, তখন একটা জিনিসই মনে হয় আমাদের কত কিছু শেখার আছে এদের কাছ থেকে। আমরা এখনো ইন্ডিয়াতেই আছি এবং তার সঙ্গে আমরা প্রথমে দেখবো একটা ভিডিও ইজ ক্রিয়েশন অফ ওয়ান অফ আওয়ার ইয়াং অ্যাডাল্ট, সমৃদ্ধ গাঙ্গুলি। তাকে আমি একটু পরে ডেকে নিচ্ছি, কিন্তু প্রথমে আমরা এই বাডিং মুভি ডিরেক্টরের একটা তৈরি করা ফিল্ম দেখতে চাই। খুব সুন্দর একটা অদ্ভুত শরীর দেখলাম আমরা, যাতে there are blending of different emotions. আর সেই ইমোশনের ক্রিয়েটরকে আমি ডেকে নিচ্ছি। সো প্লিজ ওয়েলকাম সমৃদ্ধ গাঙ্গুলি ফ্রম কলকাতা। হ্যালো, কেমন আছিস?
ভালো আছি।
হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ, ভালো আছিস? সব শরীর টরীর এখন ঠিক আছে?
একদম একদম ফিট এন্ড ফাইন।
আচ্ছা, আমি তো তোর সম্পর্কে অনেক কিছু জানি, আমাদের আলাপ হয়েছে আজ 3 বছর। তা তুই নিজের সম্পর্কে তোকে বলতে বললে what you will say about yourself?
Well, if I have to say about myself, then I would just only like to state a statement, which is
Yes,
I am a storyteller. I am a storyteller. I love to play with human emotions and create life out of them, make them dance according to my will. That is me, and that is my life.
Very good. প্রচুর ঝামেলাজনক কমেন্টও করলি। with my direction, but that's the confidence I need.
Well, that is actually the art of storytelling. You create characters and you make them dance according to how you want. You want someone to cry in your script, they will cry on screen also.
তো তোর এখন কি মনে হয়, now the nature is playing the role of that director and we are crying, we are getting confused, we are getting angry, we are getting upset as per the director's wish?
Well, absolutely. Aren't we all puppets of the great creator at the end of the day? So yeah, I absolutely agree on that we are just puppets and we are dancing as the director pleases. And I think Rupanjanadi quoted very rightly that the problems are changing, and so even we have to change and dance according to those problems. So I think problems are a bit of the god and the director out here at the moment.
সেটা একদম সত্যি কথা। Just tell me one thing, that because এখন তো ভার্চুয়াল মিডিয়া is lifeline for everybody, কারণ আমি যতটা মনে পড়ছে আমফানে যখন the whole West Bengal was disconnected, that time the worries and anxiety and the profession wise there are different deadlines haven't been met and all those things because of the virtual connection was disrupted. Now it creates quite a lot of confusion.
Yes, it
so
does.
in these days we are seeing different rules, protocols, everything coming out from the government. Sometimes we are seeing different social media posts, etc. Do you think it's creating quite a lot of confusion within your generation, the generation before you, or generation below you? What is your thought?
Yes, I think that with the change in technology, confusion is being given a highlight, I would say. That it is like ever growing, because you currently the technology, like we all have smartphones, we have access to Google and everything all the time we want, and every single thing, be it a small thing such as a first degree burn, or maybe a hard thing like a brain tumor or a cancer, every single thing has symptoms, its basic details all over the internet, and not necessarily are they true. Like for example, many of us and many of like not only our generation, your generation, our generation next also, we all believe in a website which is known as Wikipedia. But many people know this, but many also don't, that Wikipedia is also a source, is a public sourced way of information. So any random human being can just go into that and change any detail, and that's accepted. So difference in technology, advent of newer technologies, has created a lot of way more confusion than it was previously, I would say. And this is not just related to any COVID news or anything. Like, it can happen in every single choice in a human being's life. There are a lot of things to read about, there are a lot of things to know about. And the worst part is multiple people have many kind of a different opinion. And as a result of which, it is absolutely imperative that the decision making is done with an absolutely well informed and a sane human head. So yeah, my take on confusion is that it will be ever growing. The problems are changing, as I already quoted Rupanjanadi. The problems are changing, and so the answers are coming more and more and more, and not a single question has just one answer to it. It has multiple answers and multiple ways of confusion. One more part of a huge confusion is our daily life usage of WhatsApp and Facebook. These mediums have no restrictions whatsoever. You can post whatever you have in your mind without verifying what is there actually. Like, many people are currently in India at least boycotting Chinese apps and Chinese products. And a huge list of apps are coming as forwarded messages in Tomariye WhatsApp, which shows many of apps and things which are not made in China at all. They are made in USA or in the UK or even in India. So without proper information, people are going on and on and on and on sharing with no use whatsoever, and people's minds are very gullible, according to me. That is the reason people like me, who are filmmakers, who are basically storytellers, we fool human beings. Every single filmmaker in the world, we cheat and shoot, and that is how we actually fool human beings. And that is the simple reason why human beings are so much gullible, because they just go on sharing and sharing and sharing that until it becomes absolutely viral. And just in a matter of few hours, the entire world, half of the world, is utterly confused about what to do, because the facts aren't verified from the source. So that's the most important thing about this issue known as confusion, I would say.
So, is there anything like in your suggestion that decision making obviously gets kind of overwhelmed by all this overflooding of information? And not only that, in medical term, when the patient comes for us for getting some opinion, sometimes they talk about, okay, why can't we do this? Why don't you use that? And it's like sometimes we also feel that Dr. Google is much more overpowering than medical doctors.
Exactly.
But from your filmmaking point, is there anything that the filmmakers, do they have a responsibility so to state anything which will help the younger generation or any generation on a topic, to kind of passing a message which will help them to make a right decision?
Well, yes, I do believe that filmmaking doesn't really only deal with entertainment. It also has a part of which is known as a social responsibility. And with that, but the question really is, how many people do actually do that? In India, at least, films are mostly made for entertainment. The social messages are either not clear in most of the films, or are like not there at all in many films. But there are certain amount of films which have recently seen a light of huge success, and which are brilliant in terms of their social which are brilliant in terms of their social messages, and also in terms of the content value. You can see, like, in very recent times, films like Three Idiots, Chichore, they talk about a very important or multiple important social issues, which Ujan was right now just like having a talk about mental health. And she quoted mental health is something that the previous generation don't understand. And to me, being a person from this creative industry and seeing my co-workers or people whom I don't know but belong from the same industry die like this in many a scenario, or be mentally completely haywire, in that might be in multiple scenarios. So all these things, I think these films put it very eloquently and very nicely in a package. But now the question is, it is then again the question about the audience, because we tell what we want to say. Even if it's a social message, I cannot just go on a film and say that, listen, rape is a bad thing. No one will take it, because the news is there for that kind of an information. So we have to flow it through a story, and it is how the audience take the story is what actually matters. And here I think it is a joint task between the filmmaker and also the audience to be socially engaging, to understand the values of a socially responsible human being and behave accordingly. So it's not just films, but yes, films has a huge part to do with it.
That's absolutely correct, and quite a strong message that that yes, the film industry does have a responsibility, but at the same time, the audience needs to be responsible and act what they want to watch, what they want to share, and all those things. Thank you very much, Shamriddha. আজকে তোর গান শোনা হলো না because I have asked and you said no. But obviously,
Now my voice is not very well, to be really honest today.
no, that's
Well,
What?
I would just like to add a short note on the point of decision making, because that is a very important part actually in our everyday lives, in all of us, I guess. That a decision making choice, there is actually no right choice. Like, this is what I'm saying is through what I have faced in my life. And again, I would like to quote Ujan on a point. She said very nicely that a human value depends on productivity. And that's absolutely true. Nowadays, if you do not meet your target goals in a corporate company for 1 week or say a month, the next month you have your termination notice given in your hand. So decision making, not only in this case, but in every case in the world, be it your career, habits, connections, and most importantly, life, it is very, very much necessity, a huge necessity, to know the perspective and the pros and cons, and not bother about the problems too much. Like, we go on worrying, oh baba ki hobe, what will I do with this problem, rather than thinking what will I do. Try and find out 5-6 answers to it and value the pros and cons of each. At least that is what I do, and the best one out of that is probably the most well informed decision making, I think, would be that. And to our future generations, as Shondipon took the decision of selling puchka with his father at the age of 16 or 17 probably, this is a brilliant example of saying that we know that we can make decisions. So in many cases we see in India, and maybe in some parts of the world also, that the parents put a lot of pressure on their children's head about the decision making process, most importantly, that what you should do, what you should become, and all that things. But it is that also adds to the mental pressure of the child, I believe. I have been fortunate enough to have parents who have completely supported me in all aspects of my life, be it like my decision to leave BCom, or be it being a filmmaker and living under a very competitive lifestyle at the moment. Yes, we have a lot of choices, we have informations. Do not, I think I mean, like, my message to the elder generation would be probably, don't force them into things, help them to make their decision, but do not make it for them. That would be my decision, like my message to my ahead generations. And to my generation and the futures, go for it. Only you guys can do it, no one else can do it for you. It is just you who will have to do it at every aspect of life. So yeah.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for saying those really, really valuable and thoughtful words. Thank you once again. And we shall meet.
Yes, soon. Bye.
Very important words are told very simply. And the simple words are always difficult to say, but this generation is saying it so far really, really without any hesitation. And that's the openness I think our generation needs to learn. With that, I am getting another guest, Miss Milia Dashgupta.
Thank you for the introduction. Am I being audible? Am I?
Yes, you are audible. A budding lawyer and very well-known public speaker. So,
Thank you
Melia,
for that.
how are you? Come on.
First of all, thank you for that amazing introduction. And yes, we're all doing well. Amphan and the COVID lockdown has shaken a lot of us and has opened our eyes to a lot of things that we've been sheltered for a very long time. And I think it's a time where a lot of us are reassessing not only our life but the bigger picture.
True. So, if I ask you, tell me about you, what you will say?
Well, honestly, I believe that no one really knows their true self, but I am in law. I wish to make, like every young adult in India, I wish to make a big impact on this country. And I wish to do that through my work and through making my parents very proud.
Thank you. And it's really, really nicely you said, like every young India, I would like to make an impact. That's the confidence I think India needs these days. So, Melia, tell me one thing. As you said, like Amphan, COVID, and all this lot of things, economic crisis, and it has shaken the whole world. We are going through an unprecedented time. So, is there anything you would like to talk about which you like sort of felt that this is very important things we should discuss openly, but it's not being discussed very openly anyway because of a lot of taboos or stigmas?
Yes, so what I would like to talk about through talking about caste and race is privilege actually. So through these hard times, not only in India but in America as well, for the BLM and George Floyd incident, we realized we all of us have reassessed what privilege is. Before we thought that the capitalist dream which is sold to us, if you work hard and if you are a hard worker who is a productive individual to the bigger system, you will always succeed. But nowadays, we're seeing that there are actually institutions in force which work against us. In America, it's racism with George Floyd. And in India, there are many structures, gender, religion, and today I would like to talk about caste. There's a few names that I would like to talk about. Devika Balakrishnan, Anjira Pasi, BK Navaraj. Do these names say anything to everyone? Now, while they've been in the news, these are individuals of the lower caste who have been affected by caste crimes. And I feel that it is important, despite lockdown, it's important to talk about these institutions in place. With Amphan and everything, we saw people being affected by it. People got down on the streets because they didn't have electricity, they didn't have internet. Yet when I went to the Sundarbans, near the Sundarbans for work, I saw that houses, even after a month where I had gotten electricity and internet, people, their houses were broken, they did not get electricity, and yet they were dealing with it. So we just really talk about privilege and how, despite us thinking we all have a level ground, we're actually above it. Now, why do I feel like, as an individual who belongs to the upper caste and someone who has been in England for 7 years, I always thought caste wasn't a big thing. I don't know my caste. Nobody asked me about my caste. So obviously, caste doesn't exist. And I feel like that is the attitude with a lot of people, Savarna individuals, not attacking. Same, I suffer from the same thing, but a lot of people do not understand the importance of caste and how it affects it. So, one of the things I would like to talk about is what is privilege again. We believe that privilege is something that it's a bonus given to us. So when you say that, oh, you're privileged, you're like, no, I've never had an advantage in my life. I've worked hard for it. But that isn't privilege. A privilege is absence of a certain type of oppression. With Shondipon, we've seen, despite him having an urge to learn, he can't, as he has to support his father. But as someone like me, my mother and father can provide me with the best of education, the best of tuitions, everything so that I can go further in my education. So while I might say that, oh, I don't need reformative action, reservation is a big circus, I have to realize that I am not on a level playing ground. Now, many might say that, oh, this is class, it's about poverty. And the government has voiced the same opinion with the 24th Amendment, which has brought in economically weaker sections as a reservation for them. But why should we not discourage caste-based reservation and reformative reservations for caste individuals? As caste really does affect the way wealth is distributed. From the Economics Times, it says that the top 10% of the upper caste hold 60% of the wealth in India. So if they do hold 60%, there's not much left to be redistributed among the lower caste. Also, there are many other ways how lower people from marginalized castes or Dalits, they're not allowed to own property. Even if they own property, they're evicted. There are violent crimes against them. They are forced away out of land. So these things play a big part on someone's wealth and the social capital being advantages that one receives in life. Now, why am I bringing caste and race together? Not in the way that people would think that now I'm going to sit and say, oh, caste and race are the same thing. Absolutely not. B.R. Ambedkar, the father of our constitution, he himself said that he did not believe caste and race were interlinked that way. But what he said is that in a letter he wrote to Du Bois, an American activist during the civil rights movement, is that I see a similarity between the untouchables and the African American in America right now. And that's what we have to understand, that discrimination is the same. And if not upper caste, or liberal Indians like us can speak up and talk about race and understand that belonging to a certain race is a privilege, we should also understand that there are some institutions in our country which give us an advantage. Being a Hindu, upper caste individual, upper class individual, I have a lot of advantages. I might be disadvantaged as a woman, but that doesn't discredit the fact that I do receive a lot of advantages which I look over. So, on an ending note, I like to paraphrase the great B.R. Ambedkar and says that without social reform, we cannot have political reform, or we can't change our government. Thank you.
Thank you, Milia. Really, really thoughtful words. Yes. And I think one day we will live in a world where we will not discuss these things like racial discrimination, and we will all feel that we belong to one race, and that's humankind. And I think our generation are still work in progress. Yes, we talk about our progressiveness, talk about our positivity, but when we are actually put under pressure, that point, I think quite a lot of time we behave differently. So
yes,
as a child or as a young adults, when you all observe your parents, that we give you a lot of big dialogues, do this, do that. But when you see us going through a problem, when you see us going through some kind of issues, then a lot of time we fail to maintain the standard or maintain to follow the advice what actually we serve or give to our younger generation. And I think that is something we need to learn. And I think recently I have seen a video that you have been part of a volunteering effort
yes,
with the West Bengal Doctors Federation. And I think it will be good to know what was your experience when you went to Turkey?
absolutely. So that's the reason why I want to talk about privilege. But when I went to Turkey, it was honestly an eye-opening experience. I've always been very interested in social work from a very young age, from going to orphanages with my grandmom. So going here was a big deal. And when you go there are a lot of people, they suffer from very mild, curable diseases. But because the villages are so far away and a center of health is so far away, despite having very curable diseases, that health cannot reach them, or that certain type of treatment cannot reach them. But that doesn't dismiss the fact that despite these people not being able to be near health facilities, they go a long way. So despite being in a village in Taki, some people would travel miles and kilometers just to go to a hospital to check their children. So if they want health, I think there should be great reforms to the health system where health is accessible to not only urban India but rural India as well, because there is a need for this health, for the health.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you very much for being with us.
Thank
on a
you so
Sunday
much.
morning. ভালো থাকিস, সাবধানে থাকিস।
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's been an honor to speak here.
It's an honor to have you all with us.
Thank you so
ভালো
much.
থাকিস। Okay, bye.
Thank you.
With this, with our brilliant speakers and young Indians, they are the future of India, and they will be our generation next. So I think, and I believe quite confidently, that India is in very, very safe hands with these bright children, bright young adults who are very positive, who talk openly, who are confident, who can make decisions, who believes in dignity of labor. With this, we move to UK, and I can see in the studio, there are few really, really great guests waiting for me. So with this, let me introduce Eric and Arena from Southend. So put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Eric and Arena. Hello.
Hello. Hello.
How are you?
Good. Good, I'm fine. How about you?
I am fine because I have met you. I have met Arena before, but I haven't met you before. So it's good to meet you, Eric. So I thought you were going to talk about something, but your mom did not disclose the topic to me. So it's a surprise for me. So do you want to tell me what are you going to talk about? And then we will see Arena's dance. Isn't it, Arena?
Yes.
Right. Okay. Off you go, Eric.
Hello, everyone. I'm Eric Chakraborty from Southend, and she is my sister. Hello, everyone. At the moment, the whole world is going through a difficult situation, and I think the virtual platform is the best way to connect and support each other. Please stay alert and stay safe. Today, both of us will give a small tribute to our beloved Kavi Guru. My topic is Rabindranath Tagore, an inspirational for Uttorsuri, which is us. Tagore's vision for the new generation. The three basic tenets of Tagore's educational vision are 1. Freedom for the learner. 2. Creation of an environment which enables the student to develop a healthy kinship with nature. And 3. A cultivation of pupils' creativity and imagination. Tagore established a university of his own, where he wanted humanity to be studied somewhere beyond the limits of nature, nation, and geography. Here, many classes are still held under trees and open fields. Vishwabharati University was started in 1921 at Shantiniketan in West Bengal. Vishwabharati declared a central university in May 1951. Rabindranath Tagore wants to awaken the God within us, to free our minds from shackles and bondage. He mentioned in Gitanjali verse 35, where the mind is without fear and the head is held high, where knowledge is free, where the world has not been broken up into fragments by narrow domestic walls, where words come out from the depths of truth, where tireless striving stretches its arms towards perfection, where the clear stream of reason has not lost its way into the dreary desert sands of dead habit, where the mind is led forward by the sea into ever-widening thought and action, into that heaven of freedom. My Father, let my country awake. If all people of a nation are not wise enough to lead a happy and peaceful life, free from all evils, they cannot enjoy their freedom well. So, to the poet, only political freedom is not so important unless you are fierce, self-dignified, knowledgeable, truthful, hard-working, and broad-minded enough to enjoy it fully. The poet is still very much relevant, nearly 8 decades after his death. Tagore died on 7th August 1941, but he will remain in our heart forever. Now Arena is going to perform a Rabindranath. Hope you all enjoy. Thank you.
Well done, well done. তুমি ভীষণ শক্ত শক্ত অনেক কিছু খুব সহজ করে বলেছো। You have said very few difficult words really very simply.
Thank you.
And that's really appreciable because you are in a very tender age.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for being with us. And with that, we will watch Arina's dance. Is that okay, Arina?
Yes.
Okay. So we will be playing your video really soon. Wonderful. Big clap for Arina. Thank you very much for being with us. খুব ভালো করেছো. So we shall see you. I don't live far away from you. So you live in South End and yes, you like to say something. Yes, please.
It's a great opportunity for us to participate in Essex Indian. Thank you so much, and I'd like to participate in the future.
Absolutely. Orpita Mashi will be looking out for you. So, and we shall meet again. Okay? So, stay safe and we will meet again. With this wonderful positive performance from Eric and Arina, I can see my next guest waiting eagerly. A brilliant dancer who sings as well. So, let's welcome Sheher Bhomik. Hello.
Hello.
How are you? কেমন আছো?
ভালো আছি।
আচ্ছা, তো আজকে তুমি তো খুব সুন্দর একটা নাচ দেখাবে আমাদের, তাই তো?
হ্যাঁ।
আচ্ছা, তো আজকে তুমি সারাদিন কি করলে, শেহের?
সারাদিন আমি পড়াশোনা করেছি।
উরি বাস! বাবা মা কি খুব পড়াশোনা করাচ্ছে আজকাল?
হ্যাঁ।
I have to talk to mom and dad. It's a serious thing. Okay? Mom will be coming in the show later on and then I will have a kind of one-to-one chat with her. খুব পড়াশোনা করাচ্ছে. That's not fair. সামার আছে, এত ভালো ওয়েদার, এখন তো বাইরে খেলতে যাওয়া উচিত, তাই না?
হ্যাঁ।
ঠিক ঠিক। Okay. So should we watch your video?
হ্যাঁ।
আচ্ছা। Who taught you this dance? Is that mom who taught you this?
Yes.
Oh, that's so sweet of her, isn't it?
Yes.
And today is Father's Day. So did you do anything special for your Baba?
Yes.
What did you do?
I went to the shop and buy a card and an envelope to buy it for my daddy.
Wow, he must be very, very, very happy. He must be very happy, isn't it?
Yes.
All right, brilliant. Let's watch your dance, okay? Thank you for being with us. Thank you. Thank you so much for spending some time with us.
পাগলা হাওয়ার বাদল দিনে পাগল আমার মন জেগে ওঠে। পাগলা হাওয়ার বাদল দিনে পাগল আমার মন জেগে ওঠে। চেনা সোনার কোন বাইরে যেখানে পথ নাই নাই রে। চেনা সোনার কোন বাইরে যেখানে পথ নাই নাই রে। সেখানে অকারণে যাই ছুটে পাগলা হাওয়ার বাদল দিনে পাগল আমার মন জেগে ওঠে। ঘরের মুখে আর কি রে কোনো দিন সে যাবে ফিরে। ঘরের মুখে আর কি রে কোনো দিন সে যাবে ফিরে। যাবে না দেয়াল যত সব গেল টুটে। যাবে না পাগলা হাওয়ার বাদল দিনে পাগল আমার মন জেগে ওঠে। বৃষ্টি নেশা ভরা সন্ধ্যাবেলা কোন বলো রামের আমি চেলা। বৃষ্টি নেশা ভরা সন্ধ্যাবেলা কোন বলো রামের আমি চেলা। আমার স্বপ্ন ঘিরে নাচে মাতাল জুটে যত মাতাল জুটে। আমার স্বপ্ন ঘিরে নাচে মাতাল জুটে যত মাতাল জুটে। জানা চাইবার তাই আজি যাই গো জানা পাইবার তাই কথা পাই গো। জানা চাইবার তাই আজি যাই গো জানা পাইবার তাই কথা পাই গো। পাবো না মরি অসম্ভবের পায়ে মাথা কুটে। পাবো না পাগলা হাওয়ার বাদল দিনে পাগল আমার মন জেগে ওঠে। পাগলা হাওয়ার বাদল দিনে পাগল আমার মন জেগে ওঠে।
Big clap. Do you know, the song you have danced with, it was really perfect for today because it's quite warm outside. It is little bit windy, and that's what it's saying. Pagla hawar badol dine pagol amar mon mete ote. It's telling you to go outside, play and dance. TikTok. Is that correct? That's what you want to do, right?
Sorry, Seher, to say something. She's asking,
Oh,
can she
yes,
say something?
absolutely. Yes, you should stop me and say, Orpita auntie, I want to talk something. Okay, go on.
And when my mommy teach me the small words, I can't read the small words because the bad words they like the small words, and the big wigglworm doesn't like the big ones.
She's talking about her words. There are wriggly worms in her eyes, which makes the words wriggle. So that's what she wanted.
Oh,
but she
right.
worked.
Okay. I understand that now. Well said, Seher. And thank you for being with us and waiting patiently. I can see that you all were watching all the friends talk and their dance. Are you enjoying it?
Yes.
Right. Great. So now I'm going to call another friend from UK, and until then, I have to say goodbye to you.
Bye.
Stay safe. Bye, bye, darling. Stay safe. Stay well. So after Sheher with Pakra Hawar Badul Dine, Ami ডেকে নিচ্ছি a brilliant singer. She may be a little girl, but her voice is so powerful. I was completely bowled over by her singing when I watch it in YouTube. So let me call Diyasha Basu from UK. Hello Diyasha, কেমন আছো?
ভালো আছে।
তো আমরা কি প্রথমে তোমার গানটা শুনে নেব?
আচ্ছা।
চলো তাহলে আগে গানটা শুনি।
Hello. So we have got Aisha today as well. Oh, Aisha is saying hello to all of you as well as Diyasha. So we were getting bored at home, staying isolated. So we decided to write our own song and sing it for you all. And what is this song about?
About staying at home and working together to get the big disease out of us.
Fantastic. And what is this disease called?
Coronavirus.
Yes, and we have to be careful, but also at the same time we have to be very positive.
Airplane to be careful.
Okay, we'll have that airplane. But before that, let's sing the song. So you have to be quiet while we sing the song, okay? Okay, let's do it.
But Dada, I want to clap before you and Bobo do singing.
Okay, so please clap. Very good. Can we sing now?
Wait. First, let's Bob sing, then I'll clap.
Okay. Ready? We start. जिंदगी कुछ पल के लिए हमसा गया है जागे हैं और एक दूसरे से हम जुदा हैं
ऐसी घड़ी आएगी, सोच
ক্ল্যাপ করে দাও। Thank
We shall overcome someday. Definitely, definitely, definitely. So, Diyasha, now you tell me what you want to do now. Schools are closed. We are watching something in live. You are on live as well. Is there anything special you want to do now? We have heard your beautiful, beautiful singing, but we want more.
I want to sing A Megla with the guitar.
Ooh, a Meghla Dine Ekla. Oh my God. It's Meghla Din Ekdom Take Baireo Meghla. So why don't we start? So we will listen to your guitar as well as your singing once more.
A Megla Dine Ekla ঘরে থাকে না তুমন কাছে যাবো কবে পাবো ওগো তোমার নিমন্ত্রণ
Wow. What a wonderful singing. Do you practice a lot? You must be doing a lot of practice with singing. Is that correct?
Yes, কিন্তু আমি আমি যখন গান প্র্যাকটিস করি আমার বাবা ডাকে আমাকে একটা টাইমে সেখানে আমি আমি আমার জিনিস করছি তো ফর এক্সাম্পল আমি আইপ্যাডে দেখছি তারপর 5 মিনিটস আফটার দাদা সে চলো 5 মিনিটস পরে আমরা গানে বসবো এই জন্য মাঝে মধ্যে আমি ভাবি যে গান করতেই হবে কিন্তু আমি করি
নিশ্চয়ই একটু বাবাকে একটু বোঝাতে হবে বাবাকে actually you have to tell Baba you need to give me kind of notice probably 2 hours before saying যে এই সময় থেকে এই সময় আমরা গান প্র্যাকটিস করব so you make the arrangement so that you are prepared তাই না how does that sound সেটা কেমন মনে হয় এরকম একটা প্রপোজাল বাবাকে দিলে
তাহলে বাবা জানবে কখন কখন কি করতে হবে
তুমিও তোমার টাইম ম্যানেজমেন্টটা একদম ঠিক ঠিক করতে পারবে তোমার আইপ্যাডে খেলাটাও তখন শেষ হয়ে যাবে আর বাবারও গান হয়ে যাবে আর সেই সঙ্গে বলি কিপ সিঙ্গিং খুব ভালো লাগলো তোমার গান শুনে তোমার অন্য বন্ধুরাও সব নানা রকম পারফরমেন্স এখন করবে অনুষ্ঠানটা দেখো আর খুব ভালো থেকো সাবধানে থেকো আর অনেক গান শুনবো যখন দেখা হবে ভালো থেকো
টাটা
টাটা With this beautiful, beautiful performance, Diyasha is only 7 years old and singing a Meghla Dine Ekla Ghore Thake Na Ko Mon with the guitar. Oh my God, I become a big fan of her. So with that, Ami ডেকে নিচ্ছি another singer, Sneha Pal from Watford. Hello, Sneha. How are you?
Hello, good.
Good. How is life? Are you going to school? Boring, right? Yes, but are you having online classes and all this?
Yeah.
So you are not going back to school until summer holiday, or what's the plan from school?
I don't know.
You don't know. So Sneha, I have heard you singing. I have seen you dancing in different programs. So would you like to tell me or tell our audience about you?
I'm Sneha and I'm 14 years old. I live in Watford and I go to Watford Grammar School for Girls. I sing, I dance and I play the violin.
And thank you very much for sharing that with us. Now, I know you learn classical dance, classical singing. So should we listen to your song first and then we talk about present world, its problem and issues? Is that okay?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So what I'm going to do, we both are going to come out of the screen and then we will play your singing. Okay?
Okay.
And then we will come back again.
I'll be performing around country. Sa re ga ma pa
Thank you very much. What a wonderful performance, Neha.
Thank you.
ভীষণ ভালো লাগলো. So you were learning Hindustani classical for a little while now, isn't it?
Yes.
So Sneha, just tell me, because this is our Generation Next program, Uttorsuri. Now, obviously, you are seeing a lot of things are happening around the world currently, and also there are a lot of issues which may have impact when you people grow up. So is there anything you would like to talk about which kind of you feel that needs kind of bit of more attention from the adults.
Today, I'll be talking about racial discrimination and how you can help to reduce it. Racial discrimination is anything against individuals on the basis of their skin, color, or racial or ethnic origin. A law that was made in the UK to address racism and racial discrimination was the Race Relations Act 1965, which banned racial discrimination in public places. It also made the promotion of hatred on the grounds of color, race, or ethnic or national origin an offense. The Race Relations Act 1968 extended the provisions in the Race Relations Act 1965, and it banned advertisements and notices which had the intention to discriminate, such as the notorious "No Black, No Irish, and No Dogs" notices. After the law came along, discrimination dropped by around 40%, but today we are still not equal, and an example of this was the killing of George Floyd. He was a 46-year-old black man who died on the 25th of May after being pinned down by a police officer who held his knees on Floyd's neck for nearly 9 minutes.
Yes, really, as you said, the law has came against racial discrimination long time back, but even then, it's still there. Recently, I was part of a meeting with our council in the Diversity Forum, and what was quite shocking to see that each and every person in that forum, that they have either directly or indirectly, they have faced it. So it's kind of, yes, it's a kind of a thing which is kind of in our society. And as we are talking about is more openly, and I think one day or in near future, it should go away. So is there anything you would like to tell to the adults, a suggestion or advice which you feel that adults should listen or should follow it? Is there anything?
I think that we can all make an effort to change the fate of Black people out there and bring equality. Everyone, no matter what their nationality or race is, has a right to live happily and free from discrimination. I think that you should not judge a person by their looks or color or race, but by their personality, and instead of teaching our children about discrimination, you should teach them about equality, because the world would be a better place without discrimination.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think it's very important to talk that we should all live as a humankind, not by our country origin, not by our skin color, or not by our ethnic background. Thank you very much, Sneha. Thank you for being with us. It's a pleasure to have you with us. Thank you and stay safe.
Thank you.
As we hear from our teenagers, it's quite important to reflect that they are all thinking exactly the way a responsible adult think or talk. It's amazing to see their mental maturity and the way they look at this world. And it's very clear all of them are saying exactly the same thing, that there should not be any discrimination. Everybody should have full right to education. Everybody should be equal. And that's quite important to listen for us as an adult and to reflect and change within our own capacity, within our own capability. With that, I'm going to call our next guest, Iona Mondol from Birmingham. Hello, Iona.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm very good. How are you, Orpita auntie?
I'm very well, and I'm really happy that you all have joined in this Uttorsuri Generation Next Festival.
No, thank you for giving me this opportunity and inviting me to this platform. I truly feel honored to be here today.
It's a big pleasure to have you all here, and especially you. So, Iona, tell me, I know I have read about you, what you have achieved so far, and what you think. I read your writing, I listen to your recitation, and I have seen you reciting poetry which is written by yourself. Now, is there if I say, tell me about yourself, what you will tell?
Okay, so first of all, I'm Iona. I'm 14 years old in year 9 at King Edward VI Camp Hill School for Girls in Birmingham. I've been an active member of the British Mensa High IQ Society since I was 11 years old, although I see this as a privilege rather than a benchmark for measuring standards. In my spare time, as you said, I have a huge passion for creative writing, and poetry has been my first love. And using my writing skills, I try to help people in whatever little way I can. For example, very recently, one of my poems was published in this anthology, and thank you. And this is actually available on Amazon. And the money from this is going to help the NHS in these times of crisis. So I thought that I felt really happy to be contributing even indirectly. I'm also very inspired by nature and wildlife. I take part in many wildlife challenges and I also do rock climbing on weekends. And I really love doing speech, drama, and elocution and have attended lots of speech and drama festivals across the country.
Right, brilliant. Are we going to listen to your recitation now? Is that okay?
Yes, so now I'm going to be reciting a poem called Hurricane Hits England by Grace Nichols. It's my tribute to the victims of the Amphan disaster. And although the poem is in the context of a hurricane hitting England, I felt that the use of the word hurricane could be translated into a metaphor for the crisis that we are facing globally, no matter where we are. So I hope you enjoy this.
Yes, absolutely. What I'm going to do, we have to remove ourselves from the screen,
yes,
and then we will go back.
Hurricane Hits England by Grace Nichols. It took a hurricane to bring her closer to the landscape. Half the night she lay awake, the howling ship of the wind, its gathering rage like some dark ancestral spectre, fearful and reassuring. Talk to me, hurricane. Talk to me, Oya. Talk to me, Shango and Hattie, my sweeping back home cousin. Tell me why you visit an English coast. What is the meaning of old tongues wreaking havoc in new places? The blinding illumination even as you short-circuit us into further darkness? What is the meaning of trees falling heavy as whales, their crusted roots, their cratered graves? Oh, why is my heart unchained? Tropical Oya of the weather, I am aligning myself to you. I am following the movement of your winds. I am riding the mystery of your storm. Ah, sweet mystery, come to break the frozen lake in me, shaking the foundations of the very trees within me. Come to let me know that the earth is the earth, is the earth.
I really take a bow to you. Hats off.
Thank you.
You have experienced yourself. Amazing.
Thank you very much.
Oh no, Iona, you are quite vocal about global issues and the current crisis world is going through. And as you quite rightly said, that your poetry, it's a metaphor. The whole world is going through a crisis, probably a very, very big super cyclone. So would you like to talk about it? What is
Yeah.
going
Mhm. So today I'm going to speak on the theme of crisis in civilization, and I felt that it would be good if I voiced my thoughts and opinions on our current world, using the poem Hurricane Hits England as a mouthpiece for it. So to begin with, I thought that we should look at the poem in the most literal sense, and that is it's about a natural disaster. And I know that many such natural disasters are occurring in our world today. For example, and our very own cyclone Amphan, which has many lives have been lost, and so much destruction and chaos has been brought with it, which is truly horrific to see. And that just shows the environmental effects of our world, and it shows that although we don't have a direct hand in this and it's not directly our fault, we have definitely defaced and destroyed our planet to a certain extent, which is horrible to see being part of this generation. My second point is Grace Nichols, the poet, is actually of Guyanese origin, but now she does live in the UK. Many of her poems are about her experiences from moving across continents and leaving behind her homeland, and of course the emotions of reminiscence that come with that. So I think this links very well to the refugee crisis that we have going on in our world today, that's happening in so many countries like Syria, Lebanon, Iraq, Somalia, South Sudan, etc. And many people are feeling rootless and as if they have no home in this world, which for me is really horrible to see as a person. And incidentally, today happens to be the last day of Refugee Week as well. And not only is Grace Nichols of Guyanese origin, she is also a woman of color, so she's black. And I think this correlates well to the ongoing Black Lives Matter movement, which I've heard other people speak about today. So the BLM, or Black Lives Matter movement, was sparked by the heartless murder of George Floyd as a result of police brutality and systemic racism. And I think that it's truly shameful to see that even in our world in the 21st century, we still manage to discriminate and show prejudice to each other on the basis of something as trivial as skin color. And unfortunately, it isn't just skin color which we show discrimination to each other against. It's also things like being part of the LGBTQ plus community. There is a lot of prejudice against them, and just because they might seem a little bit different, I don't think that that's a reason to hate them or show any prejudice to them of any sort. And this month, June, is Pride Month, so that is even more imminent. Not only that, there is a lot of disparity in social class, gender, etc., and we are lynching and killing each other in the name of religion and using that as a weapon to show hate towards each other, which I think is horrific to see. And also, I think I should also mention that because of this COVID-19 crisis, our world is facing a recession. There's a global economic crisis. And especially living in the UK, I think we've all forgotten that we are living in a post-Brexit society. And so being part of this future generation, it feels quite unsettling because I'm uncertain of what the future holds for us. And again, linking to the COVID crisis, not only is there economic challenges, but also because we are lacking that human personal contact, and because of the social distancing norms and having to follow these measures, we are relying more on technology and our screens as a means of communication, which is quite understandable. but it is creating these not only a physical barrier, but also an emotional barrier between us, which can give rise to things like mental health issues such as depression and anxiety, and can even lead to something as detrimental as suicide. And so, after covering all these points, I think that is enough justification to say that our world is definitely, our civilization is definitely in crisis. But I think that being part of this young generation, Uttorsuri, it is my responsibility to shed some light on and tell everyone how to ameliorate our mistakes to an extent, even if we are not able to resolve them right now as people. So I think we should do our best to change our world. And so for that, I have coined my own little concept, which I've named the 3 C's. That is compassion, community, and culture. And I thought that I would briefly outline those. So first of all, if we come to compassion, I believe that compassion is the antidote to all of this destruction, whether it is the killing of an innocent elephant in Kerala, the loss of Black lives, or whether it is the fact that we are standing here on this platform together to help our brothers and sisters that have been killed in the Amphan cyclone. I think that compassion is that one connecting thread that connects all of these issues together. And with compassion, we can change all of these. And a role model for me in regards to the philosophy of compassion is His Holiness the Dalai Lama. So to me, he is sort of the epitome of the living Buddha. Although he is a very simple monk, he is a Nobel Peace Prize winner and definitely a change maker. And he practices compassion in his everyday life. And one of his most famous quotes, and I quote, is, "Compassion is the radicalism of our time." And he also mentions, and I think I'll be paraphrasing this a bit, that if you want to make others happy and help them, you should practice compassion. And if you want to make yourself happy, you should also practice compassion. So I think what he's really saying there is that, again, as I mentioned, compassion is the thread that connects all these issues. And by instilling that compassion in our hearts, we can eliminate all these problems. If we come to the second C, which is community. So community to me is something which is very, I think, has become more integral and inherent in our COVID-19 crisis. And as this saying goes, united we stand, divided we fall. And I think that none of us by ourselves is as strong as all of us together. And if I bring the example of the COVID-19 crisis, I think we can look at this community on both a global and a local level. So if we look at it on a global level, there are so many examples of bringing that community spirit. So for example, there have been doctors from Cuba which have traveled across to Italy to help the healthcare crisis that was going on there. People have donated medical equipment across abroad to different nations to help their crises over there. And if we look at it on a more local level, even a simple act like standing outside on our doorstep here in the UK every Thursday at 8 p.m. to clap for our healthcare heroes, donating to food banks, or going to other people's doorsteps and dropping by food, tins of beans even. I think that is a simple act of kindness and showing that we are here together as a community. And that is really important. And we need to continue to build those emotional and mental bridges to abolish these barriers that we have created for us ourselves. And I think my third final C, so which is culture. I think although now in this COVID-19 crisis, although we can't go outside, I think it's important for us to look inside ourselves. And as we feed our body, we should begin to feed our mind and our soul too. And this is a perfect time to click that reset button and unwind and slow down, because armed with the weapon of culture, we can truly heal the destruction we have caused over the years. And whether that is through music, dance, or writing, literature, theatre, those are all forms of culture. And that is even more, I think, a key example of that, of the 3 C's in general, is us being here today, because I am standing here as part of Uttorsuri, which is a community, and we are all promoting the message of culture. Some of us are singing, some of us are dancing, and in doing that, we are creating these bridges of hope and compassion with each other. And I think to conclude, I'd like to mention how in our world nowadays, I don't think it is necessary for there to be any more successful people. That is not something that is the need of the hour. What is the need of the hour is having healers, peacemakers, and restorers, because it's that with these type of people that we can start to heal our earth, even if it's by taking baby steps at first. And so, to sum up my thoughts for what I've said today, I'd like to be reading one of my own poems, and the poem sums up what I've said today, but also leaves us with an undying message of hope and positivity, as I've seen in people who have spoken before me. And I think that as being part of this next generation, it is my responsibility to be this torchbearer of hope, and positivity. And so I'm going to be reading my poem. It's called Crisis in Civilization. We have stunted your growth from above, held a knife to your prosperity, molded your silence as the slave of our greed. We defaced you, uprooted what you held dearest, replacing it with fragile promises that lie there, limp and untouched. We mistook your submission for acceptance, but you left retaliation in the hands of the unseen. War against a ghost, obscured yet conspicuous, evident in deserted streets and supermarket traffic. Let the limitations be blessings, the constraints a source of ventilation. An inch closer to the reset button to herald in a green revolution. Thank you for listening.
Iona, I have no words to say what you have discussed in just the last 7 or 8 minutes. If I was closing my eyes and if I didn't know that it's you who is 13-year-old who is talking, and if I had just listened to something which is coming in radio without knowing the source, I would have thought it's coming from a mature adult.
Thank you so much.
Yes,
that means a lot to me.
Few words you have uttered: compassion, community, culture. These are the words we always hear when we go for any council meeting, where we do any meeting to do some program. These are the 3 key words we use. And you are only 13, and you are thinking and reflecting on those words. And you said another very important word, that we are part of Uttorsuri Generation Next community. That's very, very, very important. So, hats off to you and to your
Thank
parents.
you very much.
Keep up the good work. And
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Stay safe.
You too.
Stay well.
Yeah.
Take care.
Bye.
And bye for now. Bye.
Bye.
So with this, we go to our next speaker. A little girl, but not little in action. This weekend, she has done something very special. She has done something which we can say by the kids, for the kids. So let me introduce Pragya Mitra from Derby, and let's hear what she has to say. Welcome Pragya, congratulations on completion of your challenge. Kalke ami toke bolte bhule gechilam. I'm really sorry, and I have pledged and I will donate to the cause.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. My name is Pragya Mitra, and I'm 9 years old. I live in Derby with my mummy and daddy, and I am in year 4 and I go to Derby High School. I like to sing, dance, paint, and I love to read. Thank you, Essex Indians, for giving me this opportunity to be part of this wonderful event.
So Pragya, it's a big honor to have you with us. I have seen you very little when I have seen you face to face quite a few years back. And through social media, I can see how a little bud is now blooming into a flower. So tell me about your duathlon today and any issue which is bothering you, and that's why you were doing all these challenges, you were raising funds. So tell me about it.
So, in the middle of this really scary crisis of the coronavirus, cities and villages in West Bengal, which is in India, are going through a very, very hard time. As recently, there was the cyclone Amphan, which destroyed many people's homes and ruined their lives. People in many villages who have lost their lives and homes have not even got any food. My family lives in Bengal, and they tell me how strong the cyclone was. I saw it on the news, and I was very shocked and upset. Then I decided that I will do a duathlon for 3 consecutive days. I am doing this to support a charity named Calcutta Rescue, who work really, really, really hard to help those underprivileged people. I started my duathlon yesterday, did my second this morning, and tomorrow will be my last day of the duathlon. I have got a Just Giving page for you all to donate, so please donate.
Yes, I can promise I will donate, and I have pledged for it, and I'm sure lot of people, those who are watching and listening to your story, they will surely donate. And you know, the very strange thing is, I have visited Calcutta Rescue several times, and today the several children from Calcutta Rescue actually talked, and one of their key worker there, she has also come and she has talked about the children, how they are going through their life every day, and how positive they are, doing lots of things which is quite important. They are doing singing, dancing, reading, doing yoga, and all those things just to keep themselves busy despite having loads of hardship. So I'm sure that the fund you will be raising will go to improve their life, and it will go a long, long way. So Prabha, with that, should we listen to your beautiful singing? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's listen to you first.
কোথাও আমার হারিয়ে যাওয়ার নেই মানা, মনে
Program, I am becoming a big fan of you.
Thank you.
I'm going to create a fan club now. Wonderful, wonderful singing. And you know, I do a Bengali club for the children, those who are living here and in Australia or USA. And your Bengali pronunciation and the way you have expressed yourself, amazing.
Thank you.
Yeah. Is there anything else you would like to say to us? Any advice we should follow?
Well, all I can say to the grown-ups is to be collaborative, work together, and help those people in need. I would also request the grown-ups to involve children in all these activities so that we can be part and learn how to be kind and help those poor people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being with us and keep up the good work. Right? Take care, stay safe, and ta-ta for now.
Bye.
Bye. I'm really enjoying this evening because there are so many, these youngsters, those who are actually mature enough to make comments which we should be reflecting on. As Pragya said, I request all the grown-ups to work collaboratively, be kind, and be helpful. It's a very important message that's essentially need of the hour. And with that, I'm going to call Shreya from Watford to join with me. Hello, hi Shreya.
Hello. I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm really enjoying. I'm looking forward to the speech and the talk and the advice, what you all are offering to us. It's really important. So, Shreya, tell me about you.
So my name is Shreya. I am 14 years old. I am in year 9. I study at Watford Grammar School for Girls. I live in Watford, of course. I learn Hindustani vocal, grade 5. I do Kathak grade 5 and Kathak grade 4 and Western violin grade 5. I like to play badminton in my spare time.
Wow. So within, if I have to kind of ask for your preference, classical dancing or classical singing?
Oh my gosh. I love them both equally. I can't choose.
Yeah, because I think it's quite important that when you are doing the classical dancing, like Kathak, as you will go in future or now you do, I'm sure you do gut vows and all those things, which comes with the classical singing. So if you know the classical singing, if you know the meaning of the songs, how it evolves, then to express in the dance, make it much easier. If you look at the big maestros like Biju Maharaj and like them, then you will see they do sing Hindustani classical, they play tabla, and then he is a great dancer.
Yes, of course, because I started learning Hindustani vocal first when I was 3, and I started Kathak when I was like 9. And because of my learning Hindustani vocal, it's really helped me understand everything much more better. And because I learned Kathak, it's helped me understand some of aspects of singing better. Like, for example, we do like taranas, and I never knew like what those were until I started learning Kathak.
Absolutely. So should we discuss about any issues which is bothering you now, or should we listen to your song first? Which one will you prefer?
I don't mind. I'll talk about my issue first then.
Yes, go ahead.
So, leading topics and concerns in today's society include the ever-increasing problem of global warming and Brexit, and particularly racism after the tragic death of George Floyd. These are all topics I feel strongly about, being part of the younger generation, living in Britain and being Indian. However, another topic I would actually like to address today is child labour. Child labour refers to the exploitation of children through any form of work that deprives children of their childhood. I honestly feel that people think of child labour as just a statistic to jot down, but in reality, it is a problem that doesn't seem to be going away. for the history of child labour in England. So, during the Industrial Revolution in the 18th century, there was a rapid increase in industrial exploitation of labour, including child labour. The Victorian era in particular became notorious for conditions under which children were employed. Children as young as 4 were employed in production factories and mines, working long hours in dangerous, often fatal working conditions. Today, there are many laws that only begin to restrict this. For example, due to the increase of regulations and legal restrictions on child labour, there has been a 64% decline in child labour from 1993 to 2005. And today, it is starting to become less and less. However, today there are still horrifying amounts of child labour today. A prominent category within this is child marriage in India, mainly in the state of Bihar.
Very well said. And you have touched a topic which we don't talk about. And not only that, it's like, we do use a lot of things in our day-to-day life or during our festival. And one thing, when we talk about child labor, which, as you mentioned, like the child marriage and etc., which reminds me that, during Diwali, we use all these firecrackers, etc., etc. And most of them comes from India. And India, essentially the province or the state, it's in the South India. And when we were growing up, we used to hear a lot about those karkhanas, where these factories, essentially, where these crackers were built, and they used to use child labor a huge proportion. And similarly, and it's suppose it's in 1990s, and now we are all talking about global warming. We are becoming all eco-friendly and etc. We are using these electric cars, right? These battery-operated cars, and the essential minerals which kind of create those batteries for those cars, they come from Africa. And I think it's manganese. I can't remember exactly. I may be wrong. And it's come like Africa has a huge big source of that. And because those kind of mines are quite unregulated, and they use child labor there, because those child labors are very small. They are of small size, and they will go through that mines, and they will go and collect those minerals, and then it will get purified, and then it will come to the Western world, where we will be talking and we will be thinking, yes, I am being eco-friendly, but we don't know that supply chain. So it's a kind of an unspoken problem.
Yes.
We are not aware. Yes, I will be very proud because I drive a battery operated car, or I drive an electric car, but that electric car goes a long, long way, which may be related to a child who should not be doing the job what he or she is supposed to do. So thank you so much for touching that topic. And I think it's very important that we all need to be aware of that. With that, is it okay? Now we listen to your singing.
Yes, of course.
Thank you. What I'm going to do, both of us need to come out of the screen, and then we will listen to your singing.
I will be performing Rag Malcolm's
Madani gama gama gasa आए पिया मोरे मंदिर में आज आए पिया मोरे मंदिर में सनि धनि सा मधनि सा धनि सा ग म ध मधनि धनि सा ग सनि सनि धनि ध म ग म ग स ग ग म म ध धनि नि सा धनि सा नि सा आज आए पिया मोरे मंदिर में सनि धनि सा सब सखियन मिल चोख पुराए हिल मिल मंगल गाए आज आए पिया आज आए पिया आज आए पिया मोरे मंदिर में I will be before
Very well sung, Shreya.
Thank
Thank you
you.
so much for your time and talking about something which is not really discussed that much. And stay safe and stay well, and we shall meet.
Of course. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. Thank you. Stay safe. Bye for
Thank
now. With this, I'm going to call, or actually, the next performance, she could not join with us in live. So I will be playing her video, and just bear with me and give me few seconds. It's Ira Desai. She learns Odissi, and her teacher is Gaurika Mathur. And thank you very much for being part of it. And thanks to Gaurika for encouraging her students to be part of this Uttorsuri Generation Next festival. So let's watch Ira.
Hello, my name is Ira Desai. I am 7 years old. Today I'm going to talk about climate change. There are many reasons causing climate change. I will try to explain a few of them. One of the biggest causes is air pollution by burning fossil fuels. This happens when people burn fossil fuels like coal, petrol, and diesel. With the growth of population, we see so many cars and buses on the road, which has led to excess pollution. There are factories also all over the world which release pollution in the air, water, and surrounding areas. Deforestation is another big reason, as people cut trees and forests to make buildings and places. This disturbs the natural ecosystem, leading to climate change. Greenhouse gases released from various sources have been increasing the Earth's temperature over the last 2 decades. This disturbs the environment, and we have seen ice meltings across the various continents. We are experiencing changes in the weather pattern with floods, droughts, heat waves, and forest fires. It is very important for us not to disturb the natural habitat we live in. All of us should try to make every effort by reducing the waste and be conscious of our impact on our environment. The easiest way to begin is reuse and recycle. Let us all make a pledge and do our best and save the environment. Thank you.
What a wonderful expression regarding global warming. And with this, I'm going to call my next panelist, Sripriya Bhaumik, to discuss about the challenges children are facing. She is a teacher who teaches special needs children, and how the adult behavior can have impact on the positive or negative outcome when the kids are essentially being part of the society and joining the community. হ্যালো সিপ্রিয়া, কেমন আছিস?
আমি একদম ভালো আছি। থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ ফর ইনভাইটিং মি।
না, ইটস এ প্লেজার। আচ্ছা হ্যাঁ, সেটা কি তোর ফোন না আমার ফোন? আমার ফোন তো এখানে অনেক দূরে, আমার ফোনে তো হওয়ার কথা নয় গো। সেহেরের সময় সেম সেটিং আছে। ও আচ্ছা, তাও সরিয়ে দিচ্ছি। আমি ঠিক বুঝতে পারছি না, হঠাৎ এবার ঠিক আছে? এবার অনেকটা ঠিক হয়েছে। হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ। So back এখন children and so my question challenges. আমি শুনতে পাচ্ছি না তোমাকে, তোমার কথা কেটে যাচ্ছে। দাঁড়া I'm removing you. Okay. হ্যালো, শুনতে পাচ্ছিস? হ্যাঁ, শুনতে পাচ্ছি। So essentially my question, as a same teacher, what kind of challenges you are seeing which kids are being exposed to? As you know, I've been in this field for many years. Our challenges যেগুলো দেখছি সেটা is coming from various sources, be it in school, be it in society, or be it at home front. One of the main challenge is the expectation. যেটা আমরা অনেক সময় বলি যে we are often expecting an elephant to climb the tree or a fish to survive on top of a tree. That cannot happen. Many children with special needs are in a mainstream classroom. সেখানে তাদের যে expectationটা from teachers that you'll have to cope up with it. We're differentiating it. Parents expect করছে যে somebody will help my child. In amidst all these things, what is missing out is the child. বাচ্চাটাকে কেউ জিজ্ঞেস করছে না যে can you do it? What do you need? আমরা অনেক সময় as an adult we are thinking যে এটা নিশ্চয়ই ওর করা দরকার, অমুকের এটা কাজ করছে, so this can be done, this can work, but often we forget the key, which is every child is unique, every need is different. So প্রত্যেকটা বাচ্চা different way তে শেখে। Classroom situation I've been a head of SEN for many years now, over a decade. One thing that I had seen is quite interesting is আমরা যখন বলি যে multisensory learning and we try to expose too many sense organs while teaching them, তখন কি হচ্ছে sensory issues গুলো ভীষণ hyper হয়ে গিয়ে কোনটাকে ধরবে বুঝতে না পেরে it leads to confusion. And often we focus on the behavior. As a parent, as a teacher, as a society, we talk a lot about the child's behavior without trying to think about what is causing that behavior. We don't ask the what or the why factor of it. এবার সেটার মধ্যে কি হচ্ছে, that by that বাচ্চাটার নিজের উপর একটা ইমেজ তৈরি হয়ে যাচ্ছে, this is who I am. So slowly they are developing this image যে मैं ऐसा ही हूँ, তুমি আমার থেকে এটাই এক্সপেক্ট করছো, সো তোমাকে আমি সেটাই দিচ্ছি, বিকজ দ্যাট ইজ হাউ আই এম গেটিং দ্য রেসপন্স অর দ্য ফিডব্যাক ফ্রম ইউ, যে তুমি আমাকে, আমি দুষ্টু, তোমরা তো সবাই জানো, আমি যখন ভালো হই সেই ছোট্ট মোমেন্ট অফ ভালো হওয়াটা নোবডি পিকস আপ, বাট আমি যখন দুষ্টুমি করছি তখন সবাই আমার সাথে কথা বলছে বা দে আর পেইং অ্যাটেনশন। সো ইন আ ওয়ে উই আর অ্যাকচুয়ালি এনকারেজিং দ্য নেগেটিভ বিহেভিয়ার উইদাউট রিয়েলাইজিং উই আর ডুইং ইট অ্যাজ অ্যান অ্যাডাল্ট। প্লাস ক্লাসে স্পেশালি যখন সেকেন্ডারি এজে আমরা যেটা ভুলে যাই যে আমরা ডিফারেন্সিয়েট করার চেষ্টা করছি, আমরা অনেক কিছু করার চেষ্টা করছি, ইন্টারভেনশন করছি,
বাট সেই টাইমটাতে যেটা ওদের একটা বড় প্রবলেম হয় যে সেলফ ইমেজ, এমনি অ্যাডোলেসেন্ট ফেজটাতে বা যে কোনো ডেভেলপিং ফেজে দে ওয়ান্ট টু বি লাইক এভরিবডি। বাট যখন আমরা ভীষণ মানে অবভিয়াস ওয়েতে ওদের সাথে ডিল করি, যাদের we are focusing on their behavior or their learning needs or this and that, we are highlighting their issues in a very like very obvious manner, that does have an effect on their self esteem. আমার মনে আছে আমাকে একটা বাচ্চা ও স্পেশাল স্কুলে ছিল and he did really well, so he was moved on to a mainstream classroom. So as a head of ACN, we arranged for specialist support for him and all the things that we ideally should do to make it work, we put it in place. So বাচ্চাটাকে খুব মানে he was looking very sad. So I asked him one question, যে কি হয়েছে, what's wrong? তখন he looked at me and I said, you're doing so well, and I was trying to encourage, and he looked at me and said, miss, you are telling all these things to me because you like me. And I said, no, everybody likes you. And he gave me a big smile and said, miss, thank you for that. But in my last school, I was the topper. I could do everything on my own, but now I can't. I can't do it without your support. So I'm not as good as everybody thinks I am. I'm not good at all. And this was a child who was 13 or 14. So it's a very crucial stage of development. আর এই ইনসিডেন্টটা আমাকে হন্ট করে এখনো, এটা বহু বছর আগে হয়েছে। কারণ আমি যখনই কোনো বাচ্চাদের সাথে ডিল করি সেকেন্ডারি এজ রেঞ্জে, ইট হন্টস মি, বিকজ ওরা সেম জিনিস ওরা বহুবার আমাকে বলে যে, and I think that expectation, not understanding their needs, is a very, very important challenge or a very crucial challenge which we are overlooking. আমরা অনেক কিছু বলি যে social awareness, let's make people aware of the disability inclusive society, but are we actually truly inclusive? Are we? Because we talk about their difficulties, we don't try to find out why. একটা বাচ্চা আমার মনে আছে was teacherরা suggested that he must be within the spectrum blah 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 because ও eye contact করে না, ও কথায় রেসপন্স করে না, ও radiate, but they gave me a huge list of it. So as a SEN consultant, আমি তখন I was trying to rule out, okay, before we jump onto any diagnostic thing, let's see. And then we figured out the child had vision convergence issue. So he was having monocular vision plus low frequency hearing loss. So obviously the child would not make eye contact. Obviously the child would not respond to the name because it depends on tumi kon angle theke kotha bolcho. There's so many factors. So then it was a huge project for me and the parent to actually convince the school that it's not ASD. It's not lack of social understanding. It's just that the child had this hearing loss since birth and nobody picked it up. Because it was not like a massive hearing loss, je kichhui shunte pache, it's a certain sound, so certain frequency to shunte paye na, so eta hit and miss er ব্যাপার ছিল। So এই যে মানে আমার মনে হয় যে বাচ্চাদেরকে না বুঝতে পারা as an adult is a huge, that's a biggest challenge. এবারে তার সাথে এখন এই সোশ্যাল মিডিয়া and world has become too small, global village কি গ্লোবাল, আমার তো মনে এখন গ্লোবাল পাড়া হয়ে গেছে। So মানে এখন গ্লোবাল পাড়া বলতে পারি, ভিলেজও নয়।
What you have just said, that listen to the children, I think that is important. That is the one thing we observe when we and when we listen to the patient. It's very important. You will pick up the diagnosis from that university. Thank you so much, Priya, for sharing your thoughts. I always wanted to have this discussion with you. I think COVID lockdown has brought that opportunity.
Absolutely, thank you so much. আর আমার মেয়ে তখন বলেছিল যে আমি ওকে সারাদিন পড়িয়েছি, ওর কিন্তু বইয়ের সাথে কোনো সম্পর্ক ছিল না, নেই। ও আমাকে বললো তাতে সবাই ভাববে যে তুমি খুব ভালো টিচার, তো ওটা আমার কমপ্লিমেন্ট ছিল অ্যাপারেন্টলি।
Oh right, okay, that's very 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 good, very very good. Bhalo thaki,
thank you,
then we shall meet.
Definitely, okay, bye.
with Sri Priya talking about this need and then kind of identifying the need and then making decision or thinking process by the adults. We don't do that for a lot of time. With that, I'm going to invite someone who is a very special person, who is very vocal about the young adults' right. I have got Rachel with me, and I think at this moment, with this current time, Rachel is quite active with what essentially young adults or the next generation should think and act. So let me welcome Rachel. Hello, Rachel. How are you?
Hi. I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm very well. I think I have met you for different conferences for Next Chosen Generation, and
Yeah.
I have always admired your speech. So just tell me about you.
Okay, so obviously my name is Rachel. I am a university student, but I'm currently on placement year. So I'm working in the business development department at a law firm, international law firm. I study international relations with sociology. I'm very passionate about justice, young people, and just kind of like making sure that people achieve what is within them. Like it's really important to believe in yourself and know that, you know, anything is possible if you put your mind to it. Yeah.
Absolutely. This 2020 is a bizarre kind of year. I think there are
Yeah.
so many things are happening. Is there anything which especially affected you and you would like to share it with us?
Yeah. Okay, so obviously recently in the news we've all heard about the horrible murder of George Floyd, which is now kind of like re-sparked justice for ethnic minorities, for the Black community in particular as well. And obviously we've got the whole Black Lives Matter movement, and we've got protests in London. Well, it all started in America and it's now kind of like come all over the world. But to be fair, even though it was a big issue in America, it affects Black people everywhere, just because, you know, racism does exist in this country, and racism and discrimination towards ethnic minorities in this country is very systematic and institutional. So, and I feel very passionately about that, obviously, because I am a black individual. So I think, you know, I think it's really important that they teach the correct history from a young age. I think if you can correct things from a young age, then we won't have such big issues. I think education is such an important thing, and even history, even just for ethnic minorities in general, I feel like the history for, you know, ethnic minorities in the UK is not taught at all, and it's not represented properly. I also believe that as a generation, not even just as a generation, but even just people in general, but obviously specifically for our generation, because we are the future, we need to see past color. Before I am Black, I am a human being. Before I am female, I am a human being. And therefore I should be treated like a human being, because there's injustices with the Black community and there's also injustices with females as well. Females don't get the same opportunities as their male counterparts. And it's, my thing is, before I am female and before I am Black, I am a human being. So therefore I should be treated like a human being, and there shouldn't be any awkwardness there, because if you are human, then these issues that are going on in the world should you know, affect you and enrage you, you know. And it's not even just about the Black Black lives or females. There's so many injustices that are going on. I think some other people previously before me, they've spoken up about domestic violence and like rape and all these things that are injustices that need to be dealt with, because as a human being you should not be treated like an animal or less than, regardless of who you are.
Absolutely. Respect is the need of the hour, and treating people as human, as a human being should treat another human being, with respect, with kindness. And that is the most important thing in this terrible time. And we are seeing a kindness pandemic as well, along with all this horrible news sometimes we get, and people are standing together. And I think that is more important, that these days, because of the social media or the connection we have got, we can make things better, or we can create a movement much more quicker. Thank you. Thanks a million for joining us today. I know you and your mom are quite busy, but it's glad you made the time, and I hope to see you all face to face.
No, thank you for having me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Rachel. Thanks a lot. Stay safe, okay? And we shall meet.
Okay.
Now I have got a young gentleman who is going to talk, and then we are going to listen to his beautiful voice. Let me introduce Aditya Som from Stanmore. Hello.
Hello.
How are you, Aditya?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I am fine. I haven't met you face to face, but I have seen you in the social media, and you, your dad, and we work for some community charity work together. So we are all connected through this virtual media and through the smartphone. So Aditya, tell me about you and how you are doing these days. There are a lot of things. We are seeing a lot of newses which we might not want to see or might not want to know, because they are not good news all the time. So what is your thoughts about that?
I find it quite astonishing, these kind of things. I feel as though we're all human beings, we're all the same. I feel as though we should be able to express our feelings to each other, but maybe not be as aggressive as people are being currently. Maybe there are other ways of communicating to each other. Maybe we can stop all of this, but for that we need to be able to collaborate more, I think.
Absolutely. And Aditya, should we listen to your singing now?
Okay.
Yes, sure. Brilliant. And I have already heard it, and it was amazing. So what I'm going to do, we are both come out of the screen, and then we will play your singing.
During this global pandemic, I've had time to reflect on many things. It has taught me about several things I wouldn't have been able to do outside of this time. Most importantly, it has shown me that no matter the time, always do things to the best of your ability. Exceed your limits and achieve, even in the darkest moment. Here's a little song I wrote. You might want to sing it note for note, but don't worry. Be happy. In every life we have some trouble, but when you worry you make it double. Don't worry. Be happy. Don't worry. Be happy now. Don't worry. Be happy. came and took your bed. Don't worry, be happy. The landlord say your rent is late. You might have to litigate. Don't worry, be happy. Don't worry, be happy. Don't worry, be happy.
Thank you so much sharing that message to us. Don't worry, be happy. Thank you.
Yes, you're doing a great job. Just wanted to say.
You all are doing this, making this happen, because unless you guys agreed to be part of it, adults cannot do these things. So thank you so much, Aditya, and stay safe, stay well. Don't worry, be happy.
You too.
We shall meet. Okay, take care.
Thank
Bye
you.
for now.
Bye.
What a beautiful message. Don't worry, be happy. And with that, I'm going to call a little lady with a very powerful voice. So let me introduce Ornisha Borthon. Hello, Ornisha.
Hello.
Hello, I have seen you as a baby. So it's wonderful to see you like a little lady. And by the way, you are looking beautiful and the background really beautiful. So, Anisha, do you want to say something? How is life these days and how is school and everything?
I'm fine, thank you. And today it's Father's Day, so I got a lot of presents for my dad, and আমি আম দিয়েছিলাম আমার বাবাকে একটা হার্ট শেপে, কিন্তু আমার মা একটু কেটে দিয়েছে, আর অলসো একটু দুধ দিচ্ছি বাবাকে। আর তারপরে অনেক প্রেজেন্টস ছিল, একটা কার্ড দিচ্ছি, তারপরে একটা খুব ভালো জামা, আর একটা কি চেন, একটা পারফিউম, আর ওইসব দিচ্ছি। আর Baba was very happy.
Yeah, definitely. And Baba is very happy and Baba is very proud of you. So with this, should we listen to your song?
Yes.
Okay. So let's listen.
देखो इन्हें अपने में मिल जाए फरिश्ता सा कोई, जैसे रंग को बड़ी पिचकारी, जैसे तितलियां फूलों की क्यारी, जैसे बिना मतलब क्या प्यारा रिश्ता हो कोई। ये तो आशा की लहर है, ये तो उम्मीद की शहर है, खुशियों की नहर है, खो न जाए तारे ज़मीं पर। ला 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 देखो रात की सीने पे ये तो झिलमिल की सिलों से उगी है, ये तो अम्मी की खुशबू है आगों से बह चले, जैसे कांच में छुरी के टुकड़े, जैसे खिले खिले फूलों के मुखड़े, जैसे बंसी कोई बजाए पेड़ों के तले, ये तो झोंके पवन के, है तो घुंघरू जीवन के, है तो सुर है चमन के, खो न जाए तारे ज़मीं पर। ला ला ला
Monisha, wonderful, wonderful singing.
Thank
Have you
you.
watched have you watched the movie Tare Zameen Par?
Yes, I have.
Yes.
It was
Ishan
very
was
beautiful and it was fun.
Oh, really, thank you very much for being with us today, and stay safe. And I have listened to your singing live, and it will be very soon.
Okay.
Okay. And bye bye.
Bye.
Bye. Tare Zameen Par. Honestly, these kids are actually Tare Zameen Par. They are the sparklers of our life. And their views and their vision, the way they are talking, the way they are making us think is inspiring. And I have no regret to say that I am still a work in progress. And with this enriching dialogues, enriching speeches, it's making me a better human being. And with that, I'm going to call a young gentleman whom I have seen growing up, an integral part of Essex Indians drama team, Monan. Hello, Monan. কেমন
হ্যালো
আছিস?
ভালো আছি তুমি
ভালো
ভালো
আছো?
আছো
হ্যাঁ, তোর সাথে তো আমার প্রতি সপ্তাহে দেখা হয়, তাই তো? We see
হ্যাঁ
each
বা
other because of the Bengali class. So, Monon, just tell me something. Dhar, a lockdown and all this, there are a lot of things happen because I know যে তোর বাংলা পরীক্ষা দেওয়ার কথা ছিল GCSE,
হ্যাঁ
সেটা হলো না, but I really admire your spirit of still continuing with Bengali, and দুদিন আগেই you were reading a story, you were writing, so it's amazing. So keep up the good work. And just tell me, what is your thoughts about this lockdown and all these things happening in the world?
so today I wanted to talk about something that I think people are avoiding. I know there's a lot of things going on around in the world, But I think this topic a lot of people are not talking about. So I want to talk about today about electronic device usage and how it is helping us through this pandemic in lockdown. But also, I want to talk about the disadvantages of electronic device usage. Now, I know that most people with any sort of electronic device is using it for work or school related purposes, such as I myself. We are also using it to communicate to other people, distant relatives, family members, friends, all over the world. However, it is undoubtedly bad and unhealthy for our eyes. Furthermore, I know I am not the only one, but according to a data collecting website, everyone's screen time has more than doubled during lockdown. And some people reach numbers such as 7 hours per day on just their phone alone. As most people already know, this is severely bad for our mental health, and we need to start thinking about ourselves more. However, to solve this situation, we need to stay away from electronic devices, unless when we need to use it, when it is compulsory, such as when we are doing any work on a laptop or computer. Similarly, we can try out new things to do in lockdown, whether it's baking, cooking, trying a new sport in the garden. Maybe if we are lucky, we can find a new hobby. So, today, just before you sleep, I want everyone to look at their screen time on their devices and ask yourself, is it unhealthy or healthy? The amount you are spending on your device. Then think about the ways to solve this. And I know it might seem like a silly topic, but there are a lot of things going on in the world, and this is still one of the most important topics to look after ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Mona. A very well chosen topic. And that's probably we all need to be aware of this fact that yes, because of this virtual media, there are a lot of things are happening which was impossible, but at the same time, we need to be very much aware of the problems which can be raised. So thank you for raising this very important topic, and I'm sure the speakers after you, they will surely touch and make us aware for this issue. And in the meantime, could we listen to your presentation? Is that okay?
Yes, of course. আমি এখন নির্ঝরের সপ্তম ভঙ্গ আবৃত্তি করব কবিগুরু রবীন্দ্রনাথ ঠাকুর। আজিয়ে প্রভাতে রবির কর কেমনে পশিল প্রাণের পর কেমনে পশিল গুয়ার আধারে প্রভাত পাখির গান না জানি কেন রে এত দিন পরে জাগিয়া উঠিল প্রাণ জাগিয়া উঠিছে প্রাণ ওরে উথরি উঠিছে বাড়ি ওরে প্রাণের বেদনা প্রাণের আবেগ রুধিয়া রাখিতে নারী থর থর করি কাঁপিছে ভূধর শিরা রাশি রাশি পড়িছে খসে ফুলিয়া ফুলিয়া ফেনিল সলিল গরজে উঠিছে দারুণ রসে হেতায় হোতায় পাগলের প্রায় ঘুরিয়া ঘুরিয়া মাটিয়া বেড়ায় বাহিরিতে চায় দেখিতে না পায় কোথায় কারার দ্বার কেন রে বিধাতা পাষাণ হেন চারিদিকে তোর বাঁধন কেন ভাঙরে হৃদয় ভাঙরে বাঁধন সাধরে আজকে প্রাণের সাধন লহরীর পর লহরী তুলিয়া আঘাতের পর আঘাত কর মাটিয়া যখন উঠিছে পরাণ কিসের আঘাত কিসের পাষাণ উঠলি যখন উঠিছে বাসনা জগতে তখন কিসের ডর নমস্কার।
Monon, very, very well done. And I feel really proud to be your Bengali teacher. And huge respect to your parents for teaching you this beautiful poem. And it's talking about the nature, what is essentially around us, and we all need to respect for that. Thank you very much for being with us. And we shall meet you soon.
Thank you.
Take care. Bye. With that, I'm going to call or invite a little lady who is a beautiful, beautiful Odissi dancer.
Hi. Hi.
Hello, Rajvika. How are you?
Great. How are you?
Oh. So, Rajvika. So, do you want to tell us something before we start making
Yeah, I sent my introduction video. I sent my introduction video and my dance video.
Can you please play that?
Right. Can you please play that?
So let's
Can you
watch
please
it.
play that?
Yeah, is that okay?
Yes.
She's little conscious. I told you, Arpita, she's little conscious. So
it's absolutely fine. Thank you to you and as well as to Rajvika for being with us. So let's play this.
Yeah.
Namaste everyone. I hope you are all doing good. My name is Rajvika Mathur. I am 7 years old. Today I will show you my Odissi dance performance. Jamuna Kuhai Na Jana, where Radha's friend says do not go and meet naughty Krishna. I hope you all enjoy my performance. Thank you.
I really enjoyed the performance. Thank you.
Hi, Arpita Di. Say hi. Thank you.
Thank you. I really was waiting to do much more improvement.
Yeah, so she wants to improve next time she performs.
Yes, I want to improve next time I perform.
Yes, absolutely. You are a fabulous dancer.
Thank you.
Right? So, bye for now. And we shall see you soon.
Yeah, take care.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Take care. Bye.
Take care.
Bye. With this, now I'm going to get my guest from Kent. So let's welcome Anish from Kent. Hello, Anish.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very clearly. So, Anish, how are you? Tell me about you.
I'm very good. Hello, my name is Anish Rao, as you probably know. I'm 14 and in year 9 at St. Olave's Grammar School in Orpington. I'm very passionate about technology, cars, and the developing world, and I'm really happy to be here to be able to voice my opinion on an aspect of the current world. Thank you for having me.
Yeah. So, as you said, that you would like to tell us something about all these issues happening in the world, and not only that, it's just not this last 3 months of lockdown and changing perspective of different aspects of world. There are a lot of issues coming up in last 2-3 years, which will probably have an impact to your generation. So, is there anything you would like to talk, which you feel very strongly that we adults should be highlighting it and making it a priority? What is your thoughts?
Well, I simply think that one of the biggest things that's sometimes being overshadowed, sometimes in the foreshadows, is technology. And that's what I'd like to talk about today. At present, the world's affairs appear to be in a grim state due to COVID-19. Socially, we're unable to physically see and meet friends and loved ones. Economic spending may lead to mine and future generations having to pay back this crisis. However, if we take a step back, we see that technology has become the backbone of society. But it wasn't always this way, and that's what I wish to explain. To start with, I'd like to bring up a quote by Apple's co-founder, Steve Wozniak. One day, robots might keep humans as pets. This quote is more relevant than ever. It is undeniable that the world would be a completely different place without the aid of technology. It is prominent everywhere in the very fabric of our modern society. From the ways we communicate, to the vehicles we commute in, to the life-saving medical equipment used daily by healthcare professionals. We're even using it right now to communicate, hey. Long story short, the influence of technology has drastically altered society today. However, it wasn't always this way. 50 years ago, technology was very limited. In large commercial industries such as the Army, Navy, and Sea, it was used for radar and simple mapping systems. However, more domestically, technology is only found in basic FM radios and picture tube terrestrial televisions. However, this all greatly changed. Since the 1970s, domestic technology and computing has progressed leaps and bounds. For instance, computers have shifted away from being bulky, overpriced, unintuitive boxes that were just about powerful enough to process a Word document, to feature-filled machines that encompass artificial intelligence and come in a range of styles and varieties, portable and slim laptops, and advanced servers capable of holding petabytes of data. In addition to this, advancements in technology have even led to the shrinking of components, which has arguably led to the most influential device of them all, the smartphone. 5.16 billion people own one, and though it's only 13 years old, it has become the world's most used smart device. Domestic technology has even progressed so far that the user can now have app-based controls of their home. How convenient. Like fingerprint recognition door unlocking, smart lights, smart central heating, and even smart hot water. Technology has even been featured in sport, and many adjudicators, athletes, and fans alike will agree that it's become a necessity to use it. In addition to the cameras which have been used over the past 80 years to broadcast sport, over the last 30 years, many more advancements have come about, such as cricket's third umpire, tennis's Hawkeye, football's VAR, and many more. There are even prosthetic devices for disabled athletes and wearable microchip-based computers to track an athlete's fitness and health. The motor industry has also seen a surge in technological advancements. Since the 1990s, the motor industry took a major advantage of basic microchip devices, such as parking sensors, auto lights, and even automated windscreen wipers. However, over the last 12 years, Since the creation and introduction of smartphones and tablets, the motor industry has cleverly incorporated infotainment systems in cars. In addition to this, new artificial intelligence technology has meant that some cars can now even drive themselves autonomously. And they can even monitor blind spots and avoid collisions. And these advancements are only going to get better in the future. The medical and scientific industries also greatly benefited from technology, because due to advancements in microscopy and lasers, scientists can now successfully clone an organ and perform vital drug tests to see how it reacts to new medicines or viruses. This avoids any death or harm to humans or animals. In addition to this, science has also been able to create artificial limbs, genome sequencing, and vital new research for treatments of existing diseases. Medical professionals can also train junior surgeons via virtual reality and do patient consultations over the internet. Tech can even provide cheaper, faster, and more effective solutions for diseases, and it could even lead to humans finding a cure for long-term diseases like cancer or Alzheimer's. Currently, though, since we've been in lockdown, technology has played a major role in our lives. It has allowed people to continue trading via the internet. It has allowed for people to communicate and virtual schooling to take place. In addition to this, it's even allowed for the healthcare system to offer virtual services, as well as so it can get the vital machines and equipment like ventilators required to fight through this pandemic. Though our lives are very uncertain at the moment, one thing is very certain. Technology is here to stay. But the only unanswered question is that, will that turn out to be a good thing or a bad thing? Guess we'll have to wait and see. But hang on, I hear you say. Due to this massive rise in technology, there must be a next step, right? Well, that's correct, and that would be artificial intelligence and machine learning. So far, AI has been around for 20 years, but only in the last 8 years have computers been powerful enough and sophisticated enough to learn for themselves. This has been shown by Sony's robotic AI dog, Aibo, as well as new self-driving systems being tested in cars, just to name a few. AI has even become part of most homes due to devices like Amazon Alexa and Google Home. These have been touted, the people's personal AI. However, this does beg the question. Due to the exponential progress that machine learning is having year on year, the harsh truth may become a reality. Will we live in a world ruled by robots? We'll find out soon enough. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Anish. And it was wonderful for you to explain the pros and cons of this technological progress. And I will tell you something very funny. You know, I have Alexa, right?
Right.
And as you said, that Alexa is sort of like it can communicate, and not only that, it's like it may be in future, it may be processing the data and all this kind of thing, and the smart home and all this concept.
Oh yeah.
So one day, funnily enough, I was telling my Alexa, are you a spy? Then Alexa answered me back, I did not understand your question.
So I have to say, tech has a long way to go.
So it was quite funny. So when you were talking about these things, then I was remembering that incident. So I know you are a very good tabla player. Let's listen to your performance. Is that okay? And thank you very much. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts. It's really important to learn about this advancement, its pros and cons, along with embracing them. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Anish Rao, and I've been learning tabla on a part-time basis for the past 5 years. I'm currently at an intermediate level. My teacher, Harkirit Singh Bara, has performed at very, very prestigious venues such as the South Bank Centre. His performances have also been featured on channels such as Sky Arts. Now I'll perform a short recital for you. Din din da da tu na din din na dagi na da tet din tak din din da da tu na din din na dagi na da tet dagi na da tet dagi na da tet.
Thanks a million, Anish. What a
No
wonderful
problem.
and
Thank you. You're doing a great job.
it's like you are mixing the Eastern culture, and as well as you are embracing the Western technology. Amazing job, and I wish you all the best. And I'm sure we will meet face to face in future. And until then, stay safe.
Thank you very much for having me.
Take care, darling. With this, we are going to move to Birmingham, and I have got a special guest from Birmingham. She's called Sharon Lee. Hello, Sharon.
Hi.
My name is Arpita. We have never met, but I know your friend Ritisha, and thank you very much for being with us tonight.
No, thank you for having me. Yeah.
So, Sharon, do you want to tell us about yourself?
So I'm Sharon. I'm 12 and I'm in year 8 and I go to King Edward's High School for Girls in Birmingham. I play 2 instruments, piano and violin, from the ages of 4 and 5, and I've completed grade 8 on both. I'm also in lots of orchestras in school and out of school, and I enjoy music quite a lot.
Thank you. Should we listen to your music first and then we have further chat? Is that okay?
Sure, I don't mind, yeah.
Let's listen to your piano because I have heard it already and I became a fan of yours.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Even wonderful is less of a compliment.
Wow, thank you.
For saying it. But Sharon, tell me one thing. Like this is a different time, a different world, what we knew so far, isn't it? So is there anything, any issues, any topic, or any problem which is bothering you and you would like to share that with us?
No, I'm just gonna talk about how like the effects of coronavirus on social lives have been and how big of an impact it's been on. Yeah. So I think it's affected everyone's social lives like hugely because some people don't even have one, and people hardly have one sometimes. I think it's also a lot harder to keep in contact with friends, especially those who don't have phones or easy means of contact. But I also think it's brought some people closer as well, like family members, and it's brought some school friends closer together as well because they have more things to talk about. For example, I FaceTime with friends several times each week, sometimes to have a chat or play quizzes, and I've also met up with friends, but we make sure to maintain our distance. And I think it's been a huge effect, of course. But there's also pros as well, though it's hard to find. But like I think it's been a huge impact, yeah.
Yes, that's very true. It's changed our life and it's affected different people in different ways. And thank you very much. Thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you.
And I'm sure you, Ritisha, you all will have a great time at school when school opens. And
yeah.
Stay safe and look forward to see you again with your beautiful piano.
Oh, thank you. You too.
Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
So with this, from Sharon from Birmingham, I'm going to get my next guest from London. So please welcome Shreyoshi Dash from London. Shreyoshi, কেমন আছিস?
আমি ভালো আছি, তুমি কেমন আছো?
আমরা একদম ঠিকঠাক আছি। কিছুদিন আগেই তোর গান শুনলাম। তো আজকে তুই কি পারফরম্যান্স করছিস?
আজকে এটা হচ্ছে ইংলিশ এন্ড বাংলা একটা গান করছি, দুইটা একসাথে। It's like a mashup, but it has the same meaning. It's called We Shall Overcome, but বাংলাতে আমরা করব জয়।
Absolutely. তো আগে কি গানটা শুনবো না তার আগে I know you have got some message for the adults. So what shall I do? Shall I listen to your music with the viewers or should we listen to your message?
I will say I would like to point out one thing out of everything. যে শ্যামনগর থেকে যে দুই ভাই বোন বলেছিল তাদের থেকে অনেক শেখা যায়। তারা পরিবারকে যেভাবে সাপোর্ট করে আর এটা পাশে পড়াশোনাও করছে, এটা আসলে শিক্ষণীয়।
একদম ঠিক বলেছো। There is lot to learn from those 16-year-olds.
Yeah.
They live in a completely different world, but because of this internet connection, we are all connected. So সেই সঙ্গে আমরা চলে যাব, ওরা যে কথাটা বললো মনে শক্তি রাখতে হবে and we shall overcome, তো সেই গানটাই আমরা ওর থেকে শুনবো। All right, so we are both going to go out of this screen and we will listen to your music.
We shall overcome. We shall
হ্যালো শুনিনি ভালো বাজলে গান করতে ভীষণ ভালো লাগলো
Thank you.
So all the best wishes and hugs to you, Didi and Ma. Stay safe. Everything will be fine and we shall overcome.
Yeah.
ভালো
Thank
থাকি
you, aunty. অনেক ধন্যবাদ।
চলো বড় হয়ে গেছো তোমরা সবাই লন্ডন থেকে আমি এবার চলেছি একটু দূরে It's Derby. And again, I'll be meeting a little lady whom I have seen growing up from a little baby to a young, talented dancer, and who will be talking about her thoughts around the world, about the world problem. She will be talking about that. So please welcome Ritisha from Derby. Hello.
Hello, Mashi.
Am I allowed to call you Zara?
হ্যাঁ
Oh, thank you so much. কারণ রিতিশা বললেন আমি না তোকে ঠিক চিনতে পারছি না তো হাউ আর ইউ কেমন আছো
আমি ভালো আছি তুমি কেমন আছো
আমরা ভালো আছি we have met just before lockdown isn't it take 16th of February so Zara what is your thoughts I know you have done a beautiful presentation so should we play that first and talk about it afterwards what do you want me to do okay so let's
play first.
Okay, let's listen to that.
Hello everyone, I'm Ritisha and I live in Derby and today I will be sharing my thoughts about the world with you which I believe everyone like me gets confused with and today I will be sharing my why questions with you. But just before we move on to the next slide, I would like to make a big thank you to Orpita Mashi and Essex Indians for giving me this opportunity to share my voice with you. As a part of Generation Z, there is so much I have witnessed in just my 10th year on Earth. The secrets and the vile truth that it holds. At one side, we have the industrial fourth revolution of science and technology. And on the other side, we have the infamous coronavirus, the Amphan and CoVid, and the discrimination around the world. Recently, I came across the tragic death of an elephant to humans. It made me thinking, can anything good come of this year? But more importantly, all these deaths, insecurities, and pains it has created a wave of whys in my mind. When I came across the tragic death of this elephant in Kerala, it made me wonder, why do people murder innocent creatures? There is no reason to kill animals for unnecessarily. Just this single death created a flood of why questions in my mind, which are, why can't we be resilient? Why can't we give them their own life with their own choices? And most importantly, why do we cage them for our selfish needs? During this lockdown time, I felt what it is like to be caged and trapped. So I absorbed the same pain that they might be feeling. Another wave crushed into my soul when I found out about the polar bears and how they are threatened because of the melting icebergs, because of our irresponsible behavior. Because we are behaving irresponsibly, the icebergs are being melted, hence the polar bears' lives are endangered. Therefore, my why questions are, why can't we control our behavior upon Earth? And why can't we maintain a healthy and organic way of living life? So, as we will move from Generation Z to Generation Alpha, probably my whys will keep orbiting around us until we practice a change within us and towards our fellow cohabitants of the planet that we share. But I strongly believe our a change. This is why I believe in Mother Teresa's words. I alone cannot change the world, but I can cast a stone on the waters to create many ripples. Also, I would like to share a positive fact that I found out from the Week Junior magazine this morning. It's that in the UK, for 2 months, we haven't been burning coal. Therefore, no fossil fuels have been coming and affecting the environment. So maybe one positive thing has come out of this lockdown period. So, as we wrap up, I would like to echo and agree with Swami Vivekananda's words. Never say no, never say I cannot, for you are infinite. The power is within you. You can do anything. So, I would like to end, but one last why question I want to ask you. Why can we not come together and create a positive change in this world? Thank you for listening.
The Zara I have known for years has really grown up, and you have asked me as a representative of the adult generation a very difficult question. It's very true. Why? And I think as adult generation, we have a long way to go to solve this problem. And as responsible Generation Z, I'm really sorry, but at the same time, we are handing over those responsibilities to your generation because we have created a lot of problems, but currently we are not capable of fixing it. We are all trying, we are all making a pledge, we are all making promise that we will leave a better world for you guys. Thank you, Zara. Thank you for being with us and keep watching. And I enjoy watching your dance and see you all face to face. And we will see you soon.
Okay.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye. So with this, I'm going to bring to the stream two brothers, Harman and Iman. If they are, hello Harman. Oh,
Hello.
Hi. And let me bring Iman as well. Hello Iman. Where is he? Iman, where are you? Like all the rehearsals, I always had trouble finding you. Yes, I have found you. Yes.
Hello.
How are you guys? How are you guys?
I'm fine.
Right. I know both of you have talked about quite a lot of important things in your videos. Should we play that first?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So what we have to do, we have to essentially remove ourselves from the screen, and then I can play your messages. All right.
Racial injustice is a pressing issue in today's society. I struggle to see how that in 2020 it is still an issue. I do not understand why so many people have had to lose their lives just because of a factor that they can't even control. George Floyd was a man who wanted to start over and put his past behind him. He was a husband and a father. He did not deserve to die. And all for what? A counterfeit $20 note. George Floyd should not have died, nor should have countless other people of colour. And at the hands of who? Those who promised to protect and serve us, the police force. These protests that are currently going on are the only way that change will occur. I urge you to stand up to the fight against racism. Thank you very much for listening.
The coronavirus has affected me in various different ways. One of the main ways being not being able to see my friends. Now, I can understand that some people don't feel sad about not being able to see their friends, as they probably have siblings. See, I have siblings, but I still feel sad. This is due to the fact that being around the same two people that you have known for your whole life, it will eventually start to get boring. And so I've been quite sad that I've not been able to see my friends, but the restrictions have been getting eased, so I probably will be able to see my friends soon, and I hope this is the case.
Very well spoken, Harman. Really. Shouldn't have. And even you have highlighted a very specific point that yes, meeting friends face to face is much more important than having a chat with them. Anything else you want to say to us?
Yeah, I'd like to say that it's very important that we all stand up and show that racial injustice is not something that we will tolerate today, and that it needs to end right now.
Thank you very much for sharing that again and reminding us about it. Iman, do you want to say something? Any special message?
Just
kind of adding to
kind of
Harman
add on
saying,
to Harman saying, yes, we should all stand up and not tolerate racism, not just for black people, but in racism in any kind, whether that be to different groups or certain religions, just zero tolerance.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Iman, for sharing your thoughts. We shall see each other very soon as things are meet face to face very soon. Take care until then. Bye. With this different talks and reflections, I'm going to invite one of my panelists, Dr. Shujit Bhattacharya, who does a huge amount of work with children across the world. And his passion is encouraging people to understand, practice STEM subjects because science is our future religion, or it should be our current religion. So please welcome Dr. Shujit Bhattacharya from Cambridge. Shujitda, thank you very much for being with us.
Yes, thank you so much, Arpita. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Yes, I can hear you. And you just, yeah. So, Shujitda, tell me one thing. I know recently you have done a global innovation fair across the globe. And it was on Zoom, and you had a huge participation across the world, and it was 7 hours long. Right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think we are in a very troubled time. We are in a very troubled time, but there are a lot of challenges the kids are facing, but they are overcoming in different innovative way. Right. So what is your thought about those challenges?
Okay, first of all, thank you. Yeah.
Your view.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Essex India team. A round of applause to the team first. They are well done, and I'm very excited and I'm very happy that all the participants till now have done really well. A good round of applause, and I'm sure those who are are yet to come also will give us very positive and very encouraging, presentation. I'm very impressed with the presentation, and for me, hitting to your question directly about the Global Science Festival. Yes, we did conduct this Global Science Festival, and as you know, we have been conducting this festival locally within Cambridge. And as because of this pandemic situation, what we did, we decided that instead of canceling it, we took an initiative of reaching all the students across the globe. And the response was fantastic. We had participants from Australia. We had participants from India in a very large number, very encouraging. STEM with Indian students are very high. We had participants from UAE, Dubai, and Sharjah. And also we had good participation from UK and from US. And the response was so high, we had 120 students presenting their homemade projects to all of us. And then there was a lot of students in the waiting list, so we had to conduct the second global festival, and we named it second global Cambridge Science Festival, and we had participants again all across the world. The positive message from this event for me was that I have seen the students not only presenting their, their work, but they were with me for 6-7 hours, listening to all the projects, right? So, and also what my focus is with STEM, science, technology, engineering, maths. For those who doesn't know what STEM is, there's a huge crisis of STEM, and particularly the crisis is more profound in developed countries. There are very reasons for it. We'll not go into the reasons, but the important thing is that I am a bit selfish. Like, I want a lot of kids in my discipline. Like, I love STEM, so I want a lot of students to be in STEM. And what I see, they have the potential. They have the potential, and they can do a lot of good things. But only thing, what is happening, they are not being led or mentored properly. So I feel now that I have touched more than 3,000 students all over the world. I have not gone to US and other stuff, but I have touched 3,000 students in UK, in UAE, and in India. And globally, I'm trying to reach them through all the courses on robotics and Python, maths, physics. That's what I love, and I'm trying to reach. And I've also reached to the grassroots level, like in Delhi, in Ahmedabad. Last time we went to India, we covered six cities, and I not only teach the students, those who go to the private schools, or they go to the grammar schools, or they go to the state school, the public school, but I also go to those remote villages and those places where the education is not that accessible. They are the one, in fact, encourages me the most. Why? Because I see their enthusiasm to learn. There's a huge paradox which exists in this society. We will talk about it later on, not the forum to discuss right now. Those who have too much of things at their disposal, they don't value it. And those who don't have it, they value it the most. I came from a very humble background in terms like when I was born and brought up in a village setting in Odisha, where I was in a Air Force campus. And my parents were not in Air Force, but they were in administrative side. What is important for me, selling from that village environment where I had limited resources in terms of access to the books, in terms of access to very qualified teachers, we grew up with a very limited resource. Why I'm saying this important thing is that my passion for STEM and science was so strong. At that young age, I had a very strong desire to join an Indian Space Research Organization, and the desire came up not just because that the science was fun, but I felt that not many students or many people could go to that kind of organization, which is very prestigious. It requires you to work really hard and to be at a particular level to achieve that position. I did join ISRO, and thank God, I'm always grateful to the God for guiding me through. I worked very hard, not only in my school, also in my universities. In the university, I went to ISRO when I was just 20 years old. I was one of the youngest one to join and rise to a very, very nice position in ISRO. Worked there for 16 years, contributed to various projects and various satellites. I worked and then went to Indian Institute of Science in Bangalore to do my master's, came to United Kingdom in Edinburgh to do my PhD, went to Imperial College London and Queen's University in Northern Ireland, worked there in the research kind of thing. I worked with the radar company. I work now in a company which is into artificial DNA kind of thing. But now, when I see the change that has taken place from the time I studied and the time this generation is studying, there is a huge amount of information available to you. So from zero information, lack of information, to like overflow. You're overwhelmed with the information. But what is happening with this information? How many people, how many students are really using these resources to their full extent, right? You have a high-speed broadband, you demand high-speed broadband, but then what? Then you play games, right? Are you becoming more consumer of the technology and not accessing the information. Today, if you look into the website, you have professors giving free courses, right? In physics, in maths, in a lot of subjects that you're interested in. But how many of you really go into it and look into the website or access those information? More than that, today in the lockdown, the schools are closed, right? There's a lot of panic going around, oh, the school is closed. But I think, in my opinion, there will be very few percentage of students who would be really concerned that the school is closed. I see a lot of students, in the cycle, bicycle, and as a picnic, holiday kind of thing. The important thing is not that the school is the only way of imparting education. Today, at home, you can do self-learning. There's a huge amount of information in the internet. And what I have started personally is a mentor lab. So if you can sit with a mentor for 1 or 2 hours in a week, they can guide you to a lot of information which is available on the website, which you can do self-learning. So mentor-led self-learning is a style that we have to adapt. The thing is that the students who adapt it faster are in more advantageous situation. You can't change the situation outside. You have to wait for the virus to die off naturally. There is very remote chances of this RNA type virus to get vaccine and other stuff. I'm not scaremongering anyone. The only thing what is important, the faster you adapt to the lifestyle which is thrown at you, the better is your chances of succeeding. So what is that the students at this present time should do is to switch gear, not to be too much dependent on the teacher and the school. Can you not think of doing a lot of self-study yourself by getting some kind of mentor or someone, the school teachers guiding you for 1 or 2 hours, and you do rest of the research in the background?
Absolutely, Shujita. Absolutely. Yeah. What you were saying makes a lot of sense. But I think as an adult, we do have that need of the need of the hour is being aware and being a responsible adult to kind of suggest your children or your young adults to give those information as well, and kind of telling them, okay, yes, the game is there, enjoy, but at the same time, these are there, you have to make a choice between two. And because it's a kind of a very unusual situation, it's going to last long. So I think our generation has to behave responsibly as well, because we are all working. We are kind of imposing our anxiety, our problems, and which is impacting the children and the young adults as well. So if this, because a lot of kids were telling, we are actually watching the adult behavior, and why do you do that? So I think that is a very important take-home message for all of us. We are here to support them, to flourish their inquisitiveness, their potential, but at the same time, we do have to listen to them. And I think it's the topic you have touched. It's essentially probably the seminar for a whole day, but I suppose we do not have that much time. But thank you very much, Shujita. Thank you so much for being with us and sharing your thoughts. And I'm sure the second edition of the Global Cambridge Fair will be a huge, big success. And
it is already over. It's already over. We have already done it. Yeah. So we had 7 hours and 4 hours. So 11 hours marathon is over. So I'm sure you'll be breaking the record today for us.
No. I'm not doing that. I was thinking about that, but I will try not to break the record because there is no competition.
No, you have to break the record.
Thank you very much, Vidya. Thanks.
If you are unable to break the record, I'll come back again to break the records so that I'll spend another half an hour with you.
We have to work together. Thank you so much, Shujita.
Thank you.
With this, I have got fantastic dancers and singers, those who are waiting. And yes, the program is long, but we are hearing a lot of things. We are kind of absorbing a lot of information. So with that, I request and I invite Ishika Varadwaj to join with me. Hello, Ishika.
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm good. I'm enjoying this whole evening, listening to everybody's advice, their talk, their messages, and their performance. So, Ishika, tell me about yourself.
Well, I'm 11 years old and I live in High Wycombe. I like singing, dancing, baking, and playing sports.
Super. And Ishika, is there anything which is kind of you think that you need to tell us? Any issues, any problem, anything at all you think that we should highlight, we should talk about it? Is there anything you would like to say?
Well, I'm quite touched about homelessness, which is something people don't evaluate a lot. And homelessness is an issue that is present in all areas of the world. And that altogether, there's around 150 million homeless people in the world. In the UK alone, there's 320,000 people. And the main causes are mental health issues, unemployment, and life events. There's 3 types of homelessness. Rough sleeping, which is the most visible form, and these are the people with mental health conditions and drug misuses. Then you have statutory homelessness, which is the people who are housed by the government. Then you have hidden homelessness, which are the people who don't go to the government and stay in hospitals and bread and breakfast places. I'm quite passionate about this topic because a few years ago, me and my family, we started going to London to give the homeless food. And once you got to know them and understand their experiences, you got to see how horrible and rough life was for them. Especially during coronavirus, there's going to be a lot of people who are homeless because lots of people are losing their jobs and because they're not being able to be paid, and then they can't pay their rent and pay for their food.
A lot, Ishika, for touching this topic. You know, I will share 2 very short stories with you on this topic. From Essex Indian Charity, we do visit a homeless shelter where we provide food. And once I took the food, and then we had a chat with the people, those who were there, and then we were coming out. And you know, when you leave someone's house, you always say, see you again. And with my habit, I said that. And one of the person said, hope not. And that point, I just realized, oh my God, with my that simple, usual sentence, what a huge mistake I have done. Because he is in a homeless shelter. When I said, see you again, and he said, hope not, that means he meant, by the time you come back again, I should have a home which I can call, that's my own home. Thank you very much for touching this topic. And let's watch your beautiful dance.
रघुकुल रीत सदा चली आई, प्राण जाए पर वचन न जाए।
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Very beautiful dancing, and keep it up, dear. And I know your teacher very well, and she does an amazing job. So pay my respect to her, Anashmita, and you all stay safe and keep up the good work. Yeah.
Thank you. See you later.
With this, I'm going to bring a very powerful singer. She's little, but she is a powerhouse. And let me introduce Tanisha Bishwas from Kent. Hello.
Hi.
Can you hear me,
Hi.
Tanisha?
Yes, I can hear you.
You can hear me. Yes. I have heard you singing, and I have seen you when you were very little. So tell me how you are keeping yourself busy in these days, and what are you doing? What is your thoughts before we listen to your singing?
Well, like, I spend some of it studying and lots of it on music. And sometimes I play with my brother some board games.
And is there anything which is bothering you? Any problem, any issues, what's happening around the world, anything?
Well, like, racism and discrimination and people being unkind to others.
Absolutely. I think, with this coronavirus pandemic, we are seeing quite a lot of bad things, but at the same time, we are seeing quite a lot of kindness as well. So there are little things which is happening in the community, which is happening in local areas, but it's just giving us hope, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right. So should we listen to your singing?
No, can I start with my speech first, please?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. Okay, yes, go ahead.
Looking around the world, I see that it is full of conflict between countries, people, and races. People are being unkind to one another, to other living beings, and the environment. I think that a lot of conflicts and fights happen because people forget that the other person is a human being, just like them, and instead consider them to be different. Different. It is easy to classify somebody as that. However, how many times do we actually ever think about what we say? I would guess not often. If we did, then there would be no racism, discrimination of people with mental illnesses. There would be no protests, a peaceful world. However, this is not the case. An old Chinese saying is, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step. For society, that one step would be to realize there is racism, there is discrimination. We cannot deny if it's ever going to be fixed. We cannot just run away. We need to accept and strive for change. We are told we cannot just expect dreams to fall into our laps, and we have to work for them. If only the people who tell us these lived by what they said. Stop trying to run away from the problem, society. Stand and fight it. Everyone is equal. We need to realize this. All races, all people with mental illnesses, both genders, everyone. The discrimination is in the past, for the sun rises today on a new day, a new era, another chance to stop discrimination. We just need to reach out and grab that opportunity.
Thank you so much for this powerful speech. And I think what you have said and what you have sung is actually make me believe that you believe in what you are saying. So keep believing, keep dreaming, and this world will be a better place for your generation. So let me listen to your beautiful singing. So for that, what we have to do, both of us has to leave this screen and then I can play.
Bismillah অসংখ্য মানুষের হাহাকার শুনেও নিঃশব্দে নীরবে ও গঙ্গা তুমি গঙ্গা বইছো কেন? নৈতিকতার স্খলন দেখেও মানবতার পতন দেখেও নির্লজ্জ অলস ভাবে বইছো কেন? বিস্তীর্ণ দুপারে অসংখ্য মানুষের হাহাকার শুনেও নিঃশব্দে নীরবে ও গঙ্গা তুমি গঙ্গা বইছো কেন? জ্ঞানীবিহীন নিরক্ষরে খাদ্যবিহীন নাগরিকের নেতৃত্বহীনতায় মৌন কেন? সহস্র পুরুষার উন্মাদনায় মন্ত্র দিয়ে লক্ষ জনের সবল সংগ্রামে অনেক গ্রামে করে তোলো না কেন? ব্যক্তি যদি ব্যক্তি কেন্দ্রিক সমষ্টি যদি ব্যক্তি রহিত তবে শিথিল সমাজে বাংলা কেন? সহস্র পুরুষার উন্মাদনায় মন্ত্র দিয়ে লক্ষ জনের সবল সংগ্রামে অনেক গ্রামে করে তোলো না কেন? স্রোতস্বিনী কেন নাহিব তুমি নিশ্চয় জাহ্নবী নও, তাহলে প্রেরণা দাও না কেন? সহস্র পুরুষার উন্মাদনায় মন্ত্র দিয়ে লক্ষ জনের সবল সংগ্রামে অনেক গ্রামে করে তোলো না কেন? বিস্তীর্ণ দুপারে অসংখ্য মানুষের হাহাকার শুনেও নিঃশব্দে নীরবে ও গঙ্গা তুমি গঙ্গা বইছো কেন? বিস্তীর্ণ দুপারে অসংখ্য মানুষের হাহাকার শুনেও নিঃশব্দে নীরবে ও গঙ্গা তুমি গঙ্গা বইছো কেন?
What a powerful singing. Fantastic. I have no words to share my emotions the way you have sang it. Keep singing, Tanisha, and keep thinking and keep dreaming. All the best, darling.
Thank you.
And thank you for being with us today. Thank you so much. From Kent, now I am going to Derby. And as you can all see, what a powerful thought these young minds have. And I think as an adult population, we should respect that and we should learn from that. So with that, I'm going to invite Ronak from Derby. Hello, Ronak. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
I'm fine. Sorry, it's a bit late, but it's worth watch this Zumba program because I can hear, I can listen, and all the adults, those who are watching, they can listen to your voice. So tell me about you and what are your thoughts about current world?
So, as you nicely introduced me, I'm Ronak, and I'm a new teen in this world. Recently, I turned 13, and like any other team, I have hobbies as well. I love to play sport, particularly cricket, swimming, badminton, and football. Of course, because of the lockdown measures, I can't really do them now. But what I can do is play games. Yes, you heard me, play games. I do it all the time, day, night, whenever, and my parents tell me to stop, I never listen. Also, I love to read books, especially detective series. And part of for this Uttorsuri program, I've been part of it for the last 3 years. And this year, it may not be on a stage, but I'm sure you will enjoy it. And it's really been a journey for me.
Thank you. Thank you for your kind words, Ronak. And I feel really lucky. Just before the lockdown, I had the opportunity to see you and Nitisha both. Though it was a very small visit, but it was a very memorable visit. So, should we listen to your beautiful playing of violin?
Actually, first, I'd like to say my speech, which leads on to my violin on the last lines.
Sure, absolutely. Go on.
Okay. I'm a boy like any other, living in a diverse yet complex world. We have divided and ruled all other species for generations, and it has come to us discriminating one another for the color of our skin. The race that we call ourselves is human. For me, a term with an empty and vile meaning. The origins of humans date back to a long time ago, where there was no social media, the era of carefree and innocent creatures inhabiting the world. This is the term that determines humans. Eventually, the humans started to advance with technology, sharper minds. Simultaneously, we developed into rocks with no compassion for one another. The only motive was ourselves. Fortunately, the world was blessed with saints such as Martin Luther King, Mother Teresa, Swami Vivekananda, and many more. These influencers tried to guide us to a path that would forge a better tomorrow. As ignorant as us humans are, we did not heed their words. Gradually, this led us to the current situation. A world that was once a haven for all has now become the fuel of nightmares. Countless individuals suffer every day from the fear of them not being accepted as who they are. We should all be proud of who we are. Personally, and I'm sure that most of the viewers will agree with me, I do not know what it is like to have this constant fear feeding off me. I do not know what it is like to be stereotyped for my beliefs, to be discriminated for the color of my skin, and for the choice of my sexuality. However, what I do know is that my words alone will not affect this issue. The unified efforts of everybody watching and everybody in society will help these undefeatable issues. After all, we are all human and we are all local to one another. Hence, knowing oneself is most vital, and that is what I want to share. So, what does it really mean to be local, you ask? Recently, I watched a TED Talk by an author called Tai Selassie, which really changed my view of defining oneself. Instead of asking where we are from, we should ask where we are local to. According to Tai, there are 3 R's that express our locality. These are restrictions, relationships, and rituals. For instance, somebody like me, born in Northern Ireland, spent my childhood in Belfast, lived in Lincoln for a short while, however, currently lives in Derby, and probably as I get older, will become another local of a new place. Additionally, I also share a collaborative upbringing that is a combination of Indian and typically Bengali culture, which I religiously practice at home in Derby and when I visit India, especially Kolkata. Therefore, from porridge to porota, burger to biryani, salmon bake to shorshe ilish, cheesecake to chom chom, they are all a part of me being local. All the childhood havens, such as parks, people, playgrounds in Belfast, Lincoln, Derby, Barrackpore, and Krishnanagar, are all my core relationships. The rituals is the culture that I am involved within. This is how I visit the mandir during Durga Puja, participate in holy rituals, and eagerly wait to cut the turkey on Christmas Eve. Finally, the restrictions is what I can do within a legal boundary. For example, where I can visit with or without a visa. I may be from England, but truly, I am a local of Derbyshire, Lincoln, Belfast, and most importantly, Kolkata. Therefore, whenever anyone asks me, "Where are you from?" instead, it is more appropriate to ask me, "Where are you a local of?" To wrap up, I dream that all of us accept ourselves as a local and should be proud of oneself. So without further ado, let my violin sing the word for me. I have a dream, a song to sing, and this is where my violin should play.
Very well said, Pratham. And that's how I call you. I never call you Rhoda. So it's a bit unusual for me. But I really like the way you said, Shoshi Ilis to the salmon. Yes, that's your identity.
We all
Blending.
have a bit of Bengali within us.
And you didn't mention the fight of Bangal and Ghoti. Right? So let's
That's
listen
always
to
a dinner table discussion. That's always.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you very much for being with us. And let's listen to your beautiful violin recital. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much for such a beautiful presentation. And I shall see you all very soon.
I'd just like to add on just a little bit about what I currently think of the what the adults of this world should do.
Okay, sure.
So so I've been watching this, as my speech says. My speech is about knowing oneself and locality. I've been watching the show for the last few hours. I've noticed happened and things that are currently going on. Whereas, as I mentioned, my speech is about locality. Locality is the problem with knowing oneself, and locality is that it may be in the past, in the present, and probably will continue on to the future. How can we we say that we are from nations, but in my opinion, the nation that a human comes from is a concept. Humans should not be defined from where they're from and should not be judged because of that. We all have roots around the world and dots connecting us together. For example, look at me, from Northern Ireland to England to India. I'm all across the globe. You see, if all the adults in the world open their eyes and see, and they have to accept that we are all local to one another, we are not separated by our nations.
Absolutely spot on. Point noted. Definitely. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ronak, for being with us. Stay safe.
And just quickly, thank you, Essex Indians and Orpita Mashiyu, for sitting through this and giving me the opportunity to share my opinion.
Absolutely my pleasure. Absolutely my pleasure. With this, I am now coming back to London again. So I'm making a virtual to and fro journey and I'm enjoying it. And I would like to say a few words because I know in India it's becoming quite deep at night. So I would like to thank Astral Studio, who has done this immense background work of doing things, setting up all the flyers, posters, and kind of organizing all the videos and doing a huge amount of job. And two young person has done that for me and for Essex Indian. So I would like to say a big thank you to Boishali Bakchi and Somriddha Ganguly for this huge amount of work. It is quite late at night. You have already met Somriddha. Boishali has a meeting tomorrow morning, so therefore it's best for her not to stay awake till the morning, because I'm not saying this program will last till tomorrow morning because everybody will be very upset with me. So let's move on to Harrow. Let me introduce Indrajit. Hello. Hello, Indrajit.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, everything is okay. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm good. So, since I have seen you last time, obviously I know a little boy who is a very confident and handsome teenager. So tell me about you and what do you think about this world? Any
All right,
problem?
so namaskar, সবাইকে জানাচ্ছি. My name is Indrajit and I'm 14 years old. I go to Queen Elizabeth Boys School and I'm in year 9. That is quite personal to me and should be all personal to you as well. I think this part of today has been ignored, and it's that we really should be also focusing on the positives of quarantine and things that have happened over this time that we've been staying at home. So I'd just like to say thank you and to all the parents and people who've been at home and stayed at home during this time, because it's very difficult. And I agree with that too. I would just like to say that all the parents, you've been doing a really good job, as it's obviously an unusual time keeping children at home, and it's good to keep contact with your children as well. I'd like to say that my target, well, really, to all the parents out there is, even if you might have a teenager like me who who just spends time on their pieces of technology and their phones and tablets and whatnot, I like to say to them that try to get them off, if they are, try to get them off their tablets and spend some of this precious time together, as you will not be able to get it back unless another virus happens. And that it's very important, especially at this time, for some family bonding. And I'm really lucky and happy to have my parents over at this time, and we can spend more time together than we normally would on a regular school day, where I'd come home at pretty much 5 o'clock every day, and my mum would come home at 6, and we'd only really see each other for 3 hours before I go to bed and wake up for the next morning. So I'd just like to say that everyone's doing a really good job at the moment, and it's good to get some time to ourselves and stay together in this time to make sure everyone's coping well and doing well. Yeah, that's all I'd like to say.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Indrajit. Let's listen to your beautiful singing. Thank you so much for a beautiful, beautiful song. And it's one of my favorite songs. Thank you very much for this beautiful
Thank you, thank you.
and stay safe. You have said few valuable words for us, for the parents. And I think, yes, it's a very precious time. Though it's a very trying time, but it's a very precious time.
I'd just like to,
Yes.
yeah, sorry to interrupt. I'd just like to say something that thank you, Essex Indians, for having me here. It's a wonderful thing that you're doing. And it's brilliant to see that you're actually the ones who are trying to get people to come together and share their knowledge and inspire others to do things across the whole world, which is amazing. The song that I just sang is from the movie Golmaal, and I think it relates to this situation that we're in really closely, because it's about spending time that's here, like we're doing at the moment. We're not going to get this time back, so whoever's watching, make the most of it.
Absolutely. Very well said, Indrajit. Thank you so much. Stay safe.
Thank you.
And we would all like to meet soon. Take care.
Bye.
So with that beautiful song, we move to another young lady, Januja. Hello. Hi, Januja. How are you?
I'm good.
Thank
How
you
are
very much
you?
for waiting. Do you have school tomorrow?
Yes, I do.
Sorry, really sorry. Orpita auntie is very naughty. Sorry.
It's
So
fine.
let's come to the point. So just tell me about you and what is your thought about this world around us?
As you already know, I'm Januja. I'm 9 years old. I live in England with my mum, dad, and sister, and I'm very excited to be part of this show. Thank you for the opportunity. Well,
Should we play your dance video now? Is that
yes,
okay?
please.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Thank you very much, Januja. Wonderful performance in Kathak. And thank you very much to your teacher, Anashmita Saha, for introducing you to us. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Yes.
Racism is when someone is treated differently because of their race or skin tone. When I was younger, someone made a racist comment on my skin tone. I was very upset and I felt ashamed of myself because of my skin tone. After I talked to an adult, I realized that my skin tone was not the problem. People's ignorance was the problem. People need to understand that we are all the same inside, regardless of our skin color. All adults should take responsibility and teach their children that racism is wrong. In whatever way, place, and time, racism will always be wrong. Everyone needs to respect each other and come together to banish racism. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks a million. Thanks a million, Januja, for being with us. Stay safe, stay well, and we shall see each other at some point. Thank you. With that, I am going to invite a young lady from Birmingham. So, hello, Renia, how are you?
I'm good. How about you?
I'm very well. I'm enjoying myself, and I do not have to go to school tomorrow. Do you have to go to school tomorrow?
No, but I have online school.
All right, thank God. At least you do not have to get ready and then go with the traffic and everything. Thank God for that. Sorry, I completely messed up with the dates, and that's why I put it on a Sunday. We should have arranged this program on a Saturday. Sorry. But let me tell you, I'm a big fan of your singing. Whenever your mom posts things, I always listen to it. So tell me about you.
Well, as you guys probably already know, I'm Renia Ganguly. I'm currently in year 6 at Edgbaston High School for Girls. I really love maths and music, and I would like to pursue music when I'm older. Thank you.
Any special issues you would like to talk?
First of all, I would like to thank Orpita Auntie and Essex Indians for giving me this opportunity to voice my opinion about discrimination and especially why Black Lives Matter. I know we are all in the waning phase of lockdown, but that's the only physical aspect of lockdown. What about the mental lockdown we have been suffering for centuries, rather being a slave of? What existed 200 years ago and apparently exists today. We moved from wheels to motor cars, and now people are even talking about flying cars. We started off with a simple mobile phone, and now we have smartphones. But what really baffles me is, how come our thoughts are still really primitive? Have you ever seen an angel that is black? I don't think so. Maybe your mother's seen one. No. Maybe your grandmother? How come that when an angel or something good is being portrayed, it's always white and, positive? On the contrary, the devil is always black. As a child, when you were going to be drawing a devil, you would always be past the black crayon. And it wasn't just a mark on a piece of paper. It got embedded into your mind. And subconsciously, you were told that devil is black, always painted black. While we like to dwell in a magical kingdom painted with the 7 colors of the rainbow, why is it that another form of magic, which uses supernatural and evil purposes, is always traditionally called black magic? Why does the magic suddenly become black just because it's associated with evil and bad? I was thinking the other day, have we taught ourselves that anything evil or bad is black? Or is it that even the color black itself is bad? For example, tomorrow, if I do something bad, I will be blacklisted. Does that mean my name will be listed with the other offenders on a black piece of paper? No, maybe with black ink. No. Why does there need to be a color in front of the word listed? It could be bad listed, yet it's been given with a color. Today, this is a very common one. My dad, usually every Sunday, he takes the rubbish out in a bin bag. So today when he was doing this task, it occurred to me that
Why is the bin bag black? I know that it contains all the unwanted and things that we wanted to throw away. But why is the bin bag black? Why could it not be any other color? Also, people have been hearing that 2020 is known as the black year. Again, just because it's involved with uncertainty and it has a pandemic, why is it called a black year? Already, as you can see, the color black is already being used as a negative. Mother Nature gives us 4 seasons, and even though we may prefer one season over the other, we can't pick one we like. Then how do we discriminate human beings based on their skin color? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Virginia. And when you were talking about all these things, and I was just thinking, all of you are talking on different subjects. You are touching certain things which we discuss as adults, but it's coming out through the mouth of some people, those who are very, very young, but you are talking so matured way. Thank you very much sharing your thoughts with all of us. And in the meantime, let's listen to your beautiful, beautiful singing. Is that okay?
Yes, it's a poem that I wrote. My Days in Solitude. It was a cold night in winter when it all started. Everything was fine until we had to be parted. It was a warm day at school and we had to say goodbye. The teacher said we would come back, but I guess that was a lie. All was fine until it came. All my friends and I think it's lame. Now I have to do online school and I can't turn back because it's a rule. For the first time on my face, there's a massive frown because it's lockdown. When everyone was talking about this, I didn't expect there were so many things to miss. I'm feeling quite adrift because I can't see my friend. Most of the things are cancelled. Does this problem end? Everybody's wearing a mask. Where to buy them and who to ask? All of this is flowing in my mind. And I feel like I'm trapped inside a bind, 'cause it's lockdown. Now we have to save food for later. Our $1 million lottery is now toilet paper. The shelves in the supermarket are now vacant. The streets are now completely silent. I've been sitting at home and getting bored, and I hope everyone who is infected gets cured. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this beautiful reflective poem. Renia, I have always heard you singing. So that's why when your mom sent this video, I will be honest, I didn't have the chance to listen to it because I was kind of at that time, race against time, uploading everything in the video. And I will be watching all this recording tomorrow when I will be much more relaxed. But it's a beautiful, beautiful writing.
Thank you. Can I just add something?
Yes, because you need to advise us what we can do better.
First of all, I think discrimination is like a charity and it begins from home. And it's just generations after generations passing on the information. So as an Uttorsuri, I would like to sign off by saying a quote by Malala Yousafzai. She studied in my school and she's really inspired me. So the quote is, "When the whole world is silent, even one voice is powerful. And I want you to know that this could be your voice." Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Stay safe, darling, and we shall see. Right. With that beautiful recitation and talk, I'm moving close to my home. So I'm coming back to Chelmsford to meet Tiash. Hello, Tiash.
Hello.
Sorry for being so late, but I'm enjoying. I know you have school. Really sorry for that. But it's a great pleasure to have you here. So let's hear your thoughts. Let's hear your talk.
So, today I'm going to be saying a poem. This poem is going to be structured in 2 different ways. The first section, in which I describe the beautiful world, is rhyming because the world is synchronized and in harmony. Then, the structure is different. There is no rhyming when I delve into the problems because the world is no longer in harmony. destruction. The world today is a magnificent place with prosperity and cheer, but once in a while that perfect world is invaded by fear. In a heartbeat there is war. Life throws an earthquake onto our earth. The fate of our lives is shrouded by mist. Of sorrow it is the birth. Unsteady is the world. The sun dare not show his face, frightened of mankind. The clouds let out a triumphant growl. Laughter echoes behind. Raging masks they wear. Light seems to vanish. Rain seems to pour. The beauty of our paradise seems to be no more. Smoke creeps in, preventing connection. Demons from the dark appear to tear the world away. The luscious grass that coated the land is rapidly growing grey. Colour quickly fades. In times like these times, we must all unite. Although the journey will be tough, we must join the fight. Together, we can make a difference. All Black Lives Matter, every single one. Why are they treated differently when they are simply none other than equals? This world's actions I question because it makes no sense to me. Black lives are lives as well. It is an ethnicity. It cannot be controlled. COVID-19 has overwhelmed the world. The world is standing frozen. Our fragile lives are in the hands of people with the right skills. And yet there is much to cry for. Workers struggle with stress and stress. We suffer what we have awoken. We are shut inside our quiet cages, lost inside our solemn thoughts. Loneliness is taunting us. Locked inside my tiny room, I listen to the howling wolves. Emotion is tearing, breaking me apart. All my feelings I cannot share. All my feelings I must bear. Everyone everywhere has a mental health. It always needs to be cared for. But bad lurks in the shadows, watching, waiting to take control of us. The earth, our home since forever, is withering away at present. Every day its condition worsens. For many more years it will not last. I'm afraid of the future. Its sick soil tries to keep us standing, and its worn bubble us safe. However, our greed is damaging it, pummeling it into the ground. We are poisoning the life around us. There is much more to say, but I fear our time is running out, for I cannot bear to see the results if we shout when others shout and increase the deafening volume. Treating all with respect and love will destroy the inequality of everyone below and above. We are part of one priceless family. Aiding where possible, key to overcoming this, will destroy the suffering and help the helpless. Staying safe, staying responsible is necessary. Letting someone know that they can talk will destroy the fear and free them to walk. We must all connect. Being aware of the consequences and caring for our incredible home will destroy the sickness and allow all to roam with relief once again. The world today is a magnificent place with prosperity and cheer. But once in a while, that perfect world is invaded by fear. In a heartbeat, there is war. Thank you.
Thank you for saying those words so easily in a flowing note. Thank you so much, Dinesh.
Thank you.
I have heard you singing, and I know you have sang a beautiful piece for us as well. Should we play that?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Asatoma sat gamaya tamsoma jyotir gamaya mritorma amritam gamaya shanti shanti om shanti om shanti om hari om tat sat shanti om hari om tat sat দেখো আলোয় আলো আকাশ দেখো আকাশ তারাই ভরা দেখো যাওয়ার পথের পাশে ছুটে হাওয়া পাগল পারা এত আনন্দ আয়োজন সবই বৃথা আমায় ছাড়া asatoma sat gamaya tamsoma jyotir gamaya mritorma amritam gamaya shanti shanti om shanti om shanti om hari om tat sat shanti om hari om tat sat. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have lost my words. And you know, when I'm watching and listening, I treat you all as children. But I think we are playing a role reversal today. Thank you so much, Yash. Thank you for being with us. And yes, we are like neighbor, and I'm sure we shall meet. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Right. So I'm making my journey up north, going to Birmingham. Right? No, Liverpool noy. Okay, আমি যাচ্ছি দাঁড়া। Sorry, teacher.
It's fine, it's fine.
Suddenly, Birmingham থেকে জাম্প করে আমি হঠাৎ লিভারপুলে চলে গেছিলাম। সরি। কালকে স্কুল আছে?
Unfortunately.
সরি, শুরু কর তুই এক্ষুনি বল তুই আমাকে বলতে চাস, আমি সমস্ত বকা খেতে রেডি। So tell us about you and your thoughts for all the problems created by the adults in this world.
Of course. So, as you know, I'm Ruchisha Bediari. I'm 13 years old and I'm in year 8 at the moment. I'm from Birmingham, UK. I've got a few achievements over my lifespan of 13 years, and I'll be sharing them with you just so you get a little inkling of my areas of interest. I was lucky enough to be crowned the Junior Language Challenge champion of 2016 nationally at the age of 9 years, and I enjoyed £5,000 as a prize on a trip to Africa. I'm also a Mensa member with the highest possible IQ of 162, and I have the highest ever recorded marks in the Birmingham Grammar School's consortium exams. I'm also an academic and foundation scholar at King Edward VI High School for Girls, an acclaimed school in Birmingham. I have represented my school in different competitions such as the Junior Maths Olympiad, Also, I have my own blog, since blogging is one of my hobbies. But I'm not just academics based, music and culture plays a very important role in my life. I'm on the highest grades of violin, viola, piano, and singing. And I've done lots of instrumental recitals. I've done even a few for Essex Indians, as you may have seen before. I was also a member of the Junior String Orchestra in the Royal Birmingham Conservatoire, and currently I'm in my school's symphony orchestra. Culturally, I've done lots of Bengali recitations around the UK, and I've done, again, a couple for Essex Indians as well. I've also done different dance recitals and drama productions like the ones in school. In addition, I'm a Lambda student, which is speech, and I've gotten numerous accolades for music and speech festivals. But aside from all of my achievements, I'm an imaginative and fun-loving girl. My friends have described me as kind, thoughtful, modest, artistic, and reliable. And to the closest view, I'm dramatic. But to sum it all up, I'm a simple girl with big ambitions for the future. And it's with your blessings that I'll hopefully go far. So
Thank you. Continue.
Thank
I would
you.
like to hear what you think about the problems around the world and what will be your advice to us before we listen to your recitation.
Of course. So as you know, the world around us is changing quite dramatically. There have been so many differences in human behavior, whether they be small or particularly noticeable. But one thing that has taken a major turn during lockdown is the use of social media. Depending on the type of application, usage has either soared or decreased dramatically. Before lockdown, Zoom was simply a verb we used in creative writing. Google Meets was virtually unheard of, but now they're common household names. I'm sure those present have made much use of these apps like Zoom, Google Meets, and House Party and FaceTime, just to name a few. But from a more professional point of view, these apps are what allow us to communicate with co-workers, other students, and in my case, my teachers. These apps allow me to gain a more interactive education, rather than simply being told what to do through Google Classroom. Many apps have seen either much more usage or much less usage. Apps like House Party have seen usage go up by 79.4%, which is a huge number. Other apps like the Facebook website have seen usage go up by 27%. And of course, one of the apps we use the most during lockdown is Zoom. And Zoom is used by 300 million people as of April, which includes around 90,000 different schools. One other interesting change to note is the fact that the use of partisan sites have gone down. For those of you who don't know, partisan sites are sites which are in favour of one particular thing, and are therefore often a little biased. These include sources like the Daily Caller. On the other hand, established news sources have actually gone up a lot in readership, and apps like CNBC have gone up by up to 99% in some cases. So to sum it up, social media has been really involved in our lives, in keeping us entertained with global programs much like this one, and also it's allowed us to reach out to lots of different people. In terms of the advice I'd give to adults, it's this. As I said before, the world is changing, and it's the role of adults to make the transition from normality to reality as smooth as possible. In terms of social media, I think one of the things that parents can do especially is just to be a little more lenient with social media for their children. In fact, they should encourage children to stay in touch with a wider family and friends from school as well as other places, because this really helps the child feel less isolated. As an only child myself, it's so reassuring to know that I have the support of my parents, even during this very difficult time. But that being said, spending all the time online can be extremely detrimental. You should always stick to a routine. I can't stress the importance of that enough. You should spend a certain number of hours on social media, but really the rest of your free time should be spent with family bonding time. Yes, we are living during a horrific pandemic, but it's so important to see the bright side of things. Personally, I've reaped the rewards of more family time. My parents working from home is such an assurance. And before we know it, we'll be so busy with our hectic schedules and we won't have a moment to spare. So really what I'm trying to say is, these days are irreplaceable. Whether it be a movie night, a simple walk in the park, or playing badminton in the back garden, like my parents and I have been doing. Please just take the time to spend with your family, because these moments will be treasured in the future, I can assure you. You should always limit your social media usage to create memories, but still remember that it's important to reach out. In terms of news sources, as adults, you should filter the news you're allowing children to read. Even though we are living in a pandemic, threats from before, such as fake news, are still important. You should always use well-known sources to limit these threats instead of partisan sites like I mentioned before, to get an unbiased point of view. And you should supply your children with this unbiased point of view so that they can find out about breakthroughs as well as the upsetting news. You should be honest with your children, of course, if they're of an appropriate age. So, to sum it up, yes, we are going through hard times, and as adults, you're the pillars of society. You're doing a great job, and your courage is commendable. So, keep going. And I'd like to thank Orbita Auntie and Essex Indians and Honorable Uncle for providing me with this opportunity to tell everyone about my point of view.
Thank you. বাবা তুই আমাদের বকিসনি, সবাই খুব বকেছে। আমরা খুব দুষ্টুমি করছে, উল্টোপাল্টা করছে, তুই শুধু বকিসনি। Thank you. Thank you. একটু বাদে শর্মিষ্ঠা auntie will be coming as a panelist. She will also say thank you যে তুই আমাদের বকিসনি। Okay. So let's listen to your recitation.
Hello, I'm Ritisha Boydurar from Birmingham, UK. Today I'll be performing 3 poems for you, which I've written myself. If you enjoy them, you can check them out, as well as many other poems and other articles, which I've written myself, on my own blog, ritisha.blog. Be sure to leave a comment, like, or suggestion. My first poem is called Ebony Skinned, and it actually describes the transatlantic slave trade many years ago. Though it happened in the past, many elements can still be seen today through racial discrimination against black people. Ebony-skinned. Kente cloth adorns his body, complete with a youthful grin. His soul is at its peak of joy, with pride in his ebony skin. The sudden boom of an approaching gun startles him in his wake, whisked away by pale ghostly spirits. He must obey, for his life is at stake. He is taken at gunshot to a colossal ship, upon which the tortures begin. Week upon week of shaming dehumanization shatters his body and soul within. He is bid to a cotton plantation, months of burning the midnight oil, branded, identity stolen. Months become years of merciless toil. His ebony skin, once the pride of existence, has become a symbol of lesser worth. He longs to be freed from this cycle of life, but he is trapped on this hell upon earth Thank you. My next poem is called Take Me Back, and it reflects my thoughts on lockdown. Take me back to the time in the past. This maddening reality claws at my heart. I wish to be free from this cocooned existence. Memories threaten to tear me apart. Take me back to those long lion days spent frolicking, with laughter abound. Whispering winds carry echoes of the past. My wandering mind comes harshly aground. Take me back to the blissful ignorance before this wistfulness consumes me. Melancholy musings toy with my emotions. I long for my soul to be free. Shards of memories embed in my heart, threads of unfinished thoughts amass. Normality teasingly beckons my soul. My wish is but simple. Take me back. Thank you. My final poem is called A Daydream's Fancies, and it echoes the thought of somebody who is lost in their daydreams. They love their daydreams because it's their own type of fantasy, only for them. A Daydream's Fancies. Take me afar where the moon rides nigh, and stars sit on my fingers. Fly me away from this maddening crowd, to where a smile forever lingers. A place where wonders never cease, where the cosmos kneels to me, my heart as if it is fit to burst. For this is where my soul is free. Take me away, my charming Freer. Paradise lures from afar. I long to be under the navy abyss, under many a sparkling star. I wait restlessly for the beckon of day, to experience my musings divine. Why so special are these fancies, you ask? For this reality is none's but mine. Thank you. And as I said, please do have a look at my blog. Thank you very much.
Ritisha, I have no words to say when I was
Thank you.
when I was hearing you. Stay blessed, my darling.
Sorry to interrupt you, but before I leave, I'd just like to say, though it's almost the end of the day, Happy Father's Day to all the fathers watching out there, all the uncles, fathers, grandfathers, and especially my dad. He's been working really tirelessly today, and he's been doing a great job.
Yes, definitely. It's a happy Father's Day to all the fathers around the world. So
Yes.
Stay safe, stay happy.
Thank you.
And keep spreading love as you always
Thank
do.
you. Thank you.
Right. With this, I'm going to bring, or I have already brought.
I can't hear you, Orpitadi, somehow.
I can hear you very clearly. Do you want to
can't hear you.
do one thing? Put
I was able to hear you earlier on.
Right. Do you have earplugs?
Shall I log back out and log back in? Shall I try that?
Yes. And use earplugs. Headphones.
Sorry.
So, with that, I'm going to bring, I have got Shrey, who is my young friend, whom you have met at 4 o'clock. Shrey has got school. Tomorrow he should be in bed. Sorry, Orpita Mashi has caused trouble again. Sorry.
Okay, don't worry.
So tell me what you want me to do. Should we listen to your piano or should we listen to your talk first?
Could I talk first, if that's okay?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
So I wanted to talk about the pressures that people have for youth these days. So did you know that 39% of young people have said that they've experienced suicidal feelings because of stress? 39%. That number is far, far too high. It's from a study commissioned by YouGov to launch Mental Health Awareness Week. It was undertaken in 2017 and was the largest, most comprehensive stress survey ever carried out in the UK. 4,619 people participated. And it's a frighteningly accurate depiction of what's going on these days. The intense pressure put on everybody to be the best. The continual struggle to beat everybody else, to be the one to revolutionize the world. 3 out of every 5 18 to 24-year-olds say that they feel overwhelmed and unable to cope with the pressure to succeed. But why? Well, since the end of the ancient tradition of simply taking on your parents' job, the need to be the best has become the norm. If you can't beat the people you know, how are you going to beat everyone else? And with modern travelling, the competition people have to win against isn't just a town, not just a country, it's the whole world. And nowadays, with higher education, home prices and university fees, being successful is more important than ever before. It's nearly impossible to get off rock bottom once you've hit it. And the pressure placed on young adults has intensified. Social media is programmed to show the lives of happy, successful people. It's only natural to want to be like them. But comparing yourself to them can severely impact your mental health. Other people only put the best parts of their life. That's what gets compared to both good and bad parts of yours. It can make you feel like you're worse than all of your friends, that they'll get good jobs and go on without you. And that can be a truly horrific feeling to have. And the overall stability of the world has changed. The whole world right now is just one big question. While we're all stuck at home, who knows what will happen? Unprecedented times, invisible viruses, global threats. We're on tenterhooks about wars, creeping around each other so as not to trigger each other, but knowing full well that the sheer amount of nuclear nations out there is more than enough to destroy the world. And people are getting demoted, fired, losing their homes for no good reason at all. This sort of instability in the world means that even a solid base just isn't enough for a young adult trying to make their way in the world. And the exam culture that the world lives in, there's just simply a huge amount of stress on the examinees. No longer is someone judged on what they can do, but one single short effort. The fear of messing up just that one time and sending everything you've done down the drain is parasitic. It's always there in the back of your head, waiting. In the weeks leading up to the exam, the horrible feeling that you haven't done enough, you need to do more, leads to all-nighters and cramming. This can play havoc with your mental and physical health and lead to truly dark times. And what can make this even worse is the fact that this time of youth is widely seen as the best part of life. This is the time to enjoy yourself, to have a laugh with friends, but instead it's spent struggling, trying to keep up with mounting work and exams. This culture of work that has been created is plaguing the young generation. While successful people and billionaires say to enjoy your youth and don't waste your childhood, they're forced into cramming and self-doubt and worrying and an intense claustrophobic pressure. The feeling that you need to give back to society and that you can't pervades everywhere, in every part of your life. And there's no fix like stop worrying about it, because you can't. If you don't obey the laws of society, you lose. If you don't cram for exams, you're lazy and could fail. If you don't worry about money, it catches up to you until you're in debt. This, the vicious cycle we've created, and there's no easy way out. But we can make it better. We can listen to these people. We can support them, not telling them that they need to try harder, not blaming them for every small misstep, but let them talk. Try and help where you can. Be there for them, a pillar to lean on. Shoulder some of their worries, help clear their mind. Sometimes that's all it takes to make a life better. Thank you.
Thank you so much for saying from a different perspective, but very, very honest statements. So listen to your piano now. Am I allowed to play?
Yeah.
Thank you. We have to move out of the screen to do that, and then we'll play.
Hi, I'm Shrey. I'll be playing Sonata in D by Domenico Scarlatti. It's a Baroque piece. Hope you like it.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Neil, for sharing your thoughts and for a beautiful piece. I have never heard you playing piano. Arjun always said that Neil plays beautiful piano. I've never heard that. But lockdown has brought that opportunity for me. Thank you so much for being with us and for being part of Uttorsuri from the very beginning. And good night.
Be there.
Good night.
Bye. Good night.
Bye. Good night. With that, I am going to call my next panelist, Shormishta Banerjee Chatterjee. Now, I know Chatterjee Banerjee, ulto bolechi. Now, she has sent me about a note which is about herself. I will read out only one line from that, and let's listen to that. Shormishta Chatterjee Banerjee is Head of Corporate Connections and Internationalization at Newcastle University Business School, with extensive experience in the UK higher education sector and travel, retail, and advertising industries. In her current role, she is responsible for developing a portfolio of strategic partnerships with high-quality institutions, professional bodies, and commercial organizations, and leading on the award-winning Global Experience Opportunities Program. And I will stop there, and I'm going to invite her to the screen. Hello, শুনতে পাচ্ছিস?
Hi, Urpitadi. Thank you so much. And first, let me congratulate you on this fabulous conference. And really, I mean, everything that the children, well, I shouldn't call them children, the young people are saying, I think, certainly looking back at my time, and probably even now, have I got such thought-provoking ideas? Probably not. It's absolutely amazing job. And thank you for doing this.
I'm completely gobsmacked with all those young adults or actual adults sharing their thoughts, telling me what they think about the adults. And I'm so happy that Ritisha is only one who did not scold me.
That takes something to scold you.
No. Like, I'm representing the adult generation here. So, I'm holding the fort for that. And I've got this panelist who is supporting me. So tell me about your experience, because you deal with the students, young adults, and their different issues and everything. So what do you think the challenges they are facing these days, which may be different from the challenges we have faced in India when we are growing up and we were pursuing our careers?
Absolutely. So I think there are lots and lots of challenges. Quite a few of them have been highlighted already by the generation next. But I think the biggest challenge for them is direction. And with that, I'll say what I say to everybody is, challenges come every day. So if you look at, whether it's our times or in the last few years. So, there were the challenges of financial crisis. Now we have corona pandemic. Then we have something or the other will keep on coming. But this is not constant. What has to be constant is, who you are, what your values are, and what values you can actually bring into your family system, into your education, and also into your future careers. Because that's what is going to, I think, a lot of the class of 2020 that I'm speaking to, a lot of them have actually had their job offers withdrawn. We have the class just before that who were going to go on industrial placements, and they don't know what's happening. So a lot of, again, companies are withdrawing. But when I'm speaking to companies as well, they're saying they're withdrawing not because they don't have the opportunities. Of course, some of the companies don't have the opportunities, but some of them are withdrawing because they just don't know how to deal with the new norm. So when you bring a young employee in, you want to give them a proper onboarding experience. How do you do that in a remote world? Because the person there, it's much easier to bond as part of a team if you are actually there in person. If you're not there in person, how do you do that remotely? So this is, I suppose, for the young graduates that are going to graduate this year, this is quite a big challenge. For school going children, those that are doing not ICSE here, what is it, GCSE and A levels, they have significant pressure on them. Shrey just before raised a very valid point, and that is the challenge of mental health. How do you actually keep yourself going? You've got pressures, and I am probably going to go against the norm here with many parents and say that as Asian parents, we do create a pressurized environment. which, I have learned from my own mistakes. I do have a 21-year-old, and I was the same as everybody else. So I think sometimes parents also have to understand and be a little bit vulnerable themselves and see what the young person actually is wanting and can deliver on. How much of a pressure of their own life are they passing on to the child? So I'd say, that is again a very big challenge of Asian households.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think a little bit change in behavior from the Asian side, Asian parent side, and I think thinking a little bit differently, putting yourself in their shoes. And I think we have to adopt that behavior just because what we have seen in our life as a first generation immigrants, that's completely different. Like we have been told and we have been observed a different environment in the educational sector, which when I was listening to earlier participants, and that was reflected in their thought, yes, focus on getting a good job, think about your education, because your education is the first and foremost things which can move you forward. Yes, with that comes the pressure. But at the same time, when we come to the Western world, it's much more, I would say, much more diverse. You have to look at it in a much more holistic way. And I think these children are, or our actual adults, are reminding us those things. So I think as first generation immigrants and as well as Indian origin or Asian origin parents, we have a long way to go to change our behavior and I think make these challenges easier for our next generation.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. I don't think it's just the Asian parents because I see a lot of that also in Western households. It depends on your temperament and what you've been used to. And we all see our young generation, as an extension of ourselves. I'm sure our parents saw that as well. Every generation, I think, thinks that the next generation isn't working hard enough when we are. And every generation, that's why there is the question of generation gap. So I just feel that, let them bloom. They are extremely intelligent. They know a lot more than us because they have access to information. They are well read. They choose their own career paths. They are very actually well equipped to choose their career paths. What I feel that they need to do are just think about not about these four elements separately, but how they come together, and that is how they can be strategic, how can they be radical, how can they actually be resilient, and how can they embrace things as they come along. COVID-19 is something that we have had to embrace. There was no other way out. Other things you can say, okay, well, I'm not going to actually embrace that. But COVID-19 didn't give us a chance to say, no, we're not going to do that, right? So whether we like it or not, we have to embrace. So then how can we actually use that embracing quality and demonstrate that we have the resilience, we can be radical, and we can be strategic in what we do. So the girl before Shrey, and I'm forgetting her name, and I think she raised a very valid point where she said, okay, if it's about social media, which is giving me that sort of social circle, I'm feeling much more at comfort because I'm an only child. I completely agree with her. So it's not about, oh, you're on the phone again, or you're not doing this. So I think it's about, I think the young generation, if they can think about these four things, how they bring that together, how they can also think about their own vulnerabilities. So there's nothing wrong, as Asians, we are again very afraid to demonstrate our own vulnerability. And I think that's something we have to learn. So saying that I am vulnerable, I don't need to carry on. When you can't carry on, you can't carry on. And it's important to recognize those signs. And I'd say, finally, just dream on. This is not the end. I mean, COVID-19, I mean, you're a doctor, Urpitadi, so you know that a vaccine will come. Otherwise, we would all be suffering from smallpox and chickenpox even in the 21st century. So it will happen. The whole issue of COVID-19 is going to be replaced by something else. So are we prepared for that? So that's something I'd say that, we've got to be resilient about it. But on the other hand, the other challenge that is happening in the world, which is actually far more, I think, worrying, is the whole issue of humanity, human rights, and of racism. And within South Asian community, I would say definitely there's a fair amount of anti-Blackism, and it's about, I'm depending definitely on the next generation to change that, change thinking. So be radical there, but be strategic about how you can actually change things in your own backyard, and that will create better opportunities for all of us who are people of color.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you very much, Shormishta, for sharing your thoughts. I know you have a busy schedule tomorrow, but thank you very much for being with us. And আমরা আবার দেখা হবে, এবং যে শর্মিষ্ঠাকে আমি চিনি, যে সবসময় ভীষণ দেখা হলেই বিশাল বড় একটা হাত দেয় এবং সঙ্গে সঙ্গে একটা বিশাল হাসি, যে নাটক করতে ভালোবাসে, যে একটা কথা বললেই সে সঙ্গে সঙ্গে তার কালচারাল কমিটমেন্টস নিয়ে সঙ্গে সঙ্গে ডায়েরিতে লিখে রাখে, সেই শর্মিষ্ঠাকে আমরা আবার খুব তাড়াতাড়ি দেখতে পাবো একসাথে।
Thank you so much, Urpitadi, for giving me this opportunity. And as I said, very, very proud and very humbled to be part of it. And my best to all the kids. If they want to get in touch with me at any point, please feel free to share my details if they want to have a chat or ask about anything. I'm not sure if I can be of great help, but if they feel they want to talk to me, very happy to. Not the parents, though.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Now I'm traveling to Liverpool, and I'm going to see a young lady who calls me otherwise as New Kakima. So, hello, please welcome Oishi Shikdar, a budding doctor. I'm not going to tell her nickname on this forum. I promise. And I will call you Oishi. So how are you?
Sure. I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you very much.
Congratulations on such an epic evening of entertainment and, such interesting conversation.
Young, right? Tell me that I'm banking on you guys. That night is still young. Tora usually go to sleep by 3 o'clock. So I'm banking on that, because everybody else, when they see me face to face, I am going to get something called in Bengali called Gono Dholai. Because it's a Sunday. So Oishi, not tell me because I know about you, but tell us about you and what is your thoughts about the issues around the world. There is any specific topic which is very close to your heart?
Sure. So hello everybody out there who's listening. My name is Oishi and I'm 22 and I've just finished my 4th year of medical school at Imperial College in London. So when Kakima asked me to think about a topic I'd like to discuss, I was a bit lost because I thought there's so many things that are important now, especially given the current political climate. But then I thought actually something that's quite close to my heart, and something that as I've grown up has become more and more important in my eyes, is feminism. And I am lucky I speak from a very privileged position where my physical strength itself does not determine my power or my position in the society I live in. My parents didn't love me any less just because I was a girl. And I'm lucky to have been raised with progressive and liberal views. However, despite all of this, I have still experienced sexism, whether I realized it or not at the time. So when I was 5 years old and called bossy for telling the boys how to play a game, when I was 13 and made to feel less valuable because I didn't want to endure the pain of getting braces, but would therefore be less attractive. When I was 16 and my always progressive dad suddenly turned around and said, Oishi, don't wear a dress so short, it's not good. And when I was 18 and groped on the tube, or every time I go to a restaurant with my boyfriend, but the waiter subconsciously passes the bill to him and not to me. Now, these experiences, they're not unique, and I challenge you to find a single girl who hasn't experienced similar things. Especially in a middle-class society, it's very easy to overlook the issue of gender inequality, but by not addressing systemic sexism, our society is able to continuously prevent women from reaching their full potential. So, by definition, feminism is advocating for equal rights and opportunities for men and women. And unfortunately, the word is viewed as many as dirty and synonymous with angry man-haters, essentially. But if you just take the time to look at the facts, it's very clear why everyone should be a feminist. I'm talking about domestic violence, particularly during lockdown, being sky high against women. Yet still in many countries, marital rape is not a crime. On religious grounds, many women do not have control over their bodies when it comes to contraception and abortion. The percentage of women in positions of power in government and private companies is still dreadfully low. Now, it's easy to look at these things and think, oh, they don't really affect me, because you see successful women all the time. But then, even in the NHS, an institution which I look forward to working in, the gender pay gap amongst doctors is 17%. The ratio of male to female consultants is over 2 to 1, despite more females entering into training at the beginning. Now, these things won't change unless we make sure that everyone, both female and male, fight for equality. And these changes need to start small in order to ultimately grow into societal change overall. So I challenge you to, at home, look at who's doing the most chores. And if it's your wife or your sister, then change that and step in. Let's not reinforce gender stereotypes by buying little girls' dolls and complimenting them for being pretty, rather than for their intelligence or their creativity. Don't teach our daughters that when they grow up, it's important that they learn to compromise on their career in order to get married and have a family. But equally, if that is their choice, then let us not belittle them for doing so. I think especially today on Father's Day, it's important that we recognize the value of a father is equal to that of a mother. And this is for the emotional support and guidance they provide us, and not simply because they're just the primary breadwinner. And finally, let's make sure we look overseas and provide support to women living in oppression throughout the world, since ultimately the world will be a much better place when everybody is treated equally. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Oishi, for sharing your thoughts. I think we always have a long chat when we go and visit you in the Liverpool, but those chats are always kind of directed from aunt to the niece. I have never seen this Oishi, and I'm very proud auntie today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts.
No, thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts.
It's a privilege that when Essex Indian decided to do this virtual platform, I was worried because I didn't know how people will react. So when I was sending text messages to your generation or the younger kids' parents, I was a little bit conscious that what they will think. But the way people have embraced, the way people have responded, we are really grateful. So with that, let's listen to your beautiful voice, which I have heard so many times, and I still long to hear it live. And
Thank you. And just a little bit of a lead in. This song is kind of on the theme of feminism as well. It's from Moana, which hopefully most of you have seen, a Disney film. And basically she comes from a small island and she's torn between whether she should do what her family wants her to do, which is to stay and rule over the island, or go out and explore the world, which is her dream.
Absolutely. Let's listen to that.
I've been staring at the edge of the water long as I can remember, never really knowing why. I wish I could be the perfect daughter, but I come back to the water no matter how hard I try. Every turn I take, every trail I track, every path I make, every road leads back to the place I know where I cannot go, where I long to be. See the line where the sea meets the sky, it calls me, and no one knows how far it goes. If the wind in my sail on the sea stays behind me, one day I'll know. If I go, there's just no telling how far I'll go. I know everybody on this island seems so happy on this island. Everything is by design. I know everybody on this island has a role on this island, so maybe I can roll with mine. I can lead with pride, I can make us strong. I'll be satisfied if I play along, but the voice inside sings a different song. What is wrong with me? See the light as it shines on the sea, it's blinding, but no one knows how deep it goes. And it seems like it's calling out to me, so come find me and let me know what's beyond that line. Will I cross that line? See the line where the sky meets the sea, it calls me, and no one knows how far it goes. If the wind in my sail on the sea stays behind me, one day I'll know how far I'll go.
Thank you very much, Oishi.
Thank you.
And
I hope you enjoyed
yes, I've enjoyed it so much.
it. Thank you.
Stay safe.
You
Stay
too.
well.
And good luck with the rest of the program.
Yes, and keep watching if you can.
I
I'm
will
sure
do.
you are not going to fall asleep now. That I know. So I will ask you when I meet you.
Okay, sure.
Okay, bye for now. Bye for now.
Bye.
Take care. Bye. With this, now from Liverpool, I'm coming down to Leicester, and I'm going to meet personally and congratulate a new doctor in our fraternity. Please welcome Dr. Shridip Mollik.
হ্যালো হ্যালো
কেমন আছিস?
ভালো আছি, থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ আমাকে ইনভাইট করেছো এই দারুণ প্ল্যাটফর্মে, থ্যাংক ইউ।
হ্যাঁ, কিন্তু তোরা তো এখন ঘুমোচ্ছিলি না, তাই তো? তোরা তো ঘুমোবি না, তোরা তো জেগে থাকিস। হ্যাঁ, কাজে তোরা আমার বকবি না, দ্যাট আই নো।
না না, you're doing such a fantastic job, just comparing for so long. It's really commendable, it's amazing, thank you.
আমি তো বসে বসে এনজয় করছি, বাড়িতে বসে বসে, আমার হল ছাড়া চিন্তা নেই, কিচ্ছু নেই। কিন্তু যাদের কালকে কাজ আছে, স্কুল আছে, তারা আমাকে দেখতে পেলে, যখন দেখা হবে তখন আমাকে গণধোলাই দেবে, এটা আমি বুঝে গেছি। আচ্ছা শোন, তা তুই tell me about you and the things what like when you have joined medical fraternity as a medical student. Yes, it's all positive, isn't it, that we are going to save life, but within this last 3-4 months, you have seen a drastic change. You have seen the doctors are scared for their own life.
Definitely.
And in that extraordinary time, you have graduated. And what is your thoughts? What is your reflection? What do you think?
So in terms of just a bit about myself, as you said, I've just graduated, and yeah, so I'm ready. I'm going to start work in August, and I can't wait to get started. But with the sort of excitement, there's also a fear of, the pandemic that's going on around us. And I think this pandemic has given us a chance to reflect. And I've taken this period just to reflect on what we've learned and what we can take forward. And one of the main things I've learned is about mental health. because it's up to our generation to use what we've learned from this pandemic to take it forward, because we will probably see another pandemic. We might see another pandemic, and it's our responsibility, people like us, young adults, children, to take what we've learned, take it forward. And this pandemic, everyone's been really focused on the theme of physical health, COVID, the symptoms, everything. But we really need to think about mental health and how we can protect that. So I just want to talk about how this pandemic has had negative and positive influences on mental health, because it's important to see this argument in a rounded fashion, not just the negative impacts, but some of the positive impacts as well. So we can incorporate this in the future if such an experience happens again. So just some of the negative impact. So the pandemic started in Wuhan. We were here as a medical student. We thought it's obviously awful, but it hasn't spread to Europe. And when it started to spread to Europe, to the UK, we started to get fear, paranoia. Will I get it? Will someone I know get it? That's more important than whether I get it. And it sort of changed the way we think as human beings. Before, at a party, if someone said, "Can I touch your phone?" I'd think, "Have you washed your hands?" And people would call me irrational. They'd think, "You're a germaphobe." Now that fear has become really rational. People will think this for the next decades to come. So the fear of death, this fear of getting infected, and most importantly, the fear of losing loved ones. And it's all had a cumulative effect. This fear, combined with social isolation, I think has had such a drastic impact on mental health. It's been portrayed in the news, but I don't think it's been portrayed to such an extent that it can be used to help these people who are in dire need. The media has been publishing stories about mainly elderly people who need help. And this is true. They are socially isolated. They may not have anyone to help them. And they're the most needy in these kind of times. But I really want people to focus on people like us, younger adults, because a lot of my friends from university, they've been stuck in university accommodation on their own. And who's going to take care of the mental health of those kind of young adults? So I think that's something really important. We need to take care of everyone, and people need to be aware of these issues. So if another pandemic does occur, we can act fast and act effectively. So I've talked about just some of the negative issues, but I also want to touch on the positive issues because it's important to see it as a rounded argument, as I said. So one of the most positive issues is that people have had enormous amounts of time to express their creativity. So personally, myself, I enjoy to sing. I try to sing. I've learned singing from my mother, and I try to do that. And I've had a lot more time to do that myself. And I think it's had a really good impact. Looking on the BBC, everywhere on Facebook, organizations such as yourself, it's been such amazing platforms to express creativity, music, drama, dance, everything. And I've also picked up some new skills in the lockdown period, for example, painting, new music, trying magic, fitness, these kind of things. And it's really important that we continue these over as the lockdown finishes. It's not just about doing this now and saying, okay, everything's back to normal, we have to change the way. We have to keep this going so that the positive impacts from this lockdown, even if it's a small amount of positivity, we take that, pinch it, and put it in for the rest of our lives and for the future generations. So I think as someone of the next generation, it's really important that we take that forward. And lastly, I'd like to say about the strength of relationships in a family. So usually we go to India every year, as many people in this country do, and we see grandparents' family. And unfortunately, we've not been able to do that this year. So I think negatively, I've been sad that I've not been able to go, but positively, I think our relationships have strengthened, that we can't wait to see our grandparents, to see our family. So I think in terms of mental health, the lockdown has had positive and negative impacts. We have to take the negative, so if this happens again, we can act on it, and we have to take the positive, keep it, so that we can benefit from this in the future.
Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts. Yes, what we used to think about is not acceptable in this new normal that is called acceptable.
Definitely.
As you said, আগে যদি আমরা কাউকে বলতাম তুমি কি হাত ধুয়েছো, then it's like, why are you talking like that? Nowadays, you say it's a norm. Please do that. Please maintain the social distancing. So yes, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts. আর এবারে তোর গান শুনবো।
নিশ্চয়ই।
ঠিক আছে, for that we both of us has to leave the stream and then I will play you music.
এমন দেশে কোথাও খুঁজে পাবে না গো তুমি, সকল দেশে রানী সে দেশ আমার জন্মভূমি, সে যে আমার কুঞ্জে কুঞ্জে গাহে পাখি পুষ্পে পুষ্পে ভরা শাখি কুঞ্জে কুঞ্জে গাহে পাখি কুঞ্জরে আসে উড়ি পুঞ্জে পুঞ্জে তারা ফুলের উপর ঘুমিয়ে পড়ে ফুলে মধু খেয়ে এমন দেশ কোথাও খুঁজে পাবে না কো তুমি সকল দেশে রানী সে দেশ আমার জন্মভূমি সে যে আমার জন্মভূমি সে যে আমার জন্মভূমি ভাইয়ের মান এত স্নেহ কোথায় গেলে পাবে কেহ ভাইয়ের মান এত স্নেহ কোথায় গেলে পাবে কেহ ও মা তো চরণ দুটি বক্ষে আমার ধরি আমার এই দেশেতে জন্ম যেন এই দেশেতে মরি এমন দেশ কোথাও খুঁজে পাবে না কো তুমি সকল দেশে রানী সে দেশ আমার জন্মভূমি সে যে আমার জন্মভূমি সে যে আমার জন্মভূমি Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Thank
Auntie,
you.
for the opportunity. Thank you so much.
আর যখন আমরা তোর গান এসেনশিয়ালি সোশ্যাল মিডিয়ায় শুনি আমরা সব সময় নিজেদের মধ্যে আলোচনা করি that when you sing you bring out the feeling of what we feel inside.
Oh,
Though
that's
you
lovely.
are, that's essentially, that's like when I listened to your singing, when I was watching your expression, it was like, it's not like you were born and brought up in this country.
Thank you.
If no one tells me that Shridip Mollik is from Leicester, I would say Shridip Mollik is from Kolkata. And I
That's
think
too kind.
you're singing, honestly. And এটা নিয়ে আমরা বাড়িতে প্রচুর আলোচনা করি আমি এবং অনির্বাণ আঙ্কেল and honestly you are a role model for your generation.
Thank you.
For the young adults who are growing up, those who are singing Bengali songs in this country. Thank you so much, Sridip. Wish you all the best
Thank you.
for your career as a doctor. Thank you.
Good luck for the rest of the
Bhalo
program.
থাকিস।
I'll stay here. Yeah, I'll watch.
Thank you, Becky.
All the best.
Thank you so much. Bhalo থাকিস।
Bye.
Okay, with that, I'm coming back to Ilford. I have got a young lady, Shelly. Hello, Shelly. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Right, great. How are you doing? How are you doing?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm fine. So you have sent me your speech and your performance video. Should we play that?
Yeah, okay.
Or do you want to do your speech live? What is your preference?
I don't mind either.
Right, let's listen to your speech then live.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. It's your choice, so no pressure
Yeah.
at all. I can always play the video.
I'll do it live.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much. So tell us about it. What is your thoughts?
So I'm going to be talking about how the coronavirus outbreak has affected me because my GCSEs were cancelled. So, yeah. Across the globe, everyday life has been put to a halt by the coronavirus pandemic. Many issues have been caused as a result of the lockdowns that have been put in place in the vast majority of countries around the world. For example, economies have come crashing down as significantly smaller number of people have been leaving their homes to go out shopping. Although this has meant that the virus has spread much less than it would have without lockdown measures in place, it has also resulted in the permanent closure of many smaller businesses and shops who are struggling due to a lack of income. This pandemic has also affected GCSE and A-level examinations across the UK. Personally, my GCSE exams will no longer be taking place. This has taken a huge toll on my life, as I don't have grades to be working towards anymore, and it has sometimes felt like all the work that I've done has been pointless. Initially, not having any revision to do felt quite unusual, but I've gotten used to it. However, I feel like the grades given on results day will be an inaccurate reflection of all the hard work we've put in and how much we've improved since the beginning of year 9 or 10 when GCSE preparation began. Coping with the current situation can be difficult, especially if your exams have been cancelled. But it's good to establish a routine and do things that you enjoy to help you distract yourself from what's going on around you. Thank you.
So comfortable. I want your love. I need your love. I'm on the bottom, Johnny, we can up to you. Pockets full of puppy, all I shiny touch to you. I'm on the bottom, Johnny, we can up to you. Pockets full of puppy, all I shiny touch to you. At the party, with the only good the table, I'll be like a butter, I want to touch a fire. Monday, I'll be on a jail fire. I don't know why, I don't know why. Monday, I'll be on a jail fire. I don't know why.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jelly, for sharing your thoughts. Yes, you, the batch of 2020, you have gone through something very, very unusual. And the courage your batch has shown is unthinkable. You have taken this huge amount of sacrifice in a stride, and that has been shown in your dance. Look forward to meeting you all very soon. I still remember in end of February, we all came to your house. We had a very good time, but it's good to see you all today in this virtual platform. Stay safe, darling, and we shall meet again.
Thank you, you too.
Take care.
Thank you.
With this, I'm going to call a lady from Cambridge, and this is Tanvi. Hello? Hello?
Yes, hello, hello, can you hear us?
Oh, yes, we can hear you.
Okay,
So Dr. Shujit Bhattacharya will be presenting a few slides which have been done by Tanvi from Cambridge. So, Sujita, do you want to start?
Yes, I'll start. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Tanvi Valenka, and I wanted to talk to you today about accountability. So to start with, a little background about me. My parents are from India, but I was born in England, and I've lived in Cambridge for basically my entire life. But I did move to Oxford to study biomedical sciences. So I chose to talk about accountability today because I do think this is a notion lacking in current society, especially amongst the privileged and elite. So accountability is need or expectation to justify actions and decisions. It is the foundation of any democracy or workplace, which in turn allows people to trust in those systems. If we look at the news stories from this year, we can sadly see hundreds of examples where calls to take responsibility have gone unheard. On this slide, I've just put a few varied examples from the Black Lives Matter movement to inclusivity in TV shows. The Black Lives Matter movement is a very prominent example where people need to take responsibility as individuals for their actions. Owning up to your mistakes and taking the initiative to fix them can be very scary, but it is never a bad thing. It can only ever encourage more love and acceptance from people. Similarly, it is clear that there is a lack of diversity in acting. If people were held accountable for this, it would open up the conversations and prompt action to be taken. Accountability is also incredibly important for your own success as a person and as a leader. Accountability in yourself leads to loyalty and trust from others. One example is accountability in commitments you make to people, as this can help build more meaningful relationships. Holding yourself accountable to deadlines you create for yourself and goals you set yourself can push you to success. And if you do fail at attaining that goal, accountability in yourself can push you to keep trying until you succeed. Below is a link to a short YouTube video clip that I thought perfectly summed up this point. Personally, I think a key to a brighter future is the responsibility for actions. We just have to look at all the positive changes happening around the world to see this. Currently, hundreds of companies have felt the need to take responsibility in the Black Lives Matter movement, and millions of dollars have been donated to the cause. Accountability prevents you from feeling like a victim of circumstance, and it allows you to take control of your life. A quote I love is, "Accountability turns pain into peace." And together we can make a more peaceful world by holding ourselves and those around us accountable for our actions. Thank you so much for listening.
Okay, that was it.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bhattacharya, for presenting on behalf of Tanvi. And I know they are busy and doing their work, and that's why they cannot be with us. But please pass my regards to Tanvi for her wonderful presentation. And after that, we are going to hear from Dr. Minio. And I think you are presenting his slides as well. Am I correct?
Yes.
Yes.
GUILLAU.
Or do you want to get ready, and in the meantime I get connected with my friends from USA?
No, that's okay. That's just I've renamed. I can just play it. Just give me 1 second. That's it. Ready? I'm ready.
Okay, fantastic. So once you are ready, we will now connect with Dr. Minio from Aberdeen. Now the thing is, he has recently become FY2, so therefore obviously they do have their work commitment, and therefore he could not be with us, and therefore Dr. Bhattacharya is kindly presenting his slides.
For giving me the opportunity to talk to you this afternoon. So my name is Guillaume Mignot. I'm initially from France and studied medicine in Aberdeen, and I'm currently working as a junior doctor, just finishing my FY1 at Aberdeen Royal Infirmary. So today I'd like to talk about change. So the first thing about change is that the future can never be predicted. So I'm sure if you look at predictions from the past about how things will be, people usually fail miserably in trying to determine what things would be like. And on the slide, you can see a depiction from the 19th century, early 20th century, about what the world would look like in the year 2000. So I'm sure you'll all agree that that's not how the world looks like now. And then, importantly, in the background, you can see a huge amount of wires for communication and purposes. And the reason that's significant is because at the time, people thought that all communication would be in the form of wires, and as the communication would increase, surely the amount of wires would increase. However, no one had anticipated that we'd find new ways to transmit information and that wires would be completely obsolete. It just goes to show that the way people see the future is always based on what they already know, on their vision of the present, and they imagine it as an exacerbated, as an enhanced version of the present, which is never the case. Usually there's always a disruptor, a new technology that completely changes the way things are and that no one usually could have predicted. So on the picture you can see Jeff Bezos, actually the CEO of Amazon, in his garage in California. So this man just had an idea to sell books online from his garage in California. And this seems like a mad idea, but he used a very novel thing at the time, which was the internet, to do this. And as you know, Amazon is one of the biggest world companies, and that's how it all started, with very little funding, very little budget, and a mad idea. And had Jeff Bezos told his friends or banks about this, about his idea and his ambitions, people would probably laugh at him. But this great idea that he had, that he worked on and developed, helped him become who he is today and gave that service, which was Amazon. So it's quite inspiring. The next person on the picture is Ignatius Semmelweis. He was an Austrian obstetrician, and he found out that actually by not washing their hands, doctors were contributing to increasing the amount of infections pregnant ladies were suffering from and dying from, actually. So he found that out, implemented hand washing in his own hospital very successfully, and managed to reduce the amount of deaths in his own hospital. So despite his idea and him proving it was a valid idea, he had to face ridicule and resistance from the medical community. Actually, things got so bad that he was lured by another doctor into a mental institution where he was locked in for a while. And so it just goes to show that novel ideas, especially when they go against what people hold for true or tell them that they're not doing something right, are usually faced with a huge amount of resistance. And as young people, it's important to bear that in mind and be prepared to face resistance, especially when coming up with a new idea and trying to change things. On the next picture is Edward Jenner. So he's the father of modern day vaccination and virology. So Jenner was working in England and was facing the disastrous consequences of smallpox. And he, by observation, realized that milkmaids were suffering from a much milder version of the disease, and he wondered why, and realized that it was because they were exposed to a bovine version of the disease. And he thought that actually by scraping skin lesions and then inoculating them in other patients, you would give them immunity to the disease, and he was right. But you can surely appreciate how bold and novel this idea must have been at the time. But Edward Jenner knew what he was doing and did not hesitate to attempt to try and put his idea into practice. So the next aspect of things is that change does not always mean progress. So these two terms are usually yoked together, and they don't have to be. On the picture, you can see children from the Industrial Revolution. So even though the Industrial Revolution brought about great changes, great new technologies, transport, cities, science, discoveries, comfort, wealth, it also left on the side of the road a significant proportion of the population, and child poverty was rarely as high as it was during the Industrial Revolution, despite the huge amounts of wealth that were generated at that time. So a common phrase that we usually hear is, we have to adapt to change. That's the way things are going. We just have to adapt to them. And not really. We're the ones who decide what has to change. We're the ones who implement that change and come up with that change. So we don't have to adapt to anything we don't wish to adapt to. We only adapt to things we decide are beneficial to all of us, beneficial to society as a whole. And that's one thing which has always lacked so far through history, is a real debate, a real conversation about change, about new discoveries and their consequences. Do we want these consequences? Do we want that change? Is it good for us? And too often people feel compelled to implement change that is actually detrimental to them, as some kind of belief that we need to adapt to change. Change is the future and is in some way inevitable, which it isn't. And the creation should not haunt its creator. So you can see a picture of an atom bomb explosion, and Einstein himself, whose theories helped create the bomb, always had that regret in him that his theories actually were used in a way to create a device of destruction. And that's something that stayed with him, I think, for the rest of his life. So here, I've attached the link, and I really recommend you click on it, especially for the parents out there. So it's one of the founders of Facebook in California, and he gave this interview. So this man, after working a few years in Facebook, he realized that what he was doing was actually tearing down the fabric of society, modifying the interactions we have with each other, that people have with each other, that parents have with their children. And he slowly realized that that was not the right thing, and he left Facebook and now is an advocate for the dangers of modern technologies and social media. He banned his children from using Facebook, funnily enough. So his interview is really very, very interesting, and it just goes to show that we need to be mindful of what the changes bring with them, what they mean for our society, what they mean for our own well-being, our own happiness, our own mental health. Do we want this? Is this beneficial? In which case, yes, let's do it. But also need to be able to control and channel some of the more negative aspects of change. So I said not everything has to change. On the picture is the French Parliament, which is a copy of the Roman Parliament, and a tribute, really, an acknowledgement of the great things and the great concepts that we have inherited from our elders, such as democracy, philosophy, and things we hold dear today that have not changed for thousands of years from the times of the Greeks and the Romans. We can decide what world we want to live in, what we want to hold on to, and what we want to change. On the picture is the Swaminarayan Temple in London. So some of you might be familiar with it. It's a temple that was built in the 90s, and it was built exactly the way temples have been built in India for hundreds of years. And is again a represent things that from the past, where we come from, the good things we have inherited, and that we want to reproduce and keep there for our children to enjoy. And it's very important with change not to throw everything away, just to keep the positives, keep what we hold dear, and give it to the next generations. So my final point would be game changers. If you have an idea, do not be afraid to put into practice. Do not listen to people who tell you that it is impossible, because the only way they see the future is through what they already know. They can't anticipate what new things will happen, and those new things will be brought by yourselves, the young people. So good luck to you all. You're at a very exciting stage of your life, and thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak to you this afternoon. Thank you.
Okay, that is all.
And I have realized my mic was muted. What I was telling, that I'm going to take a transatlantic flight to meet two of my very close person. So please welcome Anuma from California. Hello. Unmute correct too?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very clearly. Sorry, but
No
it's not that late.
No, it's just 3:30 p.m. So
that's fine. That's fine. When I was planning this event, actually, I was thinking in East Coast time, and that's why in UK, people are feeling sleepy. But your generation, they are wide awake because what I have seen, your actually sleep time start from 3 a.m.
Very true.
So, Anuma, tell us about you. And I know you are going to talk about something very important for your generation. So, tell us what is your thoughts about the issue which is close to your heart.
Most definitely. Hello, everyone. As Arpita Mamima mentioned, my name is Anoma, and I'm from California, so the west coast of the USA. And I'm going to be talking about kind of the emphasis on grades that a lot of students and kids have now versus learning. So, kids, including myself, have been told numerous times that you should focus on learning, not on grades, or that grades don't determine your worth. However, the question I ask is, are the ways that schools function and are set up, as well as the way society looks at students, really allow this emphasis on learning? Rather than a place purely for learning, kids in school are basically going through a never ending series of contests. Youth feel that schools don't really care if they've learned or not, more of just if they're getting good grades. For example, my brother, he goes to school, and in his math class, the teacher doesn't necessarily ask for them to show their work, just simply as long as the answer is there, that's good enough. However, how will the teacher know that the students have truly learned? Are they really grasping the concepts? Are they doing the correct steps? All of this kind of focus and attention on grades has led people to focus more on, students to focus more on grades and their achievements in terms of how many hard classes they're taking, how many extracurriculars or clubs they're a part of outside of school, rather than how much are they learning every day. Kids end up only getting good grades because they want to make their parents proud or because they want to get into the next level of schooling. And wanted to keep this short, so I'd like to close off with a quote from KQED, which is a very well-known public radio channel here, in that grades are supposed to be a recognition of the learning process a student went through, not the product a student strives for exclusively. So although there are a few schools out there that allow kids to learn at their own pace and to understand that everyone learns differently, I think most of the schools still have that same emphasis on whoever has the best grades must be the smartest.
Thank you so much for touching this topic. You know, your parents, we are all first generation immigrants. So when we were growing up, we were taught education, grades is the first and foremost thing you should aim for.
Absolutely.
Because that will give you the passport to get better. So when I hear what you are saying, I really mean that I hear you. And it's a completely different perspective you are coming from. Yes, we all talk to our children or someone of your age group. Don't worry, it's just an exam.
Right.
But there is a big but, because it can put another person under a lot of stress, which we do not want them to go through at that young age. So do you have any solution or any suggestion to us how we can change our behavior?
I mean, absolutely. I think there are a number of parents that do a great job of telling their kids, just study and learn what you can, and whatever tests or grades you get, have them be reflective of what you learn. As long as you're learning something, it's okay how you do. However, I think the problem can't necessarily be fixed from just that. It's definitely a positive step forward, but I think the schooling systems, and these are schooling systems all across the world, I don't think it's not just a problem here in the US or in India, also have to take those same steps. Obviously, testing and grades are important in the sense of being reflective of learning, but kind of finding a way to not emphasize the importance of the grade itself and rather the learning that's supposed to be behind it. I think it's something that needs to be done with education systems.
That's absolutely true. And not only that, we as parents, I think we need to be aware of this new way of thinking, or we have to adapt us with these changes. Thank you very much, Anuma, for being
Thank
with
you.
us.
You've been doing a great job. I know it's late.
थोड़ा আমার পেটা বিনা, I know that. So I have safe hands. ঠিক আছে, ভালো থাকিস, and নিশ্চয়ই দেখা হবে, and তখন অনেক গল্প আড্ডা and everything.
Definitely.
And all the uncles and aunties, they are watching you across the globe. That I can ensure you, just because I have just looked at our family WhatsApp group. And I have added you there without your permission. So there is a big GDPR issue. Sorry.
No worries.
Okay. Chal, dekha hobe. Bhalo thaki.
Bye.
So after that wonderful talk and a new way of thinking, I think we as parents has a lot to adopt and lot to accept as a new normal or new way of thinking. And that's what is my take-home message from this long evening. But now it's time for listening to tune of guitars from my guest from California again. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Rockstar Ronit. How are you?
I'm good. I'm excited.
You are excited. Thank you so much for being my guest in this virtual world. So tell us about you. How are you doing? What you are doing these days? And then we will listen to your live music.
I'm doing pretty good, and I'm usually like practicing guitar, and sometimes I study. And in the past few months, lots of changes happened in this world. We lost many in COVID-19 and a few eminent film personalities as well. Some days are hard, but we all survive. We hear a lot of promises that things will get better. They might not. But what I have learned is that you have to take fate into your own hands. We have to live. We should all hang on to threads of hope that will one day be woven into a blanket of peace. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's listen to your guitar and your singing.
Okay. On the dark desert highway, cool wind in my hair, warm smell of cookie jars rising up through the air. Up ahead in the distance, stars shimmer in light. Heavy in my stomach, you and I stop for the night. She stood in the doorway with a mission bell. I stood and thinking to myself, it could be heaven. She lit up a candle and showed me the way. I heard voices in the corridor. I thought I heard them say, welcome to the hotel California. It's a love place, it's a love place, it's a love place. Living in a hotel California. Such a nice surprise, such a nice surprise. Bengal Alice Lounge. My Tiffany twisted. She got the birthday bands. She got a lot of pretty boys that she just calls her friends. How they dance in the courtyard, sweet summer sweat. Some days to remember, some days to forget. Don't call you captain,
not surprised, you're not surprised. Ain't no roundabouts, here's on the wall. Penny jumping on ice. She said, we are rock, prisoners of our own device. And the chambers, they gather for a feast. They gather with the stealing now, but they just can't get a beat. Last thing I remember, I was running for the door. I had to find something back to the place I was before. The night's the nightmare, I programmed to see. I want to go back, you can never leave. Thank you.
Sorry, my mic was muted. So second clap.
Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. And thank you. Thank you very much for being with us. And you agreed to perform for us for our Generation Next Festival. Thank you so much. Stay safe.
Thank you for letting me having a chance to shine.
All right. Okay, champ. So I shall see you soon next week over the virtual connection, obviously.
Okay.
All right. Take care.
Okay.
Bye. Right. With this, I have got a special person. And also, I'm going to bring another person together in the stream. And then you will hear two beautiful songs. So I have got Tirna and Arju with me. So Tirna, can you unmute? Unmute speaker.
Yep. Yep. Already done. Yep.
Yeah. So it's a bit bizarre, isn't it? You and I are in the same screen, but you are in two different locations.
So strange.
I just thought I will bring
it's absolutely crazy.
Because whenever we do rehearsal, you two are always playing the piano or you are singing together. That's why I thought I will bring you both together in the screen, at least to have that feeling that even though we are not seeing each other for a long time, we are all connected.
Yeah.
So
I really do miss it. I really do miss just like jamming. Yeah.
So I think with this, I will start with Tirna because ladies first. Is that correct, Arju?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you.
Tirna will be singing live, and it's almost midnight.
Yeah.
So I know her. I know the power of her voice. So
I mean, it'll be fine. It'll be fine.
All right, they will be fine. So Tirna, I'm going to remove Arju now, and then Arju will join back shortly once your singing is finished.
All right. See you later.
Okay. How are you? Kemun achish?
I'm okay, thank you. How are you?
I'm very well. So it's a bizarre time, and I can't even imagine that in my wildest dream I have ever thought that I will be talking to you over this Skype or virtual media. So tell me, what is bothering you these days?
Know.
Tell me.
I know, it's so strange.
But that is the new normal.
I mean, to be honest, I think it's just the whole idea of just kind of like everything is kind of switching off, kind of like especially for like uni, my first year of uni, I feel like has kind of been like completely cut off, and like sort of it's not the sort of normal sort of university experience, even though like now I've finished my university, pretty much all of my lectures have been online, and all of my tutorials and seminars have also been online. So trying to adapt to that, and also kind of not seeing my friends and, you know, going out like I would usually do is really, really strange. Even now, even if it's been sort of like 3 months, it's been very strange to kind of like adapt to. So I think gradually I'm kind of trying to find different ways to kind of cope, whether it's like doing singing or learning some new skill, maybe like learning a new language or something. I think I've tried to kind of find different skills to kind of like cope and try and sort of keep my mind off it. So it's been strange, but you know, I think also it's been a massive learning experience. So yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing your experience. And do we have the chance to listen to your beautiful voice?
Yeah. Okay, so today's song is going to be a little bit different, because this is actually, I'm going to be singing Where Is the Love by the Black Eyed Peas, which is originally a rap song, but I've decided to kind of take my own spin on it and sing it instead. And I think this song kind of has a very, very powerful message about sort of, I mean, it kind of speaks for itself really. Where is the love? Like, why is there so much hate? And what are we gaining from it? You know, I think as a society, we're not gaining much from society as a whole. We need to kind of move forward from all of these issues that's going on in the world. So that's kind of the gist of it, really.
Okay, let's listen to it.
Okay. What's wrong with the world, mama? People living like they ain't got no mamas. I think the whole world's addicted to the drama, only attracted to things that will bring the trauma. Overseas, yeah, we're trying to stop terrorism, but we still got terrorists here living in the USA, the big CIA, the blood and the Crips and the KKK. But if you only have love for your own race, then you only leave space to discriminate, and to discriminate only generates hate. And when you hate, then you're bound to get irate. Yeah, madness is what you demonstrate, and that's exactly how anger works and operates. Man, you gotta have love, this will set straight. Take control of your mind and meditate. People killing, people dying, children hurt and you hear them crying. Can you practice what you preach? Would you turn the other cheek? Father, 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 help us, send some guidance from above. 'Cause people got me questioning, where is the love? Where is the love? Oh, it just ain't the same, old ways have changed. New days are strange, is the world insane? If love and peace is so strong, why are there pieces of love that don't belong? So I could ask myself, really, what is going on in this world that we're living in? People keep on giving in, making wrong decisions, only visions of the dividend. Not respecting each other, deny that, brother. The truth is kept secret and tucked under the rug. If you never know truth, then you never know love. Where's the love, yo? Come on. Where's the truth, yo? Come on. Oh, where's the love, yo? People killing, people dying, children hurt, then you hear them crying. Can you practice what you preach, or would you turn the other cheek? Father, 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 help us, send some guidance from above. Where's the love?
হাততালি তো দেবই, আর যদি সামনাসামনি পেতাম তাহলে a big hug.
Oh, thank you.
So now
Thank you so much.
please take my big virtual hug from Billericay to Upminster. It will go all the way through.
I send another big virtual hug back. I send another big virtual hug back.
Yes, absolutely. So wonderful singing as usual. And you know, all
Thank you so much.
Whole program will be stored in YouTube. So when I was watching it and I was thinking, what a beautiful treasure chest we are creating together. And when we will look back,
yeah, definitely,
we will cherish these moments together. খুব ভালো থাকিস,
definitely.
সাবধানে থাকিস।
Yeah, তুমিও।
তাড়াতাড়ি দেখা হবে।
I just wanted to say thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I'm really grateful
I'm not
for performing today.
Thank
you so much.
Because you are part of Essex Indian. You are part of Essex Indian and you are one of our junior trustee. So therefore, I'm not taking a thank you from you. I will take a promise from you that you, Arjo, will continue this tradition.
Oh, yeah, no, definitely we will. We definitely
Thank you.
will. Thank you so much.
Thank you. With this, I come back to Billericay with Arjo. Hello, Arjo.
Hello.
Awake even at midnight today and beyond it, almost midnight, and Ma is not at all telling, go to sleep. And thank you very much for your owl habit for staying awake. So I know it's quite a different time. And you told me that you would like to talk about something which is called age of distraction. And honestly speaking, when you said that to me, I did not understand a single word of it. So I am quite keen to know that, and I'm quite keen to understand that. Will you be happy to share that with me?
So to begin with, many people may know that the average human attention span is actually quite low, and it's currently at around 8 seconds, down from 12 seconds 20 years ago. And what's happened in those 20 years, the main defining point that might have changed this attention span, and the answer to that is technology and smartphones in particular. So the revolution of smartphones has evidently brought down our attention span, so people are focusing less. And this is what I mean when I say about the age of distraction, how easy it is for people to sort of delve away from their real world problems and take bliss in their phones or other technology and living a virtual life, which many of us are right now, even in lockdown. Right now, we're taking pleasure in this virtual distraction from the problems going on in the real world. So one of the things that I've noticed recently is that on my phone, that I can check the screen time that I spend on my phone. And I've noticed, obviously, in lockdown, my screen time has gone up dramatically with less things to do, without school, without a clear goal in terms of studying. I've been spending more time on my phone. So to people in the who are watching this right now, if you haven't checked your screen time, which I think you can only do on an iPhone, but if you haven't checked your screen time, or you don't know about your screen time, please go check. But before that, I want you to guess how long you might be spending on average on your phone every day. So for myself, my average right now is around 6-7 hours, which I thought was ridiculous. I thought I can't be spending that much time on my phone, but the facts are clear. It breaks it down very nicely into social media, into time on the internet, and on other things. So the fact that we perceive ourselves not spending this much time emphasizes how easily phones can suck us in, distract us from everything going on in our lives. And a lot of this can also come down to, on our phones, there are ways of making it seem like you're doing something productive, even though all you're doing is procrastinating. There are lots of productivity apps. There are ways of organizing your day without actually implementing those ideas into your actual routine. So what this is actually coming down to is a lack of being proactive. And this is something that people will struggle to get back into the groove of when lockdown is cleared and people start to go back into their regular lives. So right now, I think the best thing that people can do is try to take a proactive step every day. Try to maybe learn something new, maybe spend less time on our phones and more time maybe reading a book and educating ourselves on the crises going on in the world, and also implementing proactive natures into our daily lives.
Thank you very much, Arjo, for telling me about this, something I never thought of. And honestly speaking, this is completely new knowledge for me. Thank you. Should we listen to your singing now?
Yeah, the song that I am going to sing is Kal Ho Na Ho, which is all about sort of taking every day as it comes and sort of living that day to the fullest.
Thank you.
हर घड़ी बदल रही है रूप जिंदगी, छाव है कभी कभी है धूप जिंदगी, हर पल यहाँ जी भर जियो, जो है समा कल हो ना हो। हर घड़ी बदल रही है रूप जिंदगी, छाव है कभी कभी है धूप जिंदगी, हर पल यहाँ जी भर जियो, जो है समा कल हो ना हो। चाहे जो तुम्हें पूरे दिल से मिलता है वो मुश्किल से है, ऐसा जो कोई कहीं है, बस वही सबसे हंसी है। उस हाथ को तुम थाम लो, वो मेहरबान कल हो ना हो। हर पल यहाँ जी भर जियो, जो है समा कल हो न हो सोच लो इस पल है जो वो दास्तां कल हो न हो हर घड़ी बदल रही है रूप जिंदगी छाव है कभी कभी है धूप जिंदगी हर पल यहाँ जी भर जियो जो है समा कल हो न हो हर पल यहाँ जी भर जियो जो है समा कल हो न हो
Thank you very much to Arjo for making this beautiful video. And it was a very true Father's Day gift, which has been created by Astral Studio and Boishali, who has been the part and parcel of this program from the backstage. Now I'm coming to the end, and I have got few more friends, those who could not be with us during the show live, but they have kindly sent their videos. So I will be playing those videos, and one of them is our very close friend, a part and parcel of Essex Indians journey. It's Rajat Jadab from Essex.
I basic my sickness, my precious business, my vision, commitment, true perseverance, my feeling, my rhythm, my talent, and what? I'm gonna go ahead and tell you what. I'm gonna do exactly whatever the fuck I want. I'm gonna keep on doing it till I get to the top. 'Cause you know, I guess I'm getting it. I'm always on the back foot.
What a performance from Rajat Jadhav of Essex. And with that, I'm going to cross quite a bit of landmass and some seas and some ocean. I'm going to Australia, where two little ladies are going to talk about their experience. So they cannot be here because it's morning in Australia and they're at school. So I'm going to share what Garima and Diksha says from Australia.
নমস্কার, আমি গরিমা, আমি অস্ট্রেলিয়াতে থাকি। আজকাল সামাজিক দূরত্ব খুব দরকার। এই সময় প্রোটেস্ট মার্চ যদিও খুব রেলেভেন্ট, তবুও না হলে ভালো। সবার মনে রাখা দরকার যে দূরত্ব রাখা খুব দরকার। প্রেজেন্ট লিডার্সদের আমি এই বলতে চাই যে এখন প্রোটেস্ট মার্চ না হলে ভালো, করোনা ভাইরাস এখনো যায়নি। নমস্কার, আমি দীক্ষা, আমি অস্ট্রেলিয়াতে থাকি। আমাদের পৃথিবী একটা খুব খারাপ সময়ের মধ্যে দিয়ে যাচ্ছে। সারা বিশ্বে করোনা ভাইরাস আর কলকাতাতে সাইক্লোন। এই সবার মধ্যে ভালো দিনের আশা রাখা খুব দরকার, তাহলে আমরা একটা সুন্দর ভবিষ্যৎ বানাতে পারবো। প্রেজেন্ট লিডার্সদের আমি এই বলতে চাই যে পজিটিভ থাকা এই দুর্দিনগুলোতে খুব প্রয়োজনীয়।
What a wonderful sharing of thoughts from a far, far away land, from Australia. I'm coming towards the almost to the end of my show. It's a marathon event, but thank you very much to all participants and their parents for believing in our dream, believing and sharing the same thoughts. Our last participant is a new doctor, Dr. Yagna Bhattacharya. She could not be with us because she is doing long shifts during this whole weekend. But she has sent some beautiful video about her thoughts, and I would like to share with that. She is currently in Aberdeen doing her shifts in the hospital in this trying time. Thank you very much, Yagashani, for sharing your thoughts with us.
Hello, everyone. Hello everyone, my name is Yagna, and I'm sorry I couldn't be there with you live. I've just started working as a junior doctor, and I'm working late today, so hence why I couldn't be there. But anyhow, I'm very excited to talk to you all. Let me first start by introducing myself. So my full name is Yagna Bhattacharya, and today I was told to talk a little bit about something that I have observed around me and how I think that could be used used by the future generations and leaders. First of all, I would like to say that you all are already bringing a big change by doing such a fantastic event. You know, it's great to see that the minds, hearts, and energies of the previous generation and this generation, are coming together to build a better future for generation next. So already a big well done to all of you. I think I will start by talking a little bit more about my journey. So I was born in India, but I've mainly been brought up in the UK. So I did my high schooling in Edinburgh. Then I moved to Belfast to do my, I did my primary schooling in Edinburgh. Then I moved to Belfast to do my high schooling. Then I moved to Aberdeen to study medicine, and currently I'm working in Aberdeen as an academic foundation doctor, and my parents are living in Cambridge. So I think I can safely say that we have covered most of UK, but it's been a great journey so far. This year has also been very exciting for me because I graduated virtually. So that was definitely new, I would say, experience. What was more strange is actually taking the Hippocratic oath that doctors have to take online or, in front of a computer. So for those who don't know, the Hippocratic oath is an oath that any new doctor has to take, and every doctor has to remember. And it's a set of oaths that you take, which sets the foundation of treating all patients equally. But I would say that even though I took this online or in front of my computer, as soon as I took the oath, my sense of responsibility, I would say, changed as a human being. Instantly, I started feeling responsible for a lot more people than I did before I took the oath. And I think that's something that our generation can definitely learn, is being responsible for everything and everyone around us. I think that when we all start feeling responsible for this whole world, when you extend your feeling of responsibility and inclusiveness for everything and everyone around you, that's when you will naturally try to do the best for not just one person, for not just one community, for not just one race or religion, but you will try to do good for the whole world. If you start feeling responsible for the whole world, and if you start feeling that the whole world is, something you need to take care of, then do I really need to tell you to take care of Mother Earth and not pollute it? Do I really need to tell you to, not fight with your brothers and sisters from another world, another country, or what, as I might say? Or do I really need to tell you to treat animals with respect and dignity? I don't think so. I think these are just natural feelings that we all have. We just sometimes forget to, do the basic as a human being, let alone a leader. And I definitely do think that, unfortunately, as human beings, sometimes we forget this basic human value of being inclusive. So most of the time, most of us are just either working for ourselves or our nations, or even just, for our own greed. We forget that, we're living on this world together, and we need to take care of each other. So I think this is something that every single leader should look into, of how to be inclusive with the whole world. Can you just imagine if leaders around the world, instead of just looking at their own people, their own country, and their selfish interest, actually looked at the whole world as their problem? Can you imagine the great changes that would come? Can you imagine how more peaceful the world would be, how cleaner the world would be, how more harmonious the animals would live with us, even the plants, So I think this is definitely something that we need to learn. And yes, I do agree that our parents definitely need to, or anyone elder to us needs to sometimes give us the example and show us how to be inclusive. But even if no one around you shows you how to be inclusive, this is still something that is not something you need to learn. It's within us as human beings. It's just sometimes we forget about it. So I think I would urge you, to, for all the people around, who are listening to this, especially the parents, I would insist for you to inspire your children to be more inclusive. I've been very lucky to have parents who have always taught me to spread love and joy to all types of people around me. And I hope that I can, continue to inspire others and do the same as they do. And yeah, I think that's the main value, and that's the main kind of message I want to share with all of you is, from this moment, let's all try to think of everyone as our own. And I'd just like to finish with quote by Oprah Winfrey, and which is just telling us to, be empathetic to everyone around us, and that's how we empower others. So thank you all very much for your time. Good luck to everyone for all the future endeavors you have. And I'm sure that if you just keep that smile on your face and always be kind to others, you will definitely achieve every dream you have. Thank you very much. Bye.
Hello, everyone. It's been a long 8.5 hours. So I have learned a lot. I have enjoyed a lot as well. And I would like to share my thoughts from this whole journey, what I made with this next generation. They have a lot of things which at their age we never even understand or never even thought about it. But as I said, I'm still a work in progress, and I'm sure all the adults after today will think about it. And with that note, we are going to the end of Global Virtual Generation Next Festival 2020. I would like to share my vote of thanks to the people, those who have been working seamlessly in the virtual platform to make this a great show and make this a Generation Next community, to make this a Generation Next movement. I would like to thank Trustee and General Secretary of Essex Indian, Dr. Anirban Mondal, for last 8.5 hours. He was seamlessly organizing the backstage, feeding me in between, providing me drinks, and also keeping me alive for this last 8.5 hours. At the same time, I have to say a big thank you to Astral Studio, Boishali Bakchi and Shamriddha Ganguly, two youngsters, two Generation Next, who has done this immense job of editing the videos, doing all the publicity videos, and sending it to someone who is a bit of illiterate in technology, and having that patience to tolerate all my demands within a limited time frame. And also a big thanks to all the parents, to all the young adults who has essentially helped me to make this event a super success. I have enjoyed it a lot. We have got 8.5 hours long YouTube video. And I think in next year, when we will be able to hold real life event, or in 5 years time, or in 10 years time, if YouTube is there, then we will all look back and go through this YouTube video as a treasure chest. We have created an immense memoir with this young generation, our Generation Next. Thank you very much, everybody. Have a safe week ahead, and good night.